really bout it, nobody winner. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really bout it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really bout it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. To the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. we going up. Don't try to stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't try to stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only that stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only that stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the
get his money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make-believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle for the lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle for the lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. To the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop every member, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got the ice in my
First, it was the qualifier, and then the last 10 days leading up to this day, the day when we'll crown the champion of FISSURE Universe Episode 4, here with Harry and Lizard for the first series, and in the grand finals, it is going to be our colleagues B-Cup and Lacoste. Tidebound, Gaimin Gladiators, and BetBoom waiting in the grand finals. Lizard, I hope that you did get enough sleep, as the time did move, so we had a little bit less time to rest and prepare from the previous games, but has the hype overtaken the tiredness?
The hype is there for sure. I'm still on my first cup of coffee. This is probably the best time for me when it comes to Dota. It doesn't matter if I'm gonna play, watch, cast, whatever. I just get up, sit in my chair, drink my coffee, watch some good Dota, and I'm hyped. Of course, we have had some incredible series last night, I have to say. One that didn't go the full stretch, Tidebound and Falcons. Tidebound going 2-0 versus Falcons, and Gaimin Gladiators as well in the past. Like, if you look, this is still, I believe, this is still the group stage, but the Swiss stage. But after the Swiss stage, we shall see the playoffs, of course, and what happened there, where both of these teams to get here had to go through Falcons. Tidebound 2-0ing them, Gaimin Gladiators in semifinals also 2-0ing them, but losing to BetBoom, which is the same thing that happened to Tidebound. So both of these teams have lost to Tidebound in the upper bracket. Of course, Tidebound to BetBoom. Of course, a little bit earlier, semifinals for Tidebound and the finals of the upper bracket for Gaimin Gladiators. So I feel like we are really in a good spot when it comes to the whole Swiss stage and the playoffs, where the teams that definitely deserve to be here are here, which is maybe a little bit incredible to say, considering how many good teams got eliminated, starting from Liquid in the first stage of the lower bracket, right? And Team Spirit as well. Definitely didn't expect all three of these teams to be exactly here where they are.
So the whole FISSURE team is really big on Dota. Our producers, of course, they have their own Russian cast as well. And I talked about him with our producer and with the staff a little bit about it. He says that, you know, the Russian side, the Russian talent are completely baffled with the three teams that we have at the top here, and they do feel like some of the teams that didn't make it, Spirit, Tundra, dropped the ball. Do you feel that way, that they dropped the ball, or was it these three teams that just objectively played the best possible Dota?
Look, I would agree that they dropped the ball in some games for sure. I feel like there were some overcomplication and over experimentation from some of these teams. Even when it comes to drafts, I feel like that they have made it a little bit more difficult for themselves, especially Liquid in some of these games. But the one who adapts the faster usually comes out on top. That's what life is, right? And Gaimin, Tidebound, BetBoom, I feel that they have adapted the fastest through this tournament, and especially through 738C. And they deserve these spots. I do agree that it's still crazy that Team Spirit, Falcons, Liquid, they're all out, but some of these teams, of course, aren't in the best form, and some of them just experimented too much or didn't adapt to the new patch.
We are going to be seeing Team Tidebound right now. MVP of the team, Bach. We got the chance to talk to him twice. He was, I think, kind of happy with their performance overall, and he did express that he's quite glad how it went. Was a bit humble. He said that the heroes that he played had free games. We didn't touch upon it yesterday after his interview. Do you really think that the Lycan and the Terrorblade had that free of a time and that other offlaners would be able to do just the same as what Bach did?
Well, they were free games, right? Like when you think about it, sometimes when you play a hero on any position, you can say, okay, this is a free game for me. Maybe not as much on 5 and a 4, but even on 5 and a 4, sometimes you can feel that the game is quote unquote free for you. And I absolutely agree with him. I know he's humble, he's a really nice guy, and I'm not taking anything away from his amazing performance, but those games were quite free for him. Let's explain the free game. The free game is a game in which you're playing a hero, and you're in a meta that requires you to buy a certain set of items because they're the best for you. And you don't have to stray away from those items for one moment to think about anything defensive, anything that you need to help out your team with. Instead, you just go for these items. Lycan, he didn't have to go for anything crazy. He went for the stock standard, and same goes for the TB game. So, yeah. He definitely made it look free. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that is a very good explanation. Also, Tidebound, they will be choosing second pick. Gaimin Gladiators will have the Radiant first pick. We saw that they do have first pick win rate over 50%, something that neither Tidebound nor Falcons had yesterday in their series. So we always looked as the team that is going to have second pick to be the favorite. Doesn't have to be the case here. The draft has started. Obviously, guys, you saw the coin toss, and we should have it on our screens in no time to see what these teams have in store. Generally, do you think it's harder for Gaimin to prepare for this series or for Tidebound with the heroes that you've seen so far in the tournament?
10 seconds remaining.
I would say that it's maybe a bit harder for Gaimin. Like Tidebound, out of all of the teams, even BetBoom that are waiting in the upper bracket finals, I feel like they're the ones with the biggest variety of heroes. Like they just incorporate a lot of different strategies in their gameplay. So maybe it could have been a bit harder for Gaimin, but they do get themselves a Tinker. And this is a hero that we very rarely see because he's just that strong.
Yeah, in the C patch, his the mana was increased a bit on the defense matrix, pretty much by 10 on each level. That's kind of it. So it's not like the hero got hit by the nerf hammer much. Quite weird that Tidebound let it through, and there was people talking about it quite a lot on in different social media that the comebacks in this tournament have been happening mostly when there is a Tinker present. So we might be in for a treat. You know, a team is losing 20,000 gold and somehow the Tinker makes a hero unkillable and they win fights.
It's like eventually this hero just becomes such a big issue. Like you're playing some carry PA with 4 items and you can't kill anyone. You're either lasered or there's a defense matrix that you have to go through, and you need to buy that nullifier immediately. It's just extremely annoying to play against. Like whenever I see a Tinker, it's a position 5 that you have to actually find a way of dealing with, right? Like some position 5s like AA or Jakiro, it's like, you know, he's there. He's a problem, but you don't have to itemize for him at least. Versus the Tinker, it's a completely different story.
So we have one hero that if you would ask Lizard, is this hero gonna win more often than not? It's a Tinker. He'd say yes, it's gonna crush the games. And then we have another hero, Lizard, that you wouldn't be too happy about, being the Dragonite. I mean, when I saw the Tinker, I thought, okay, Tidebound have a plan. Now I'm not so sure any longer because I'm not sure why the Dragonite.
We'll see. There has to be something to this, especially the opener DK. I'm sure that they have some sort of a plan with it. What's kind of interesting about the DK is I feel like the way that it was played yesterday by GPK is the way that everyone should be playing it if it's on the mid lane. This hero is looking extremely bad when he cannot find his farm. Everything looks bad when you can't find a farm, but specifically DK from the mid lane, because you're forced into making so many moves that eventually you just fall off the face of the earth. Like you have, let's say, a Blink Maid Slayer, Dragonlance, and a BKB. By that time, a normal Dragonite would be with, I don't know, Mjolnir, SNY, BKB. And the difference is huge in the upcoming fights. There's basically something really wrong about the DK. the time seeing from the mid lane. That's why he has such a bad win rate as well. But who has a really high win rate on Gaimin is the Terrorblade, and they get the TB and they get the Tinker. I mean, Tidebound is just giving them their best heroes.
Yeah, interesting, right? And this is something, a pattern that I've noticed from Chinese teams in general when casting Fissure tournaments in particular. Last time it was Yakult's brothers during Dacha and Playground, but now it's Tidebound here in the FISSURE Universe Episode 4. Is what they do is that their drafts differ insanely from team to team. So they literally ban different heroes, that's fine, but pick completely, they don't have a stock standard that they're gonna go for, like, oh, we like Muerta and we're gonna pick it whenever it's available. No, we want to pick Muerta into GG, right? Or we want to pick a DK into them. Definitely a completely different approach to the drafting in this series and the one that we saw yesterday versus Falcons.
Yeah, for sure. That's something that they said yesterday as well. Fate Beyond the ban in the top right, we talked to him and he did say as well that they just prepare for every team, and they put a lot in the preparation. You can really see it through the tournament. I'm still gonna say, there's no way in hell you're giving Gaimin Terrorblade without really preparing for it. And there's I would say they are one out of the two teams that really plays Ringmaster. The first one, of course, is the first one is BetBoom. Ringmaster into TB is actually very interesting because you can deal with the illusions.
Yep. Once you get the shard, it's a pretty easy way to make sure they're out.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so you get like nice control versus heroes that don't buy a BKB, which is standards for TB, and then on top of that you have Epicenter. So you've got some nice combos. Ringmaster plus Sand King.
Yeah, for sure. Does look amazing. That's gonna be their most likely their double off lane, but you never know. Carry DK, mid Sand King, quite possible. Tidebound are one of the few teams that play a Muerta in a position 5. I don't even think I've seen other teams do it, and they've been doing it consistently.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep. So we have a Ringmaster Muerta Sports. The Sand King most likely will be on the off lane. Do you agree, or do you think this is maybe... why I'm saying that, because of Tide Hunter on off. Right now, you don't really want to put Dragonite on safe lane into the Tide Hunter, right?
Generally not. I would assume that's going to be how it is. And with the ban of the OD, though, I guess OD is annoying to the Sand King as well.
Yeah, this is also a hero that started being banned more often. I'm seeing the same build, like some Force Witchblade Aghanim's from the mid lane, and he's very difficult to take down.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
yeah, I think it's more than anything game specific. I am seeing a DK mid with Sand King on the offlane with the last pick Shiro here, and they are banning out Ursa. So a Shiro hero. Let's see what the secondary ban will be. I do think they should basically aim at him once again.
That makes sense. I'm going through his heroes. I guess maybe a Gyro
10 seconds.
could be a way to go.
Would make the most sense.
5 seconds remaining.
Shiro Gyro. Shiro Morphling is still in the pool.
Yep.
We haven't really seen Morphling do all too well, but this looks like a... I mean, Morphling into Tide Hunter might not be that great of a lane for Morph. Like, there are better heroes into the Tide, but it's still good enough. And the only problem is I do feel that the difference between TB and Morph is quite high in just the numbers at the moment. Like, hero-to-hero matchup historically is good for Morph, but not at the moment. I think TB just... with his shard, he farms way too fast.
People are even skipping the Adaptive Strike, don't see it as a valuable spell any longer on the Morphling at all. So it was one of the spells that makes you this mixture of magical and physical damage that makes you good versus the Terrorblade. It's not there any longer.
Yeah, they even go for stats instead. So let's see what the last ban from Gaimin will be. when it comes to these two teams. I don't think they, at least in these lineups, I don't think they faced before. So, of course, they did play against Shiro.
So
The side of
maybe-
Gaimin Gladiators.
Maybe ban Tiny or Gyro. I feel like those two are... Gyro is good overall with their lineup, and Tiny is a Silver Edge buyer, right? And that's where maybe you could have enough to deal with the title.
Maybe they're also considering a mid ban. If the DK is safe lane,
Gaimin Gladiators.
Depending what they want to pick, they get rid of the Slark. And it is going to be an Ember coming out. Dragon Knight naturally deals well with an Ember in the mid lane. Huskar is banned out, so there isn't going to be anything like that. What about...
by the way, I
Storm?
cannot believe, Harry, you actually disappointed me. You didn't call out for the Slark. Every time it's a good Slark game, you call for it.
Yeah, but I just
Seconds remaining.
don't think Tidebound would have wanted it. I don't
Yep.
feel like they're the type of team to pull it out here.
Yeah, it would have been a good game, right? Like you get your ult to work with versus the TB. The lane versus Tide is also nice. But well, let's see what they pick here. You know what? Like a Storm would be also
Yep.
all right if you want to put DK on the safe lane. There's no catch basically on the other side.
They're preparing for... Okay, yeah. We would have guessed that 100%.
I mean, it is a hero that they play, right? Like
Yep.
Lynx, it's a cool pick. I like it. It's a nice adaptation to the idea of having these long-range burst heroes into the Terrorblade, which Lynx absolutely is and can be. Because of that, I like it. He has been picked specifically by Ame and Shiro in the last couple of months. And sometimes it looks pretty damn incredible. I know that Miracle played it as well a couple of times too for Enigma, maybe a month and a half ago. So not really the most popular carry, but there's potential.
And he is going for the suppressive fire. So a lot of the times when I see him, it is the engulfing step that people look towards. But what suppressive fire does is that for 2 seconds, it's a stackable debuff, 30% miss chance you're applying to somebody. So if you do apply that to Terrorblade, he could be missing a lot of his attacks in these fights.
Yeah, engulfing step is, like you said, usually the play because you can juke a little bit with it. You can play around your skellies with it, but let's see how this one works out. Of course, when it comes to the right clicks, he probably only cares about the TB, so getting this suppressive fire against him might be very valuable against all the illusions as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, now you have multiple ways to deal with those illusions. You mentioned the Ringmaster Spotlight. We'll see how fast he gets the shard. Will they maybe get it from the Tormentor? Though, considering that he has a Muerta on his side, if they kill a Tormentor, it's going 100% to the Muerta. It always does.
Yeah, the worst hero, at least when we are watching, always gets the shard. The worst hero for the shard, I mean.
Yeah, it's a bummer. We'll see if how it does work. Overall, Tidebound definitely once again pulling something different, right? They did go for some standards, the DK, the Sand King, the Muerta, but then Ringmaster and the Clink, some curveballs. How do you feel about those curveballs generally, and how do you feel about their chances in winning this game?
I feel like their chances are solid, but I would rather go with Gaimin for this game number 1. Just out of pure comfort zone, I would be going with Gaimin. We'll see if Tidebound have got something in store for us that's a bit different, but
They know where
why?
one is. They just pinged them out, even though they didn't see him when their smokes broke. They thought they can go for him, and they didn't bring Ace closer. If he was closer there with the Gush, maybe you can get the kill. They decide not to do it.
Without the Gush, it's really hard to kill her. You'd have to commit. Why is it hard? Because you'd have to go for chains and most likely Cookie, and you don't want to do that early on. So, probably for the best. But look at Malady on top, by the way. He's moving straight into them.
Well, he's going to be taking a bit of a beating. Is probably not going to die, but It is some nice harass from Tidebound. It's gonna be helping their bottom lane, and Tidebound do get 3 runes, so the 2 on the bottom lane both went to them. He's gonna be canceling the Twin Gate move from Malady, and well, Tinker just has a bit of a better stats than Muerta, and of course with Tofu coming over, it's time to move away.
A bit of a better stats. He's got 7 armor and almost 60 damage. This hero is just ridiculous.
Oh boy, this is one thing that we haven't discussed in the draft, and that is the minus armor potential of that top lane. Muerta has 3 armor, which, you know, it's kind of in the middle, not bad, not great, but versus the Gush and the little Shredder, it's gonna hurt you.
Absolutely. Even Clinks with 5 armor. Of course, on the other side, you do have Tar Bomb to work with, so you can slow them down a little bit, get on top of them, but this is a lane where if they get on top of you, you might fall, and they do have a cookie, so definitely a way to get on top of Clinks or Muerta.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, we haven't discussed this one. You talked about the Ringmaster being good versus the Terrorblade Illusions, but what about the laning stage? How do these two fare versus the Tinker Terrorblade?
I think it just makes everything easier, right? Like you can outpush the lane with the bots, you can heal up the TB. Then again, I feel like once you get level 3, you might have an advantage on Tidebound. You have so much burst. Like between the Tame the Beasts level 2 and maybe Bach getting level 2 Sandstorm, it might not even, it doesn't have to be called burst, it's just a lot of magic damage.
Yep, generally it can be problematic for them. They're going to be looking towards Y, and that minus armor really coming in handy. That's from a pretty much 100 to 0 Muerta dead.
Yeah, not even a cookie, by the way, used. Just Scatter Blast and Lil Shredder coming into play. It's a... I'd be very happy to play this lane as Tofu or the Tide Hunter.
Yeah, it is, and you'd probably be very unhappy to be a Muerta there. Clinks has 5 armor, so he has a bit more to work with the poor Muerta. She doesn't stand a chance.
It's just that as Muerta, your sole job here is to... they use meta down bottom, but yeah, they can't really get a kill. As Muerta, you're basically Deadshot in this lane. That's it. She'll sit around in this lane and Deadshot if they try to go on Clinks. That's your responsibility. Maybe pull a little bit.
What is my purpose? You use Deadshot. That's what you do, though. Isn't much different from what generally happens with Muertas. How about the mid lane? This Dragonite is demolishing Quinn.
Maybe we'll see a kill.
Malady dropping low. They did use the block grenade, standing his ground. The repair bots keeping him alive and doing a decent amount of damage to Tidebound, who will get pushed back. Watson also very nice positioning.
Yeah, before we talk about mid lane, this would happen down bottom. You just got the end of it, but basically Tinker was solo zoning both of them out. Like he's sitting under their tier 1 tower and baiting them to go on him, and he still doesn't die. Like, how many supports can do that versus Ringmaster and Sand King? I would say almost no one else.
Yeah, it's kind of an ogre approach, right? And I don't know if the ogre would be able to do it. Just get stunned and smacked, but the repair bot's a bit
Yep.
too annoying.
Speaking of mid lane, nothing to say. Yeah, doing quite a lot better. 13 denies on the DK, and this was an Ember pick into the Dragonite. They already knew what was going to happen. I mean, Quinn, maybe he's still recovering from last night. It's been he had a very difficult last game.
Yep, definitely did. You know, you pick the Huskar, you think you're gonna crush your opponents, and then suddenly you find out that the story is not going to be going the way that you want to. But one thing that Tidebound, from the games that we've seen, that they're very good at doing is slowing down the game. With the blood grenade, Bach getting close. He needs to get him low, and there it is. One charge is being used. Bach is now going to be the one taking a beating from them. This Tinker is just too hard of a kill. Maybe you should just give up.
Yeah, he truly is. Yeah, maybe you should just give up. Just don't go for it. Bach lacked a bit of mana to instantly pop Burrow Strike. I believe that also was a bit of a problem there. Maybe they could have gotten it if he committed, but like you said, sometimes it's better to give up, especially versus repair bots.
Try to farm. I mean, the Sand King is farming solidly in that lane. Sure, the Terrorblade is having a relatively free time, but you are getting a decent amount of farm. So it's not like if some stacks come out, it's not like the Sand King is going to be suffering in any way.
Radiant are scared.
One who's really not suffering at all is this Ace Tidehunter. 3,000 net worth, top of the charts at the moment, just absolutely
Tower is under attack.
having a blast up here. This is going to be some most likely phases into Vlad's pipe build. I'd like to see at least the Morbid Mask just for the heals, and then you can basically leave him alone and move mid.
They're looking towards the Ember. Impalement Arts, Dragon Tail, none of it really matters. He will be fine, and the Siege Creep does die. So the first Dragon form not really doing a massive amount of damage to the tower. A lot of traffic here around the mid lane. Really
Yeah,
not much going to be happening.
The thing is, they can still stick around because Ember is very low leveled, right? Because of all of those denies, I'm sure that Nothing to Say is calling for all these rotations. Kill him or control him before he gets 6, right?
Speaking about killing, they want Bug. Gonna be using the Burrow Strike. It's only level 1, so really not that much range, but enough for them not to go forward. Very nice usage of the dead shot, and maybe Malady will finally be taken down when he's all alone. Nope, he's gonna be taking them down, tanking everything and allowing for the Terrorblade to come close, and of course, stealing the Wisdom Shrine as well. On the other side, Tidebound, they cannot do the same.
And that was 2 against 3, and they take down the Shrine as well. Plus they get the kill. Of course, Tofu is now here too. And that was just incredible from the two of them. This is a huge win.
He's not even connected on Bach, their mid Burrow Strike, but Gaimin getting everything. Only 2 kills so far in this game, so in terms of that, it hasn't really been an action-packed game, but the moves that Gaimin have made have really been impactful.
Absolutely. Tinker, minute 8 is level 6, by the way. He's about to hit it. He's farming a bit in the jungle. And this is the problem as well. Ace can solo. Even without the Morbid Mask. I was thinking maybe he'd go for it just for the regen value. But even without the Vlads, he's just able to absolutely solo against Shiro. I think they need to move the clicks. Very soon we might see a Shiro action happening.
We'll see where he goes, but yeah, he does need to contribute to the damage department, because that is where Tidebound are most definitely lacking. This is one thing that we haven't talked about in the draft, but until they get like a blink on Bach, I don't really know. Even if they get a blink on the DK, he blink stuns somebody, but how did they kill them?
Yeah, and Bach went for Vanguard, so it will be a bit slower of a blink on the Sand King. But that is a bit of a problem, because you're basically playing, how to put it, like a lane rock of a hero when you're this kind of a Sand King. You need to go to a lane and commit to it, but you can't really initiate as hard this early on, of course.
Shiro is going to be coming. Tar Bomb available. Let's see how much damage he can do to Tofu. He was under vision, so Shiro, they know that he was there, and he really needs to be careful not to get taken down.
Yeah, he does. He does deal a lot of damage, by the way, even with only Power Treads and Falcon Blade. And you'd be surprised just how much this man can do with the Clinks this early on. So, all things said and considered, I do think that he might be the difference maker for Tidebound. Maybe some rotation through the Twin Gate down bottom as well is possible. We'll see.
A bit of a misleading amount of damage when he's attacking the Tidehunter. It feels like Shiro doesn't do anything, but other heroes would definitely feel the pain.
He's also queuing up Mjolnir. That's what he's going for. I believe this item is perfect for him in this game as well.
That was very fast from Quinn. Gets the Arcane Rune instantly into a smoke. Has As Tofu coming with him. No level 6 just yet, but very, very close to it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, he will be scouted. Shiro running straight into Tofu right now.
Tree being placed, and Shiro will be getting himself away. You needed a dust if you wanted that kill.
I was talking about maybe him doing the play, but it's actually the TB. And I love this from Watson as well, just activating the Terror Blade. But they're just not ready on the other side. They have a blink now on nothing to say, it just flew out. But your follow-up damage is really not that great. The supports are struggling. Level 4 Muerta, level 4 Ringmaster.
Dire's top tower.
Well, they're going to try around the mid lane, maybe to go for Quinn. With Shiro being in position to do the damage, maybe they will just have enough. Going in, Dragon Tail connecting, silence as well, and they do get the kill. Beautifully done by Tidebound. Their lineup looks like they can't get kills, but they managed to scrape one finally 11 minutes in.
Yeah, they managed to scrape one, and they're gonna scrape this tower as well, it seems like. But that was, I mean, that was Quinn with what, 60-50% HP as well, sitting on the ramp.
Bottom tower is under
I'm not sure if they would be able to do that as easily if he was full on resources. Keep in mind that there's a huge stack in the triangle as well now being taken by Watson.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Getting that one going his way. I still think that this is kind of fine for Tidebound, because when I look at it, I feel like Gaimin could be getting kills. They could be applying pressure. They could be shoving in the waves. And sure, they are shoving in the waves, but they're not getting any kills. And you're just not using your Ravage. You're not using your Mortimer's Kisses. It is allowing Tidebound to get to the timings that allow them to play the game.
Yep, absolutely agree. I think that after the laning stage and the way it went, at least they are getting experience on the supports. They lost the Shrine, and it's usually a massive loss when you're playing Dota right now.
Dire's
But
middle tower has fallen.
Ringmaster is getting closer to the level 6. Muerta still not even 5, but getting something out of the mid lane at least. In comparison, by the way, Melody is level 9 on the Tinker.
Yeah, I mean, and he has 1,000 gold more than any of the other supports. He's actually close to the Ember than he is to the other supports, and that's, I don't know if that's going to be changing. Sand King, they need some vision for him. Dust will be used, but Bach goes to the other side. He did dodge the dust in 12 seconds. He's gonna have a sandstorm once again. Goes to the low ground. The chase is on. Ravage available if they want to use it, but they need the chase. It's gonna be going for a TP out, and that's gonna be forcing out the Ravage. At least something for Bach. He might try to deny himself. In the end, that's not gonna be successful. Tofu from the other side shoots him down.
Now look at Daze just running into their triangle. There's no Sand King, so he doesn't really care about any other hero that they've got who can actually take him down. I mean, this Tide Hunter is, I feel like, basically unkillable. Even with the Sand King, like, he's about to finish off a pipe.
Yeah, pretty much immortal at this point. And I do like how he's playing. Finally, GG are understanding, let's go for a kill and just run forward. And Ace, he took down that mid lane tower, went to use the Ravage on the Sand King. Now he's posturing very aggressively on the map.
Yeah, it's also minute 14 Wisdom Shrines that are available, so we'll see if they go for them or if they maybe go for a kill in the Dire jungle.
Hero is under some wards and sentries as well. Needs to be a bit careful about what he does. GG are gonna decide not to fight at this point. Are still not looking great for Tidebound. We'll see if they're gonna be changing it soon. Of course, guys, the exclamation mark F hasn't changed. Our socials haven't changed. Be sure to follow them for all the amazing content that the Fissure is gonna be putting out in this, and of course in future tournaments as well. Yep, 7 camps stacked.
He's stacking some for himself, stacking some for the Terrorblade as well, who's on top of the net worth charts right now. And I know the game is not looking that bad for Tidebound, but I feel it might be a bit worse. They will go on Ace here, by the way.
And he is all alone. Blink stun. Will of Wonder being used as well. Silence from the Muerta, and they should be able to take him down without the Ravage. He cannot protect himself. Epicenter in the end, not even needed.
That's 5 heroes, by the way. Every single hero went on top of this Tide Hunter who was playing in their triangle. Like, he's playing in their triangle minute 15 without any backup. up to this point, it was kind of really hard to kill him. But with the Maelstrom on Clinks, I feel like there's enough mixed damage. Obviously, there was enough mixed damage to take him down.
That should be a Tormentor. It is taking a long time here. The repair bots are allowing them to stay healthy, and Malady uses the laser. Now he's going to be having that Warp Flare.
It's okay, right? Like, not the worst. I'd say Cookie is maybe the same level of strength when it comes to the shard. Maybe even better on Tofu.
Probably, right? For this part of the game, the Cookie would have been better. But I think as the game progresses, the Warp Flare actually becomes a problem. That's 5k gold lead now for Gaimin. Being very, very big. The Stair Blade especially, completely untouched. Watson has a Manta. He's going to be getting a Shard next very, very soon. And they still have pretty deep vision in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, they're going straight for it. Looks like they might find someone here.
Aggressive posturing from Quinn. Gonna be looking towards the Ringmaster. He gets out of vision just in time to survive. Definitely wants something, and finally the Ringmaster will get caught. He's gonna be using Tame the Beast. Escape Act being used, gets himself away there, and some heals will be coming through. Also protected by the Crimson Guard. It is gonna be the Tinker that dies first. Quinn, he really doesn't do any damage to that Crimson, and Bach showing that his item choice is again perfect.
Yeah, perfect item choice. Like, so many different players would perhaps go for a Blink at this point, but the Crimson Guard, absolutely massive. And now he has a Veil on top of that, so all in armor, basically, as he's going for Shiva's next, right? Like, armor and damage amplification. Working out in that fight. Ringmaster is such a hard hero to kill, but why might not be?
Yeah, he has been kind of the standard punching bag for GG. They killed him 3 times out of the 4 kills that they do have.
They might catch Bach as well. Ember is on him.
Well, that is
tanky.
a Crimson Guard Sand King, so they're gonna think twice about going for him.
Yeah, a very tanky hero to go for.
So, his item choice might actually win them the game because it's gonna delay so much. And of course, Clinks needs a lot of time. He did buy a shard, so this Clinks now with the Burning Barrage, it's gonna be a very fast farmer.
Absolutely. Mid lane, Tofu.
They're gonna go on him. Impalement Darts after the stun from the DK, Tamed the Beast. Shiro also comes in with some of the spells, and that's more than enough for a kill. Finally, Tidebound are starting to dish out enough damage to be able to threaten heroes.
Yeah. Shiro has his shard, so like he can actually join in most of these fights, at least with Burning Barrage, just use it and back out. And he's been joining a lot of these little skirmishes. They might even go on Quinn here.
They're gonna try. Blink, DK stun, Wheel of Wonder being used as well, and the calling as well there. Even the defense matrix isn't going to be enough. All the spells lined up perfectly and will get them a kill. Tidebound just getting kill after kill here in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're really coming back into the game with these small little pickoffs, which look easy on paper, but you still have to execute them very well. You have to dodge all these wards that they have been successful at dodging so far.
Hero is now being pretty fast around the map. He bought his Hyperstone, so Mjolnir will be up in no time. Right now, GG are not sure what they're to do, and they're thinking about Roche. They have some minus armor plus the Terrorblade. What's the next move for Gaimin? Maybe try to solidify their lead.
Like they have it all. You have a pipe, you have a blink on Tidehunter. You could be forcing some objectives out, but maybe they are feeling like they're not in much of a rush, because you also have Melody. Tinker is farming quite a lot. Like, Tinker has overtaken Ember.
Like, by a decent amount. And it
by a decent amount,
might continue. Is this maybe a problem for Gaimin that the Ember is just struggling this much?
Well, I would say so. It definitely isn't great when your position 5 has higher net worth than your mid laner.
Smoke. Tidehunter has his Blink Dagger shard, still 200 gold away from it. Scan was used. Hidebound, they know roughly where their opponents are at. They might be closer to you than what you expect. Win, leading the charge, trying to find his place in this game. They're going to be seeing a career from Y, but they don't want to be killing this Marta any longer. Going to be looking towards nothing to slay. Sleight of Fist chains. Let's slow down their back. He instantly TPs in. This is the protection with the Crimson Guard. In on him. Crimson Guard now is going to be popped. They maybe just wanted that spell to be used. Threatening with the epicenter. Hasn't used it a single time in this game.
He's jumping in.
He went very deep with a Tinker. They want to finish him off. Double defense matrix, and he's still gonna die there. Willow Under keeping in place. Ravage is gonna be connecting onto all of them, and the Terrorblade from the high ground back. He doesn't have vision for him. Finally, somebody's coming closer, but where's the dust? The Sand King will just be fine. He tries to get away. Maybe burst strike to the high ground. He does make it out. And Sleight of Fist not gonna be there in time to get the connection.
Oh man, that dust didn't even connect on him. Like, he could have stayed for a while longer in the sandstorm. Good that he didn't, because they also have a sentry on the snap. But it certainly looks like if Gaimin want to get the pick off, they need to commit the Ravage. And that's a problem. And they need to maybe even commit, because of this Ember not having any farm, they don't have any cheap spells to use to dish out the needed amount of damage, at least. So they have to commit a meta, a Ravage, something like that, maybe even Mortimer's Kisses. Or they're just not getting these kills.
Used both in that fight, just didn't work out. This Tinker, this Clinks 4-0 and 2. I mean, he has participated in every single kill. Sure, it's only 6 kills, really not that big of an amount, but Shiro has definitely been making this hero work.
Absolutely. He's a really damn good Clinks player. There's something about this hero being played a lot in the Chinese region. There's an Orchid, by the way, on Watson as well, which is an interesting approach from him.
Sure.
Mid lane smoke.
He toss onto the Tinker defense matrix way too late. They're going to be going through it with the damage, and the stuns will last long enough. Now Ace gets close as well. Going to be using the pipe. The body blocks being used. He doesn't have the phase boots right now. Willow Wonder being used. Cookie doesn't get him away from it. He's still going to be looking at it. It does expire, but in the end, the dead shot takes his life. Sleight of Fist win. We talked about it. He is just not that strong. Watson going to be joining in on the fight. He has an Orchid. Nothing to say. Instantly pops the BKB. He'll be fine. At least for now. Shiro very low, doesn't want to fight, and they feel like this could be their opportunity. The Cookie does connect, nothing to say. Luckily for him, he still has his BKB, and there it is. Bach finally joining in on the fight, just walks to an Ember. They take him down with ease.
Yeah, they have so many solutions for the Ember now, and he's going for SNY. I mean, it's good this game. It's good almost any game, but they already have ATOS calling. This Muerta is sitting on a 1600 gold. Going towards Aghanim's. Already has the point booster. Of course, because of the greedy enchantment that she's got on Searing Signet. Like, this is... I feel like the Ember might need a BKB even soon.
Things are not looking good for Quinn, and this is the problem, right? His Ember should have been the playmaker for the team, somebody who sets it up for the Mortimer's Kisses, somebody who sets it up for the Tinker to potentially start off the fight with getting a hero low if you can't kill him, but with no amount of farm, he just can't do it.
Yep, it absolutely feels that they are missing that poke. They're missing that impact a little bit. Hence the Orchid, I would say, even on the TB to help out in these fights. Maybe a Bloodthorn down the line, we'll see from Watson.
You're probably thinking, guys, we have to kill somebody. Somebody has to die, and somebody on Playground is dying in the last couple of fights.
Yeah, and one of the main culprits is the Ringmaster, right? Like, he's got Glimmer Cape, he's got the Escape Pact, he's got his whatever they're called, the item spells, the Carney gifts that he brings to the table.
Sure. Souvenirs.
Is the right, yeah. Dark Carnival souvenirs.
So that is true. It's just another reason to be afraid of clowns, basically, or carnivals. Good thing we don't have too many of those left, but I would have liked to experience maybe a 1980 carnival. Quite cool either way, though. Gaimin, they were in a smoke, trying to find something. They find pretty much nothing, and forget that he needs to be very careful not to come close. Shiro, of course, was under a sentry.
One mistake that you could make if you're Tidebound is to go on a Tide Hunter under a tower. Because you're playing against the Tinker Tide, you probably can't blow him up before the Ravage. I feel like one of the reasons why they didn't go for him is it's usually not very healthy for you to make that play.
There's the spotlight. We were wrong. It's not gonna be the useless hero that gets the shard. It is gonna be the one that needs it. So now those illusions from Watson are gonna be in a lot of trouble. That spotlight actually lasts for a decent amount of time.
It's pretty good, but they will not be contesting this Roshan. It seems like a free Rosh for Gaimin.
Oh, might not be free if you get that tower in the bottom lane. And they are doing a decent amount of damage right now. I don't know if they can take it out. Doesn't seem like it.
And they got the shard as well, right? Like that's the bonus. And nothing to say, by the way, just because this is probably the best Dragonite that I have seen from the mid lane that went for the standard build, like Maid Slayer, Blink, BKB, when it comes to amount of farm that he's got. As he is almost with the nullifier, like he almost completed it. And this is a massive item this game versus the Tinker.
Yeah, your defense matrix isn't going to be that big of a deal. Planet trying to survive there with a Glimmer Cape. Misses on Tame the Beast now. Wheel of Wonder being used just to keep everybody else
Shiro.
at bay. Shiro will get ravaged. They do have the connection there, and with the silence, Mortimer's kisses, they will finally get the kill. Now going onto the poor Ringmaster as well. He was trying to at least get Tofu down unsuccessfully.
Yeah, that was massive punishment. That was like, Shiro could have just decided to let the Ringmaster fall, right? As he was being ganked by a lot of heroes, but decides to help instead and gets punished for it. He has no facet to help him get away, right? He went for suppressive fires, so no BKB on him, no mobility.
I assume you might not be able to use the Death Pact if you have the Tide Shard on you. So maybe that's the reason he didn't go for the engulfing step. It's because he wouldn't have been able to use it, as they do find another one. Y does remove the anchor. The Warp Flare pushes him back a bit. Nothing too big.
Yeah, for sure could be one of the reasons. After the BKBs, there of course will be a bit better, and they are buying BKBs on all their cores. Sand King queuing one up, Clinks as well. Already has the Mithril Hammer. Getting closer to it. I think Gaimin have stabilized this game. It looked a bit rough. They were getting picked off. So, looking a bit nicer right now.
Yeah, their timings hit quite nicely. The Blink Shard on the Tide, allowing them for some kills. And of course, they do have the sieges to push their advantage. Gold lead is now non-existent, and Tidebound are the ones moving with the smoke.
Yeah, they do have that nullifier, right, that we talked about on DK. He has completed it. Keep in mind that even though Sand King is not with them, he has travels. So it's not that hard for Bach to connect.
If he'll be able to do it, the Clinks is shoving out the bottom lane, but having the right read. They want to play on their own terms, and that's going to be around mid.
Bot lane Quinn.
They want him. Wants to push out this wave. Gonna get stunned up, nullified as well. Unreal that they caught him once again. Tinker gonna be TPing in just to die as well. Yeah, he's not taking that much damage. Warflare pushing back the Dragon Knight. He's thinking about getting closer. Does have the Ravage. BKB TP out. There was no other way to survive. Nothing to say.
Yeah, when I saw those travels, I wasn't sure. I didn't see the creep, if it was Dire or Radiant, if it was Sand King or the Tinker. Almost getting a kill on Tinker, but yeah, they did get what they came for. A big pick-off on the Ember.
Yeah, they used the Nullifier onto the Ember Spirit. If they hadn't, you probably killed the Tinker, but the Defense Matrix is just a little bit too strong. Not remove it.
Yep. So
getting
far,
the-
so good
Yep.
for Tidebound.
They are again delaying for those BKBs, as you mentioned. Shiro got his just right now delivered, and Sand King is a little bit less than 2,000 gold away. So with the farming pace that he has continued to stay within this game, shouldn't take too long.
Absolutely, and it's not like it's easy to kill him, but Planet is also not an easy kill here for Ace, is he?
Well, he is gonna try either way. Escape Act being used. Mortimericus is from afar. Escape Act will expire. He does use the mech. He's surviving for a pretty decent amount of time somehow. Still alive, not for long, of course. Will die on the
Shiro
other
in the
side.
back.
They do find Tofu, so we'll be able to get him down. Now looking towards the Terrorblade. He's the one with the Aegis, so even if you kill him, it's not that big of a deal. He did use the Metamorphosis, so he definitely would help. Why? Going for a TP out after he got sundered, and nothing to say. Not allowed to get himself away. Didn't have the BKB. Finally, why? Will die. As Ace
Ravage.
uses the Ravage onto the 3 remaining heroes. They won the course now as well. Nothing to say. Getting his BKB back. That pact being used. There's the silence. Shiro wants to get himself away, and that will not be allowed. The minus armor is there. Terrorblade just needs one more hit, and he will be able to get it from the reflection to secure that one back now. Next on the menu, that is the tankiest of them all, and Quinn doesn't want to allow him to escape. Trying to get away. Warplayer will not allow it, and now the Terrorblade is free to get those hits in. Crimson Guard this time around will not help you. Watson gets the triple, and GG break the game apart.
Yeah, absolutely massive fight from GG. What's kind of crazy is that after this fight, they end up with only a 2k advantage, but still a really good pick-off on the Ringmaster. I feel like this is a must hero to get first, and it was an amazing pick-off because it allows everything else to happen. Also keep in mind that they didn't have BKBs. Like the Dragon Knight, unfortunately, he used his BKB on the bottom lane, right? And it was still on cooldown. So when that fight started, he couldn't pop it. And that was a massive difference because you just can't fight versus the Tidehunter. Both Ravage and Dead in the Water doing so much work.
There's the 9-second BKB from the Clinks. Pretty much didn't get the chance to do any significant damage. The Tide is now going to be getting an Aghanim Scepter, increasing the damage output from the Terrorblade and the Ember by a lot when that is done.
For sure. It's on Tidebound now to make a play, and the way they're moving, this should be a smoke. Yep.
Going for it. There is no Ravage. You win a fight now. Set up for a potential Roche fight later on. They do see Ace. And as well, underneath their own vision. What's going to be a great target? There's the Dragon Tail. Instantly, the Tinker is coming in. The Wheel of Wonder. Well, it is not going to be doing too much. Watson, he did pop the BKB. He's trying to find a Sunder target and use a defensive one on his teammates if he wants to. From the other side comes Tofu, Scatter Blast, slowing him down. Why? Standing his ground. He does have Pierce.
Quinn is going in.
He's gonna protect him, and Quinn going in just way too deep. He's just gonna get deleted instantly. Into 5 heroes he goes, and that is not a place you can survive.
I really think he needs a BKB. Like, this is... Sometimes you can afford not to because you're just having a great game and you're an item ahead, but even with the Tinker saves, I think he still desperately needs it. But both of these teams, I feel like whoever gets the right jump on the right target wins. If you jump the wrong targets, you just can never get these fights going your way. Like, you jump the TB that has Sunder, BKB, and a Tinker behind him, you're probably not taking that target down. These supports probably are the best ones to go for if you're Tidebound.
We'll see if the Sand King at some point does get a Blink Dagger. I feel like taking a Terrorblade down from 100 to 0 without the Blink on the Sand King is just never going to happen. And I'm not sure. Extended fights, Tidebound are good at them. But then again, if Ace can save his Ravage and use it once you don't have any more BKBs, it is going to be a problem.
It's kind of crazy because both teams are really good at extended fights, right? Like, on one side, you have so much sustain and so much damage from Tidebound. On the other, you have a Tinker, like the Lord Almighty of prolonged fights. Just one defense matrix after another, March of the Machines, healing everyone. They have a Bloodthorn, by the way, on TB. That's some nice additional damage, though.
Dire are scared.
Thorn Ravage. This Tidehunter now is huge with the Krill Eater. Gotten to a point where he's very, very scary. And used. Let's connect. Let's see if Tidebound can get out in time. Just in time. Everybody wait. Shiro? That is very greedy coming out from the Clinks, TPing out and actually gets himself away. Dust used a bit too late.
Oh, that's insane. Literally a split second earlier and they kill him. Could have maybe risked the Ravage on Tide, but I don't think he noticed when the TP started going, so would be very risky. Now Ace.
Want him. He's isolated all alone. He doesn't have a way to get out of this one. That is going to be a huge kill just before Roche. He doesn't have a buyback. Tidebound.
That's Roche? Yeah.
Yep.
He's basically their only front line. Without the... You can still kind of send the illusions, maybe Morty's kisses, but I don't think they can defend this Roche now.
Yeah,
Not for long, at least.
Tidebound might just decide to run at you like madmen. It's the illusion that you mentioned and how they know that this is happening. The question is, what can they do about it? Clinks, when he starts dealing damage, and it's quite a lot. Mortimer's kisses, they're coming in, raining down, escape act being used. Pretty soon those kisses will end, and there it is. You can continue 35 seconds more.
It's just very, very easy Roche, I would say, for Tidebound. And a couple of plays that were maybe a bit unnecessary from Gaimin. They left their Tide all alone on that top lane.
Very, very weird, right? A big mistake. And I get it, sometimes dying close to the enemy base is fine. Not just before the Roche is going to spawn. You just cannot allow yourself to do that.
Missing the Clink skill into a Tide Death, into a Roshan. Just a perfect series of events for Tidebound. And now we, of course, talked about the Terrorblade and what he's got. The Clinks has a full Reverence Brooch. Mjolnir going for some mobility with the Pike next. He is basically where you need your Clinks to be as a carry. Like, this is it. These are the items.
He also has his level 20 talent, so he's going to be quite tanky with extra death back health.
Yeah, serrated Shiv as well for some lifesteal with the Vampiric Enchantment.
Things are really looking solid for Tidebound right now, but let's see what they can do with the sieges.
Well, Quinn might be the target.
They do want him. There's the stun. Nullifier Gleipnir from afar. The Force Staff doesn't do anything when you're nullified, and the dead shot just to finish him off. Things are looking easy for Tidebound in the last couple of minutes. Ravage? Nothing to say. They want him dead. They will be able to get him. Tidehunter now making a huge difference, and it's time to run Shiro. Think about fighting BKB TP out is your only play at this moment. Tidebound, they did find an opening now. Bach is next on the menu again. They don't have the dust. They did have one. BKB being used. No TP available. Burrow Strike in a second. Bach, where will you go? You go out of the river, going towards where his tier 2 used to be, and now he's just juking them, taking them for a ride. The scanner will be used, but can you find it? Where's the ankles of Gaimin Gladiators?
They have a
all
ward.
of them broken. But yep, he is gonna be going under a ward. Bach now, you know where he is. They do want to catch him. Tinker from the other side,
TP?
being out. Did he really do this? Bach is just playing this tournament out of his freaking mind.
Yeah, and the tips as well. Like, will go his way, I'm sure. There you go for Mace. Like, really good plays from him. Nice little jukes to go out. But still, even with him surviving, not the worst fight, I would say. They did commit a buyback on Quinn, which is very costly, though. I feel like even without him buying back, they had that kill on Dragon Knight. But, yeah, they still committed it.
There's got to be a decent amount of gold now onto GG as everybody has a shard. 455 gold each. That is a pretty solid amount. Tinker is getting a Lincoln Sphere. That's actually quite huge. Burrow Strike and the Dragon Tail, both of those spells are going to be problematic to land.
It's just gotta... I'm not... Just have to wait for Quinn to get the BKB. I feel like the game will be a lot easier for them. Or just play with him being a bit more defensive in the backlines, because if they find him again, he doesn't have a buyback. This is very dangerous.
They're looking towards him. The Tinker is peeping in. The stun that's connect to Lupar as well. He's gonna be in so much trouble. Whittle Wonder being used as well. And also, Tinker is looking towards the wheel and he will die too. That's 2 heroes dead. Ace will be next on the menu. He just got his Ravage. If you use it now, you won't have 2 of your heroes. You won't have Ravage, but they're all together. Mortimer's kisses Watson trying with a damage block. Finally gonna be going in to save his buddy. Shiro standing his ground, finding Watson. Let's see who's gonna be the stronger carry. It seems Watson for now, but he needs to run as his BKB. It is expiring. Right? He does finish off Y, but at the cost of his own life. That Gush was a good snipe, but definitely not worth it.
Absolutely not worth it. He does not have Ravage, he does have buyback, but the problem is he's like their main high ground defense. Like the spam of Gush is probably the best that they can do. And they might...
No meta.
Yeah, no meta. You have everyone besides Y. This is 100% the push.
B, they're very good at pushing. Shiro, nothing to say. At least they lost the dragon form. Yes, Guardian Greaves.
They don't have any tier 2s, by the way, besides this one on mid lane. So that's the only side that will be taken down, at least the melee. The range does survive. But overall, a disaster for Gaimin. Not only do they lose the Ember, but they also use their Ravage afterwards, which isn't successful at all.
It's weird. I feel like Gaimin have been playing this game clean, 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 clean. Huge mistake. Then clean, 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 clean. Then another huge mistake. And it has happened over and over again. Those huge mistakes have put him in a position where now Tidebound are in an awesome spot.
Yeah, they add up. The net worth advantage, strangely enough, is not like massive from Tidebound. And when I say strangely enough, that's basically due to the Tinker, right? Like he's farming out of his mind. Of course, Malady still sitting on 15k net worth.
At that bottom lane of GG, the 2 guys, Watson and Malady, who have played together for a very long time. They're the ones keeping them afloat in terms of net worth. Everybody else is kind of struggling.
Yeah, 32k on Watson. And you could see the impact that this man can make in fights, right? Like if the Ravage connects properly, he can tear them apart, but they need something extra from their other teammates as well.
Tidehunter has 4,000 gold in his bank, so Refresher could be next on the menu, but let's see if they can do something right now. The smoke is up, Ravage as well. Watson trying to find somebody, and the Tidebound, they feel like there is something coming their way, so they will smoke as well.
Yeah, keep in mind the Tidebound, they're very close to level 25 on Shiro too. He's just got it, so now they have 25 on Klinks, 25 on Nothing to Say as well. Some really nice talents that they just got.
Went for the -9 seconds on the strafe. I have seen Tar Bomb being picked up in the past as well. I haven't seen too many this meta, but we'll see how this works out for him.
It's just a nice little DPS bonus, right?
Yeah, you pretty
Your
much have
cooldown is
no downtime.
Basically, yeah.
Lotus.
Another smoke, by the way.
Underneath the scan, instantly they know what's coming their way. There is a refresher on the Dragonite, so that's a double BKB. You're gonna have to deal with Planet on the high ground just to get away there. I did connect on him with a sleight of face. Going in, gets stunned up. Win again. Always. He's going way too deep. And next to the wheel, he will die. Now he doesn't have a buyback. The defense matrix protecting Ace. They will put the Lincoln Sphere on him as well. Instantly broken. Big Bog going in. He doesn't care about your blubber. He's just going to be taking everybody down. The ground is shaking. And GG are dying because of it. Malady, he's protecting himself. But who's going to be protecting Tofu? Bach gets a double stun as well to end the 2 supports too. And that is going to be 4 heroes dead. And an opportunity for Tidebound to push their advantage even further.
They paused the game, it looks like, but this was just such a clean fight from Tidebound. Something had to have went severely wrong for GG in their idea how this fight was supposed to happen. I know that they just got an Aghanims on the cookie lady, the Snapfire. I don't know why I forgot her name, but the Aghanims was actually in the backpack, so she needed to move a bit further move it into the inventory to maybe have a save. Maybe that was the idea, but Tofu, he just couldn't get there on time, and it was basically suicidal if he tries to follow up his Ember Spirit. So he didn't, and Ember just dies. At this point, he's been building the BKB for 15 minutes, it feels like. It's just a very sad Ember game, unfortunately, for Gwyn.
Imagine if that's their idea, that they're going to be saving the Ember with the Gobble Up. Well, it's almost impossible for a Snapfire, even with the Blink Force, to follow him that deep. But even if you do, Calling, Wheel of Wonder, Burrow Strike, too many things to too many things to just keep you at bay. I don't think that's a good plan.
Yeah, absolutely. Hard agree. It's just so hard to save anyone if you're on the side of GG. There's also a refresher DK, by the way, that we're just seeing. He has enough gold almost for an overwhelming blink on top of everything else. And luckily for GG, Roshan did not spawn that quickly. So they'll have all their heroes up to perhaps try and defend it.
Heroes and their spells. Their last couple of fights haven't been looking the greatest. What is the way for GG to fight, though, right? We have been seeing definitely a couple of examples of what not to do, but what are they supposed to do and how should they approach the fight?
If they could get like some jump on the Ringmaster, I still feel that would be the best target to blow up quickly and first, because he just brings so many saves to the table that killing anyone else fast enough is probably not possible. There's a Satanic on Clinks.
Let's see. We're sending in the Remnant, and Shiro will be getting the Aegis and everything that goes with it. The cheese is still on the ground, though. He can get that Shiro. He does get the cheese. Spotlight being used. Morty's Kisses from afar. Shiro will be eating that cheese just to be able to save his BKB.
He ate the cheese, but this is it for Gaimin. They need to move back now.
A lot of things. Don't use the Ravage. And again, it's Gwyn that's going to be caught. He's baiting in for the Ravage. Cookie to the low ground. Not enough. That's too much damage on the Dragonite from the high ground. He wants to kill Tofu as well. Great Healing Lotus being used just to survive. And now without the Ravage, he can chase forward to the Tidehunter. He's no longer a threat to anybody on the Tidebound side.
I think this might be game. Like, there's no Ravage, no buyback on the Ember, or on the Snapfire. You have everything.
But he can go forward. Bach is also level 25. He hasn't even used his Epicenter. There's the banner being used. Watson is going for a split push.
He's going for probably a throne play. That's the only thing logical here. Yep.
Well, he is going to try to do it, but he doesn't have tier 4. He's going to be losing the Tinger, who doesn't have the buyback. Same is true for the Tidehunter. The throne has been exposed, and you do not have a glyph on GG. His attempted play on Watson, the only thing he could have done is just not going to be doing anything right now. Tidebound, they were in a better position. They end the game and are now one game away from going to the grand finals.
That was such a cool performance from Tidebound. Everything that they've done in this game, like they itemized properly. That was a little bit harder to do, I would say, in this game than in some other ones. There wasn't like a clear path towards what you had to do. Like these weren't your standard builds. I really like what Fate Beyond did. Like you called it out as well. Also a little bit disconnected, I would say, on the other side, right? Like your Tinker gets a lot of farm, but your Ember is almost getting nothing at the same time. The Ravages are being used almost always when one of your teammates is gone. The Tidehunter death on the top lane that Tidebound managed to get, right? Like killing off Ace and then going straight for Rush Pit. I feel like that was one of the most crucial plays that they've done in this game.
Watson hasn't died a single time in that, but barely did 17,000 damage. Even Tofu doing more damage than him. So it's not about the KDA all the time, but he was trying to find opportunities. They just never presented themselves. Tidebound, I'm getting more and more impressed by this team. I mean, we talked about it yesterday and kind of went with, yeah, we kind of feel like they could be taking the victory. Is this game even putting you even more sure of that statement?
Absolutely. They're looking extremely strong, and I feel like they gave Gaimin everything that they usually want to get, right? They gave them the Tinker, a hero that everyone bans in the first stage. They gave them the Terrorblade that Watson is basically most comfortable on. They gave Quinn the Ember. They gave Ace the Tidehunter that he's been incredible through the tournament with. And then they just crushed them. Like, this is looking rough for Gaimin. I hope that they manage and find a way to come back to give us at least a full series, because I would really like to see this go game number 3. But if they play like this, it's not going to happen.
It is gonna be a rough one for Gaimin, especially as you mentioned, all of their best heroes have been beaten by Tidebound. Of course, they're not a one-trick pony team, and they can still strike back. Do they have what it takes to go to the grand finals? We'll find out after the break.
DRB.
the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Like a canopy, been a villain and I'm glad to be feeling this feeling, cause I had to be spending minutes since I seen the enemy and still haunted. I know they be it after me, they never catch me, they ran out of time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision that they clear. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I go with Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
Team Tidebound continued to impress. Chinese Dota definitely back here at the FISSURE Universe Episode 4. I mean, they're already top 3. very close. Securing top 2 here with Harry and Lizard. Tidebound, they did win game 1. I don't want to say it was easy for them, but even when they were losing, Lizard, I don't know if you feel the same. They never felt like they lost control.
Absolutely. There were a couple of moments where I could definitely see the way that Gaimin could execute towards victory, but it never truly connected. And I like that Tidebound, they kind of allowed Gaimin to play their own game. They didn't pressure them all that much, because if you remember, it started off well for Gaimin, right? Like they took the shrine, they pressured back. The 2 supports on Tidebound were pretty damn under-leveled, but even with those supports being under-leveled, they managed to find all the crucial moves. And I feel like that's the difference. Every move that Tidebound made connected. Meanwhile, and all of those moves connected on really important targets. Or I should say target, Quinn. Like they killed him 5 times. Every smoke, blink, calling, he's dead. And they never had the positioning to save him. So very nicely done and executed by Tidebound, especially versus Gaimin's bread and butter. Gaimin now get the first pick. Let's see if that is perhaps a bit helpful, but I feel like the gameplay itself needs to improve going into this game number 2. Maybe they're still shaken after last night. It could happen that their morale is down.
Didn't they? I think Gaimin had the first pick in the previous game as well. It was just first pick Radiant. Now it's gonna first pick
yeah,
Fire.
you're because they first picked Tinker, right? Like it was
Yep.
first pick Radiant.
And also, these games have been looking really good, Lizard. I don't know if you agree. And it's always like this in our Fissure tournaments. So guys, if you do want to follow !F in the chat, there are going to be different social media, not just the Twitch and YouTube that you are watching, but also the other ones with amazing content that we have prepared from our previous lands, and of course, that are going to be happening. We have schedules for this, next year, and 27 as well. So that's how much in the future we are looking at here. Lizard, we should be getting into the draft fairly shortly. Talk to me about let's say you're in a position of a coach of GG. They've just destroyed all of your strongest heroes, everything that you would bet on 1,000 times that you were going to win. What do you do now?
You pick the same heroes again, and you go game number 2. I don't think it was the heroes. I think it was the gameplay. I still feel it was the execution that kind of lagged from Gaimin. And you know what? Like we're talking about them like they're dropping out in group stages. This is still a top 3 team, and I'm not sure if that's where they want to be, but it's still a very solid position to be in, right? Like you already got to top 3. You should be happy with your performance in the tournament. I feel like that's another thing that is being discussed a bit more in Dota now, but it's still there. Like you end the tournament top 2, top 3, and you're considered a failure. I really don't think that's the case. Like they've been playing out of their mind.
Let me prove you wrong there. Listen, I mean, I agree with you, but let me still prove you wrong. Do you remember the runner-up of TI5? See,
sure.
If I told you who won, you would have said instantly.
Sure, I'll tell you in a second. Who TI5, the runner-up? Of course, I know that EG won, and they played versus, of course, CDC. Yeah. I just googled that.
Yeah, that's how it goes, right? That is the one that I always ask. Also in TI6 Wings, when they played versus DC, that's also a lot of people forget about the runner-ups there. It's just, for some reason, the history does not remember the second place, and that is why these players position 3, position 2 in a tournament. It is not enough. You need to be the champion.
Well, we do get the same openers, by the way, so they're not gonna stray from the heroes that they've enjoyed in that last game. On one side, the Tinker; on the other side, the Dragon Knight. I really like this, and sometimes it truly is like that. Like looking at that last game, I wouldn't say that Tidebound found all the perfect answers to what Gaimin had. I feel like Gaimin just underplayed their hand. So,
And Team Tidebound were kind of, from my perspective, overplaying their hand. It was beautiful what they were doing, how they were itemizing, especially as they do ban out the Ringmaster. So GG want to change something from the previous game.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like the Ringmaster. I feel like the biggest strength of this hero is, well, everything. He brings, if he is played by the right person, he brings so much control, and at the same time, your laning stage is not weak. And on top of that, you have all the saves that you might want from a support. So definitely a nice performance by Planet in that last game.
Sidebound, they are not changing much. They are still the Huskar. Last time around here, the Ringmaster came out, but oh no, actually the Muerta came out. Yeah, maybe they just go for it again. I mean, it worked out well for them.
Yeah, the laning stage itself was really hard though. That was one problem. Muerta also struggled a lot in when it comes to securing the levels. So probably their weakest point, even though calling was also one of their biggest strengths, I have to say. Even though Muerta, sometimes all you need is one spell from a hero, and that's exactly what Muerta was bringing to the table. That shot is great, but just bringing calling against Ember was impactful enough.
Now you're not gonna have a dead shot, but you're gonna have a kill shot. Most likely, if this is gonna be a Planet Windranger, he's the one on the team who does play it. I think they didn't want to pick the Muerta until they see what they were up against in the offlane. They might just get it now on 16-17 on Tidebound.
No, they still can go for it, right? Like, it's still definitely a viable hero, as they have a 4 Windranger, Windrunner, Beastmaster on the other side. We'll see what they pick as a support here too. We have seen some Beastmasters being rotated mid, safe lane as well. I believe this should be the ace hero regardless for Gaimin.
Watson can play it though, right? So they might just now it's the best you pick up a support, and then just on 18 you can decide what to do with the beast.
Yeah, when it comes to position 4s for Tofu that are left in the pool, let's see what they go for. I probably wouldn't have guessed that it will be a Hoodwink. This hero is becoming a bit more popular now, but still isn't played nearly as much as some other 4s.
Yeah, Gaimin are trying to bring back the blink, stun, burst you down meta with the position 4s being one of the main damage dealers. I'm fine with that. I feel like there is a place in the current meta for it.
It's not bad at all, right? Like you get a break as well on her. A lot of damage. You get some stun with pushback. So yeah, overall, the hero is still good.
Quite solid, but it is squishy, right? So you could go for something that's gonna allow you to take it down, some magic damage, something that Tidebound were lacking in the previous game. Might decide.
What about the silencer, by the way, on position 5 for Tidebound? Like maybe an option for them. Not that great into beast, I guess. But
I'm looking at their lineup and they don't have the classic "I jump you, I kill you" type. So maybe because they won't be doing it. Is this possibly support Abaddon, or are they really leaving their last pick for a 5?
I mean, if Abaddon is your carry here for Shiro, he'll be playing into a beast, right? I think maybe they're even leaving the 5 for last, yeah. Because it looks like a solid Abaddon game.
Gaimin Gladiators
Oh, damn. Okay. All right. They're stepping it up. Like, this OD was banned out in the last game and in most of the series, but it's usually banned right here. This time around, they get it a bit earlier, and it looks pretty good, right? Like, you're playing it into DK, into Abaddon, into Bristleback. No one here likes playing against the OD. What do you have to ban? Like a Puck and the Sniper, I guess.
Yeah, those are the heroes that crush you in the lane. I'm very surprised that they went Bristleback Abaddon. Really, I'm still baffled, right? Because now this Hoodwink is just an amazing pick. Whichever carry you core you connect on, they're gonna be broken, and it really does hurt them now, especially with the OD coming in. He can burst the Abaddon before he pops his ulti. You can very unexpectedly die. Beast, the Bristleback, the Dragonite as well. I'm scared for Tidebound in this game.
I guess you can only break one of the targets though,
Sure.
right? Like you can't break all of them. But yeah, absolutely. For me, it's a different thing. I feel like they're missing the follow-up on that DK stun. They do have kill shot to work with, but last game, you jump in with a DK, you have like some Sand King, you have
10 seconds
a
remaining.
lot of damage from your supports. This time around, that might not be as big of a case. And the Dragonite himself might not have that easy of a lane.
Yeah, for sure. If he is going to be in the mid lane, we never know what Tidebound they're cooking. It might be something different. It might be something that we do not
Gaimin
see.
Gladiators turn to ban.
Let's see the ban on the one carry and one offlaner. I love when this happens. I still feel Puck might be the best ban. I think it would solve a lot of problems on Tidebound. The only problem that you would be making is you'd have an Abaddon 5 then, which is pretty bad. I have to
5
say.
seconds remaining.
It doesn't look good. Is there maybe a hero that you can put with an Abaddon for a 5 Abaddon to look good? Laning stage wise, at least.
Usually it's a hero that needs a save, right? Like something like that, like your Monkey Kings and stuff, or a hero that like a TB that just needs a Sunder off. But in general, there aren't many great heroes that combo with him, as he's melee and you're playing into a Beastmaster. The moment Beast gets level 2 boars, this lane looks pretty damn dumb. So maybe still a position 5 for Tidebound. I'm not really sure, of course. I still feel that Puck would be amazing if you can just all in on it. Pick Puck and figure the rest out. Make these lanes work. Brute force them somehow.
So what do you reckon? Is this going to be an Ace Beastmaster or a Watson Beastmaster? I'm kind of thinking that Watson doesn't have too many heroes left, so Beast would make sense. Maybe that Tiny that we mentioned.
I won't mind it on offlane or on safe, because you have OD mid. I feel like your scaling into the late game is already really damn good with the OD. And OD plus Beast, I feel that they really complement each other very nicely when it comes to when they are supposed to be doing stuff on the map. So the Beastmaster is going to take over, and then OD comes into the play as well. So
Then just if you okay, so center is banned out. Darks here is okay now banned out. Thought that the Gaimin might be looking towards it.
really cool, right? Like getting that Darks here would be a nice idea. We'll see if there's another reason, or is it just because the Darks here is an amazing hero, plus you're playing it into a Beastmaster. You get yourself all those nice juicy auras that he carries.
Maybe a Mars.
But this is the reason.
Yeah.
This is the reason, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that is one. So they will be putting Ace on the Beastmaster and just playing a Watson TA. I think what they were lacking a bit was that Roche taking potential. If you get an early Ags on the Beastmaster, you just want to be taking that as fast as possible and have the vision to do it as well. And then just get this Aegis and start mowing down towers. I really like the GG draft. I think they cooked up something quite nice here.
Yep. A twist on the idea that they had in game number 1, but so many defensive tools now to work with. And you have the OD to Astral Imprisonment, you have the defensive Matrix, the refraction charges, of course, on TA, and they don't necessarily have a good way of dealing with those charges. Maybe a support that can do exactly that. Maybe just a silencer makes all these saves quite harder to actually use. Is good versus OD. You get the Aghanims eventually, if you are going for a 5 even. But I feel like, at least according to the bans from Gaimin, they're expecting something different. a mid or an offlane hero?
I really am not sure. I like a high ranged hero because Gaimin don't have amazing jump, and they've made their decision. It's gonna be a Razor. It is somewhat of a high range hero, but it does do well in the mid lane versus an OD, and it is a counter to the. It's actually a pretty good last pick.
It's a super old school counter to the OD, right? Like when this hero used to be broken, you'd see a lot of Razors being picked into him. I wonder if the recent mid lane changes make it a bit better for the Razor, because he always, like, ever since the mid lane got changed and the towers could hit you, basically you step up the ramp, two steps forward, you get hit by the tower, so you can't follow him for way too far to get that damage, but it still should be a solid Razor game, and it will be Abaddon position 5, by the way, in the end. So Abaddon and Dragonite lane. I really want to see how that one is going to go. Like 2 melees into a Beastmaster plus Hoodwink. I feel like Hoodwink should do quite well in the lane.
Yeah, those bushwhacks are gonna be pretty easy to hit, and I mean generally the Hoodwink will be doing a decent amount of damage. Do you start with the Orb of Blight in this lane? Is that just the way to go, just to harass them as much as possible?
I feel like it wouldn't be that bad to eventually get it even. Maybe you just straight up go for it. Depends. Some players go for Blight, some go for more stats, more region. I feel like when you're playing versus 2 melees, you really need more region. Like you can actually stand back, and we'll see. We'll see what he goes for. In any case, yeah, no Blight.
That's fine, I guess. So, how does this look to you now with the Razor coming back? Is that the pick that you think turns it around, gives a decent chance to Tidebound?
I think Tidebound have a really strong BKB timer that they have to use. If these BKBs drop down low and they didn't accomplish a lot on the map, I feel like that Gaimin can take over. You have an OD on the other side, of course, so eventually this hero just becomes beastly. You have a TA as well. Not too many ways of dealing with the Watson TA. This was a pretty damn good last pick.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see if it does work out. So, how do you feel about the position 5 Abaddon? What are you going to be skilling up? And is it still going to be the Curse of Avernus that is an important spell to you, or do you think we're going to be seeing the Mist Coil, which is pretty much a spell that has been forgotten on the hero?
He went for the Quickening, by the way, which is also interesting. No Mephitic Shield. So the Quickening is the way that he's gonna play this one. Kinda interesting. When it comes to what he's gonna skill, I'm not sure. I think Aphotic Shield still should be the play. Like you're playing into... what's he gonna even be playing into? Into a Beast plus Hoodwink, so Aphotic Shield probably the way to go for. You don't... Do you need the Mist Coil here? Like in this particular lane, Dragonite will have a lot of region on his own, and you just need to trade hits, right? So maybe even a level of passive. I'm not 100% sure. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what Y does do. I'm a big fan of the Mist Coil. Back in the day, even in Dota 1, I loved to play Abaddon, the healer, right? But yeah, the way it's done nowadays. How do you feel about the matchup in the mid lane here? As you mentioned, an OG OD counter back in the day, but is it still the case?
I feel like it's not as big of a case, and Quinn should do a bit better here. We'll see. They had to dig deep to find this Razor pick. I think that OD has some extra tools to work with right now. Deals a lot of damage as well. As you can see on the mid lane already, the trades are going in Quinn's favor, for now at least. Once level 3 hits, your static link does become an issue, of course.
I still remember it back in the day. The passive of the Razor, when you use a spell on him, it slows you down. Then you use the static link onto the OD. He astrals you, gets slowed down to a crawl. You take away all of his damage and just crush him in the lane. Here, right now, nothing to say. Maybe he remembers that time, but right now he is being pressured by Quinn. Quite a lot at that.
Yeah, you don't really have the same slow that you used to, so it looks much better for Quinn.
Is under attack.
He's preventing him from farming quite a lot underneath the tower. Nothing to say, we'll only get the 2 creeps out of 5 that were there. There will be another wave though, and again, annoyed.
Yeah, absolutely. This mid lane probably after the last game is the most interesting lane to watch, but there's stuff happening on top. On top lane, of course, it's Tinker again. And yeah, it's Tinker again. You think you've got him, and then you don't. Maledich has been using a couple of these March of the Machines already. They are blocking his small camp at least, so he cannot farm all too much and pull.
They are trying to farm here, but generally, so far, GG have been doing well on all 3 of their lanes. Not really shutting down completely their opponents, but definitely coming out ahead.
Yeah, very similar to the last game, right? Like they came out on top in the laning stage, but what happened later was a bit different.
And it's so easy to play a Tinker when you have a TA on your side, because you don't have to be thinking, oh, am I going to be shoving out the wave? No, the TA is fine with shoving out the wave. She even does it herself quite a lot with the side blade, so you can just use the March whenever the hell you feel like it.
Yeah, look at he's doing exactly that. He goes between the tier 1 tower and the TA, uses the March, goes back to pull. And what's really cool about this hero as well is, like, you can't stop him from pulling that easily. He uses March, pushes in, and then you to stop him, you need to run through the March and take a lot of damage.
I don't know about you, listeners, but I'm a big nerd for the way the Chinese players are playing Dota. And I feel like Tidebound are bringing in some of the classic Chinese approaches to the game. Slow, different items, just tactically preparing for 30 plus minutes into the game to win versus your opponents. I've really been enjoying them.
In Tidebound, I would say, are playing maybe even faster than some other teams, but they always wait for that one crucial timing like they did in the last game.
Yep.
And then they go in and fight. What's the crucial timing here, though? That's my question. Will Shiro be going for the standard DK mid build or safe lane build? Because they don't really have any other initiation possible on their sides, right? Like, you have Shackle Shot and that's it.
I don't think that you get a blink first, though. That's probably not going to be happening.
Considering he went for Frost Dragon, I'm expecting some Mjolnir build as well. But that's one thing that I'm seeing that they are missing.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tofu did get kind of low. He has the Healing Lotus and the Fairy Fire, so really isn't close to dying. The Abaddon did get the Mist Coil, so no points in passive. Maybe even ignores it until later portions of the game.
Maybe completely, right? This is still a hero that can eventually get an Aghanims. And looking at these games, position 5s have been given a lot of space recently, so they usually do find their Ag Scepters. Wouldn't mind seeing that at all. One thing, once again, that I am seeing is missing from Tidebound are stuns. Like, the ease of execution might definitely be on GG's side this game.
Roar, Bushwhack, and especially a Bushwhack versus 3 melee heroes plus a Razor. Razor likes to get all close and personal, so even though he's a ranged hero, his positioning is usually in tune with what melee heroes do.
Yep, absolutely. Bach resorting to creep skips a little bit at this point. You aren't even able to last it in this lane versus the TA, so understandable.
Trying to find ways to be useful. Astral was used.
Look at Watson.
And that is gonna be the rune. Watson is coming over. He wants something to say through the shield rune. They're going for a Bushwhack. Did connect. Innocence heading over. Has the Aphotic shield, and Watson has gone too far. Kill shot onto all 3 of them. Almost finishing up the backlines as well. That would have been so cool if he got it, but either way, it is gonna be a big fight. Beautiful Bushwhack. The position 4s are connecting their spells beautifully, but in the end, it is gonna be Tidebound that come out ahead.
Dude, why is just a god? Like, this is basically how you want your position 5 Abba to play every game. Like the moment, even before they went on the Razor, he's already TPing in. He's already in the right position to use that aphotic shield and save him. One of the main reasons why they turned that fight, of course. Maybe a bit overly aggressive from GG, considering how hard they're winning their lanes. Sometimes it's like you don't have to keep beating a dead horse. You can just continue on your own way.
See,
Maladich.
fighting for the shrine. He's gonna be using the repair bots, and Planet just standing his ground. Laser. It's something that can kill Planet quite easily. He's gonna be hiding in the trees and not gonna be hiding well enough. Maladich will die. Bach will get revenge for his fallen laning buddy, and then he will be the one to get the extra experience.
Yeah, but Maladich already got a lot, right? Like from that solo kill. So did he get the shrine? He didn't. Did he get a lot of experience? He still did. Almost level 5.
We're kind of used to the Tinker having a good time. That's just the given at this point. Really, Bach and Shiro, both of them are struggling compared to the course of GG.
The problem with Bach in this game is like the CS. It's hard for him to go in the lane versus TA and just get last hits, especially with the Tinker being there. So he's only got 17 right now. It's like you see that he's in the lane, he's playing the lane, he's not zoned. Bot lane. He might go on Shiro here.
Roar being used, Bushwhack is available. Be waiting for it, and yeah, he used it previously, so now it's just gonna be the right clicks. Without the Abaddon in the vicinity, it's just way too easy to kill him.
Yeah, he actually didn't have a TP this time around. He used it for that mid lane, so no TP to use the aphotic shield. If he had it, of course, nothing to say. Shiro probably doesn't even die there.
Planet trying to kill a career will be able to do it, and that is going to be Blade of Alacrity gone. Why? In some trouble, Bushwhack did connect. He's going to have the aphotic shield, and it's fine. Tofu has gone too far. Nothing to say. His rotation somewhat successful, but that is still only a support that you take down.
Tofu are... nothing to say, play that extremely well. Like he TP'd in and hid behind the trees, waiting for Tofu to actually go for that play. He read him like a book. That was very well done by him.
Still got close to Y dying, and Planet now in the mid lane wants some experience. It's quite dangerous to get close to the OD.
Yeah, how's our boy Quinn doing actually? When it comes to the net worth, he's really not ahead. Like he's not ahead of the Razor or the DK, but he's doing all right. He's finding his farm, has power threats, double nully, going for a 4-staff next. We'll see. The 4-staff, Witchblade, Ags probably is the build. I'm not really sure what he's gonna go for.
Well, he is gonna be looking towards the bottom lane. Let's see. Dragonite is a pretty viable target. Smoke was used in the mid lane, but I'm not sure they're gonna be here in time. TP is coming in, nothing to say, gonna be coming over to help as Dragonite gets stored immediately. Shiro also gets the stun off. Hammer is available. Quinn wants to use it, but the shackle shot, he positions himself so well that it does not connect even with so many trees around. Nothing to say, going in, gonna get Astral. They don't have anything. He's gonna be dropping the hammer. Nothing to say, doesn't care much about it. Now he's gonna be carrying with Maladich. Maladich is gonna be doing way too much. Repair bots. Too powerful to go forward, nothing to say. Now he has the aphotic shield onto him. They're looking towards the Planet Wind Ranger. Windrun, in these circumstances, not going to be helping you. Tidebound, they cannot find the hero kill. GG, positioning way too well.
Yeah, they just couldn't find into the March. I feel like that was the biggest issue. Keep in mind that they didn't even commit onto the DK. They probably thought that Y was there, but he wasn't. He was the one hero that didn't TP. He just ran there in smoke. I feel like they had a chance to kill off the DK, but the bluff itself kept them away. Still, a really good fight for them. They take down the tower. I love Ace's itemization. The fact that he went for Helm of Dominator and is going for Helm of Overlord and not Aghanim's, because this makes him a much bigger foe at this point for Tidebound.
Annoying to play versus it at this point in the game. Quinn, second he uses an Astral, he becomes a target, but should be fine for now. And with Tinker TPing in, whenever you see a Tinker, you just need to bail. These tier 1s have to fall.
No, I'm not sure what the play here is. They will wrap behind. How do you defend this?
He does have his level 6, hasn't skilled it up just yet. Bushwhack connects, instantly removed. But the tower is being targeted. That's what they came for.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, you don't defend it. That is the answer. Tidebound. They can't do anything.
Their team fight is much stronger in this game on Gaimin. They have the team fight. They also, when you look at Tidebound, they don't have this Sand King that can stand in front and hold the line. They have a pretty malnourished Bristleback. Not a Blade Mail on him even completed, so he can't really join these fights. Like, he cannot afford himself to die again, or to die at all.
He just doesn't really have all that much mana to work with, so even his farm is going to be very, very slow. Astral onto the Dragon Knight. Nobody else is here, so this is just going to be Quinn trying to force out some reactions.
Yeah, he's just messing with his farming pattern as well. I feel like that's another thing that he's doing here.
Well, now he does have help of the supports. The Bushwhack being used. Sharpshooter is now available. Level 6 Hoodwink.
Yep. They're not making... Like, the way I can tell if they're really committing or not is if Ace is connecting or not. Like, he's their main damage dealer, main control, main everything at this point in the game. OD and TA, they're still not there yet. You gotta wait a bit. Even though Watson, by the way, is farming really damn well as well. This TA has the D-Lance and the Blink. Might join at any moment now.
Yeah, yesterday we saw GPK go instantly for a Deso. Watson going for the a little bit more standard Blink Dragonlance. Of course, he will be getting a Deso at some point. We'll see if it's gonna be Deso first or a Shard. Either one works.
And it's a Pike as well, right? Like, you're playing versus the Razor versus the Dragon Knight. The game is a bit different, so the optimization is as well from Watson.
Headbound. And they are going to be losing their Bristleback on the bottom lane. 2 heroes, more than enough to take him down. Roar, Sharpshooter, and then the kill.
The moment Ace joins is the same moment they get these kills. It's basically how it works with Beast that goes for Overlord, and that's on top of the net worth as well.
You wanted to see a Maelstrom Mjolnir on the Dragon Knight? That's going to be the way to go for Shiro, but I'm starting to be afraid for Tidebound, right? Because how do you delay this game once the timings of GG do come up? I'm not sure that you do have the means to do so.
I agree. Like, one thing that I'm seeing is no way of playing the game on your own terms. Like, they truly do not have a proper way of initiating, so it's going to be... I don't know. They have to become innovative in these next fights. Like, I'm waiting to see how they smoke. Like, and if they even try smoking and making a play.
Innovation is pretty important. I mean, they showed it in the previous one. Also, that is why Fissure is one of the better tournament operators, because they are bringing new things to the table. !F in the chat, guys. Follow our social media. All of the content is there. You are 100% going to be enjoying it. We are back in this game where GG have a 6k goal lead, a night and day difference. I mean, the game kind of looks similar to the previous one in a sense that it's slow, not too many kills, but GG are getting just so much out of the map.
They're getting so much out of the map because they're feeling safe to play this game very separated. TA on top, OD on mid, these 3 heroes taking the Tormentor. Like, what exactly do you do if you're Tidebound? Like, what is the play? I'm not seeing it at the moment. Especially because there is no blink on DK. It's really hard to make a correct play here. He has to use his ulti here. Yeah.
And Astro will be up in 2 seconds, but Quinn doesn't want to go forward. That is a solid spell that you just forced out. Planet TPing in. Right now, what they're doing is just protecting their tier 2, which really isn't going to be that easy without the glyph.
Yeah, with the Tinker connecting eventually. There are no march of the machines just yet, but once he's here, the tower probably will just fall.
They will have a glyph in a couple of seconds. Would love to use it here just to delay it at least a little bit if they can get it up, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be allowed. The chase is going to be happening. Nice removal on the bushwhack, but of course there's an Astral, and well, the poor Wind Ranger will just get deleted by GG.
Yeah, they're waiting for, I'm not sure what, on the other side. Is this actually going to be a high ground push after the tier 2, by the way? Probably
Especially
not, right?
If Y
a bit
dies, why not? Meld Strike onto the high ground. There were a couple of misses there that allow Y to survive. Also had a full wand.
It's probably the hardest thing that you could do right now as GG, because you can choose what you want to be doing on this map, and high ground would probably be the worst. Maybe just go for the other tier 2s and then rush. Like, looking at the items that are coming from Tidebound, BKB Razor is definitely the most impactful one that they need to get.
BKB Razor, shard on the bristleback, sharpshooter being charged up, Abaddon broken, pops his ulti instantly, and runs himself away. Nicely done by Y. A shot, Tinker has been caught. There is an Astral to save him if need be. Right now they're trying to kill this creep, and even that is going to be hard to do. Astral was used, and now they leave Malady alone. They have a 4-step to get him out. Healing Lotus also being used. Shackle Shot, another one will connect. Planet getting close. The bushwhack will not allow him to do much. Y comes over to remove that bushwhack and kill Shot just a little bit.
Dude, was that on purpose or a misclick? What do you think? Because the dragon is pretty damn big. It's easy to miss.
I'm gonna say on purpose, because Quinn is an amazing player and he doesn't make mistakes.
Okay, yeah, sure. Because that looked ballsy as hell if it was on purpose. Your Tinker is dying, meanwhile the ancient black dragon is dying. Better save the dragon. It worked out, I mean.
It's a lot of gold, right? I mean, sure, Tinker is a lot of gold as well. Roche being targeted, scan was used. TPs are coming in. Tidebound are thinking about protecting this one. Power shot flies through. They will see what's going on. And Quinn just posturing aggressively there on top of a trap. So pretty much protected by it. Planet runs away. Windrun will allow him to survive. But this is just, even with only 5 kills, it's just looking way too easy for GG. Planet has been found. Astral does connect. Where's the rest of the team? Watson getting close. GG, they still need some time to come over. Aquatic Shield will be keeping him alive. Shackle Shot. Oh, he ate the tree there, Quinn.
They do have the BKB, by the way, on the Razor. They have Mjolnir as well.
Let's see what he can do. Blade Mail being popped by Ba. Going through the side. Quinn has been found. He's not the one with the Aegis. You want to take him down. He's going to need to Astral himself. Nothing to say. With the BKB, he's just being destroyed. At least he did bring down Quinn. Now looking towards A. They want him down as well. The roar was already used and not too much avail. Planet gets out just in time. Now the Aphotic Shield. Y is just doing an amazing job just keeping everybody alive. They're going to have a stun. How do you protect Watson? You have to do it right now. There's Shackle Shot on two of them, and they will have a follow-up stun. They just have to go through the defense matrix, and Shiro is just doing way too much damage. Now it's time to finish them all off. And Tofu running away. This is the squishiest stun in all. He will be finding an Invis Rune pushed back by strong winds. And Tofu really won't care about it that much, but with the sentry being on the ground, now he is going to be caring about it. With Bach finishing him off, that boomerang not enough to finish off Innocence, and what a fight for Tidebound. They wiped them.
I just can't believe what just happened. That was absolutely insane. The way they played them, the Shackle Shot, these 4 Aphotic Shields from Y, of course, doing massive work. Look at Razor even. Like, he just instantly died. The man moves in. Okay, they do trade a Razor for DOD, but still, that's a BKB Razor that dies. And you still have an Aegis advantage here, but it just didn't work out. Planet's positioning was impeccable as well. Like, if he doesn't connect this on the Tinker, exactly on the Tinker, I believe they don't take any more kills here. Because of the defensive matrix and everything, just March of the machines being spammed.
It was beautiful. Really, it was beautiful what they did through and through in that fight. And it just, I think that fight even showed them what they need. They're going to be needing some extra armor on the Razor. as time goes on, just to be able to go for those aggressive plays even more confidently. But despite it all, it is still a 7k gold lead for GG. So still the ones in control.
Well, I would say they are in the control of net worth. They're not really in the control of the game. At least the way that looked. I'm not even... Like, if I was playing this game, I'd feel very comfortable being GG. It looked like they had everything. But, yeah, they got punished real hard in that fight.
I'm still looking at it as they didn't lose a single tower. They've taken down 5 towers thus far. 7k gold ahead. They haven't hit their timings the strongest just yet. Second Roche is where you want to be really crushing the opponents with the TA lineup. So I'm thinking they're still good, right?
Yeah, they're getting some big items as well. Sure, they're 8k ahead now. You have the AC being queued up by Beast, which will be massive for Watson. As long as they can keep the OD alive, I feel like he can be a defensive tool as well. He's got the Pike now to work with against the Razor, so should be a bit simpler for him to move away.
Nice Tumbler Stoy from Tofu, saving his life. That Gale Force would have been a problem.
Here we go, they're smoking up. What's their initiation though? Once again, they don't truly have it. It has to be Shackle Shot, which isn't easy.
Best one for sure. They were thinking about going towards the bottom lane, but now mid lane is where they want to go. Tofu show himself, and that is an opening. Gale Force Staff tries to get away. Not going to be happening now when the stuns connect. It is going to be a dead squirrel and the tower to follow.
Has fallen.
The Shackle Shot might have not been the best one, but it was sufficient. Taking him out. By the way, Vessel, the item of choice for Planet. Very interesting. Like, he went for Shard into Vessel this game. Versus Tinker, of course, it's very nice. If Beast was going for Aghanims, it would have been even better. But, of course, he does not do that. Not too bad into TA as well, by the way, the Vessel.
That can be quite annoying to play against. The Beastmaster is approaching his AC, though, right? Only needs, like, 800 gold. I think that makes it very easy for this TA to mow down heroes even through the... through the BKBs. I don't see them as really helping the DK or the Razor too much, especially once that AC is up.
Yeah, and it really wasn't the problem in the last fight as well, right? Like, Watson killed off the Razor even without the AC this time around. The targets will most likely just melt. Tidebound, they are getting the first form of initiation on Shiro. He's got that blink in a second, I believe, after this creep camp. Yep.
I like that. A lot of the DKs in the late when they're playing carry, they don't buy the blink. They feel like they don't need it, and then we're seeing that they're positioning issues in terms of doing the damage in fights. I really do like this. Jumping the OD is very, very important as well.
Yeah. In some games, maybe you can afford not to go blink. In this game, absolutely not. Someone needs to do that work. Someone needs to do the heavy lifting and start things off for you.
Tormentor will be coming back fairly soon. I think they killed it at like 15:30. Be seeing it up again. Let's see who's gonna be the lucky one. Will it be the Tinker or the OD who gets the shard?
Actually, Tinker once again very close to Quinn's net worth. By the way, Melodies. I mean, it's to be expected from Tinkers. They just farm so damn much.
But it's still Quinn is having a bad game, and I feel like an OD pick here was quite good. Like him to be stronger. Smoke towards the bottom lane. Gonna be a bit late. Maybe around the mid lane they can find someone, and this Quinn gets himself in the shard. Solid shard.
It's not the worst. Yeah, it's solid. Not the worst shard for sure. They smoked up on the other side, but they couldn't go through the twin gate. They smoked and they scanned and saw that they were being waited for.
Melody already. Gonna be using another defense matrix. Does look like he's gonna be in trouble, but there's the Astral. He can move Shiro. Taking some hits from the OD. Nothing to say. Now because the OD went there, he's probably gonna die. Nothing to say. Uses the Manta to dodge the attack from Watson that most definitely would have taken his life. Now Ace is next on the menu. The roar was already used. Bog going in. He needs to turn his back, but even with his back turned, he still gets taken out. Watson isolated. Shiro every single time is allowed to do whatever he wants in these fights. All 3 cores gone.
Man, they're just outplaying them. This is basically it. The smoke, they didn't go towards the Tormentor. They knew that they were too late. Instead, they strike the first target that popped on the map that showed itself, and that was the Tinker. Quinn, it was a nice save on the Tinker, but if you are the one saving, who saves you? You know, like the Tinker cannot do as much. And this meant that proving to be very useful. Of course, versus the TA, it's always good. Just for, like you said, dodging some hits, but also hitting her. And then the aphotic shield from Y saving his life. Very nicely done. I'm just not sure, like, how are they even doing this? These team fights from Tidebound are so damn clean. They always find a way to take down the OD even before he uses his ulti. Like, the last 2 team fights, I don't think we've seen Sanity's Eclipse at all. It wasn't used.
Yeah, he's not doing it. Quinn, not sure how to find his place in this game, and right after he got that shard, instantly once again gets taken out. GG, they have to go for a smoke, secure that they do control the Roche area.
Let's see, they're going in. Onto the high ground, it's hard.
And hairball, just keeping them away, the Gale Force as well.
Yeah, just perfect defensive move from Tidebound. But Roche will fall extremely quickly. It's an ODTA.
That's not going to be lasting for long. Watson getting the second Aegis into his pockets. Didn't really help him last time around though.
Yeah, mid lane Shiro, the trap caught him. Maybe they can... It's hard, right? Yeah.
Very, very hard. Gonna be going on to the OD again. Quinn is gonna be in trouble, but a Force Staff saves his life. If that Shackle Shot had connected, we'd be seeing a much different situation.
Yeah, they just have a Pike on the OD, the Force Staff on the Hoodwink, Pike on the TA. They have so much mobility out of their heroes just to save the OD in the end. I guess it does change once he gets an Aghanims, right? Like, they can't really kill him off that quickly anymore.
Why is baiting here? The EK form should be going down in like 1/3 of a duration. There's the Astral. Oh, gonna be looking towards him. Has the Ghost Scepter, should be fine. Tribe's Trooper almost kills him, and finally he will be popping his ulti and surviving.
They messed up, right? Like, it was the Bushwhack plus axes. They brought down a 3. So he manages to get away because of it. Like, one of the reasons.
At least the last outer tower, I guess. And they're going for a push.
Let's see if this is actually possible, yeah? No DK form, no TP on Razor. DK will be TPing back at least.
And nothing to say. Just gonna be running back to the base. The push continuing. Banner still up. Also gonna be cutting the wave in the mid lane to make sure that the other waves are gonna be shoved in.
Now, right now, I feel like they do have what it takes to stand their ground, right? Like, you have this Bristle who can be up front. Also, Razor can spam Plasma Field. You have Kill Shot to work with.
Oh, they smoked underneath the trap.
Right on top of it.
Right on top of enemy vision. Let's see how aggressive they're gonna go. They're gonna be running into a lot of traps as well. Dragon Knight has a nullifier. Really big.
Yep. Really big. Nullifier on him and Lincoln's, by the way, on the Razor. So, some crucial items coming out.
This is the roar. He still in a good position to fight here. We'll find a haste. That's gonna be helping the Razor in the fight 100%. But I do feel like right now GG can just start shoving in the top lane, and Tidebound are gonna have to respond.
Yeah, they're doing exactly that. Nothing to say actually TPing behind the trees.
to try to go in. Quinn is in a position that you can target him. You don't have the glyph. Now you won't be having Lane or Rax either. Gale Force being used. Lincoln's popped. Nice Lotus Sword though. Nothing to say. He's doing that much with the damage is being given away. Roar to disengage and GG. He will hold Aegis for another 2 minutes. Can go for another push if they want to.
That was a really cool play. Like, usually teams, when they see a smoke, they would position themselves to wait for it. Instead, they just push, knowing that it's going to take way too much time for Tidebound to go around and get to them. A very, very cool play from GG.
They're doing a good job, and I'm liking that they're making the game be on their own terms. Because what has been happening quite far in the series is they have always reacted to what Tidebound are doing, even when they're super far ahead. And it's happened in this game on the top lane especially. So I like that they just stood their ground and went for the play.
It's also really hard for Tidebound to make any plays. Like, you have one Blink Stun Initiator, and that's your carry, so... That also needs to be said, but of course GG have been doing a really good job too.
Razor is level 20 though, so that really does increase his damage output a lot. Dragonite 20 as well. Those are some big talent timings, really.
You have a good ward here, good vision on the cliff.
Now they're going to be revealing that vision. They're all being used. The silence there for a second. Goes after to protect himself.
Shiro?
Found onto the OD. They do have a nullify shackle shot. Everybody moves away and he gets the astral off. Roar was used. Shiro instantly purged. He wants to go forward. Quinn has the force staff closer to the river and he will be fine for now. Now the hammer will be dropped. Finally, they do bring down the DK and that is the opportunity to go forward. Why? Next on the menu, he still has his ulti, so can delay this a bit longer when it comes to surviving, but I don't know how you turn it around. Hawk. Think about making it happen, and he can't do it. There it is. Swashbuckle, Bushwhack, Hawk. Kill.
Yeah, straight onto the high ground. There's a glyph, but there is no DK for 40 seconds. This is next to impossible to defend.
Especially without your BKB on the Razor as well. Makes it even more impossible to go for it. Glyph, no DK, Gale Force being used. Just 5 heroes to GG. Only have 3. Watson focusing on the Raxes. They're gonna be gone. Nice shackle shot. Doesn't change a damn thing. Quinn comes in with the Astral just to buy a bit more time. And GG are not done. Bushwhack connects. He's turning his front towards Watson, which makes him an easy target.
Yeah, this could be Megas even. There's no glyph, right? So no DK for 5 more seconds. The question is, will they force it or move back?
Say, this is the Manta going in. GG are not sure if they should continue with this one. The Gale Force keeping it in place. It's now or never. Tidebound have to go and do something, but you're going to be running into traps. You have to stay in your base.
Yeah, that's a 17k advantage now. Yeah, much safer to move back, right? Like, go back, use this gold that you've just been given or that you just earned, get some BKBs up. Just a massive win for GG. This could be game. I'm not really seeing a way back into for Tidebound, even though they have shocked me before. Like, this game, for me, should have looked like this all the time. The fights that Tidebound won, I feel like they won just off of sheer talent. Like, they had some incredible team fights, but it's so much easier to play if you're GG, as long as you can reset on the OD. And they have found all the ways to do that. The Glimmer Capes, the Force Staffs, you save Quinn, and then he just destroys them with Sanity's Eclipse.
Also, there's now a Hex on the OD. The Hoodwink is working towards a Hex of her own. And of course, the BKBs of Tidebound are getting low. They have 1 7-second, 1 6-second BKB. Or 2 7 seconds, 1 6-second BKB. Pretty much hard to do anything when you do not have those high charges.
Yeah, and keep in mind that as one team's BKBs are running out, or I should say running low, the other team just started picking them up. Like, your Beastmaster is queuing it up, your TA, I believe, just completed the BKB as well. So, yeah, the win probability, I truly feel it reflects the state of the game.
Shard onto the Beastmaster. Gets better than on the Tinker. He's not even going to be getting too close to use the Warp Flare if need be. Refresher on the Razor. I feel like that could maybe be an item that can change things. And he is getting relatively close to it. It still needs like 1,000 gold, I think.
It's basically the only thing that I feel might change things drastically for Tidebound. I still don't think it's like this absolutely game-winning item, but it gives them some solutions, some plays at least.
Sure. You have so many heroes that you have to think about. Tinker, you would want to burst him. Odie, you would want to burst him. DA, you cannot allow her to just attack freely. She's going to be killing every single one of you. Too many things to think about if you're Tidebound, and really not enough ways to deal with it.
Yeah, this is a cool one, by the way. Bristle with the Pyrrhic Cloak. So,
Yep.
Another item that can catch you off guard if you aren't truly careful.
Yeah, I'd like to see that for sure. But who do you use it on? If you use it on the OD, he's gonna notice and astral himself. Is there a target you think would be good?
I mean, that's a very correct statement, right? Like, the OD should see it. The TA as well isn't that great to be used on. We'll see. Bah always finds a way, I feel like, in these games.
OD is approaching his Aghanim Scepter, and he has the Refresher Shard. So imagine if you had to deal with an OD with an Aghanims and the Refresher. Like, how would you even get this guy down? But they don't seem like they're gonna be waiting. They want to end this right here and now.
Yeah, they have the second Lotus now on Ace as well.
Refresher is done. We talked about it at by the way. Notice it's gonna be returned to him. Astral used as well, nothing to say. Using his spells, Refresher going forward. He's gonna do his best to do as much damage as he can. And Quinn is dropping low. Shackle shot as well onto the 2-course. Hammer is gonna be dropped. He does have Refresher. He can do another one, but nobody has died on GG, and they did bring down the Razor. His back coming forward, but even from the back, he's not gonna be able to survive long enough. Abaddon protecting himself with the Ghost Scepter. Another hammer will drop on his head, not killing him. It does look over, however, Lizard. It is a 5 versus 3 scenario.
Yeah, straight on to the last set of Raxes. Mega creeps. A certainty now and straight into the throne, right? Nothing stopping them. No buyback on Razor, no buyback on Bristle. This just might be game.
Well,
definitely looks that way.
GG, they want to equalize the series. They want to be one step closer to going to the grand finals as well. Ogre still told him to run away, but running away from your tier 4s and the throne will not be winning the game for you. Things are looking great. GG here in game 2. Hex used on the DK. Body shield was already used, but he has another one. Nullifier return. Those Lotus Orbs really coming in handy. When you have this much of a lead, it really isn't hard to outplay your opponents, and that will be a 1-1. We are into a decider to see who's going to be going up against BetBoom in the grand finals.
Yep. I feel like both of these teams have an unfortunate state that it's going to game number 3 because they're going to be more tired going into the finals, right, when it goes the full stretch. At the same time, Gaimin, of course, very happy to still stay in the tournament. And I'm happy as well that we're going to finally see game number 3 out of these two teams. I feel like it would be very sad if Gaimin dropped out after game number 1, as I did believe that they have more in their tank. This second game, though, they had a good draft for sure on Gaimin, but I have to state once again that Tidebound, they overcooked. I feel like this position 5 Abaddon with this tricore that they had was really difficult to execute. Like, they just didn't have any plays. You could see that. How many smokes did they even use early on? I feel like maybe 1. They just waited for a game and to make the plays, and they chilled on their side of the map, and that's it. Like, Gaimin were in full control. Whenever they wanted to go for Aegis, they went for it. Whenever they wanted to take an objective, they'd go for the objective. Meanwhile, Tidebound were just waiting, always waiting for that one extra item that would allow them to fight. Like, you're waiting for a blink on DK to initiate with, but your DK is a position 1, so it's really hard to get there. They tried some innovative measures, the gale force on the Planet Wind Ranger, like to be like their main way of going in. You don't need the blink if they're running towards you, right? But that's just so hard to execute with. They're so damn talented as well that they managed to win some fights, especially the one against the First Ages, where they took it and won the fight. I was absolutely shocked that they managed to win that one. But in the end, of course, Gaimin, they do take it, they even it out. Very well deserved.
When you are cooking up those drafts, sometimes it just doesn't work out, and Gaimin Gladiators are, I don't want to say a strong enough team, a powerful team that is not going to allow that to go unpunished. With that, one more game remains. Is it going to be tie-bound? Is it going to be GG in the grand finals of the FISSURE Universe Episode 4 versus BetBoom? We'll find out in the next game after the break.
couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter.
The lower bracket final, Game 3 between Tidebound and Gaimin Gladiators is upon us here with Harry and Lizard in the FISSURE Universe Episode 4. Today is the last day, and this is the series that will decide who will be facing off versus BetBoom. Game 1 to Tidebound, Game 2 to GG. Lizard, talk to me a little bit about momentum in the series. From your professional career as a player first, then as a caster, I don't want the exact stats. I just want your gut feeling. Who wins the series more often? The team that wins game 1 or the team that wins game 2?
You don't want to hear my exact stats. They're sad, but usually the team that wins game 2 has the momentum, right? But it all depends. It's kind of like the momentum is on their side, but it depends how you won the game, what happened. And for me, I definitely wouldn't be surprised if Gaimin finally come out on top. Specifically because I feel like Quinn finally got a breath of fresh air in the last portions of that last game, because he was having a really bad series up to that point, and then suddenly he starts making moves, starts turning it around. But in general, after watching game 1 and 2, Tidebound looked like a stronger team, because they, even when the game is, for me, almost impossible, they find the right ways to make some plays, to come back in it. So I'm expecting Tidebound to switch up their draft significantly going into game number 3 and to maybe have a better shot. But keep in mind, Gaimin, they had a very good opening in game number 1. The laning stage was all theirs. In game number 2 as well, it wasn't only the laning stage, the scaling was on their side as well. So we'll see. Both teams deserve to be in the grand finals. So I don't have a clear favorite, but Tidebound looking a bit stronger.
Yeah, Tidebound are looking quite good, but we saw it in the previous game. Lizard, also that strength comes with some risks, right? And the risk is that you put yourself in a really tough spot. Are you petting your dog or your cat?
No, I have one of those old school heaters, so I was turning it off. It was getting a little bit too hot here.
I thought we were gonna be getting a friend on stream, but no such luck. Ringmaster banned out in the first phase. GG are very much afraid of that hero, it seems.
I mean, they lost to it versus multiple teams now, right? And it did look great in all of the series. Whenever Tidebound play it, whenever BetBoom plays it, this hero looks amazing. So good that they ban it out. And every time I see Gaimin open up with an AA, I have a feeling there's a chance for a Quinn Huskar to come true.
Speaking of Quinn, I don't know if you're noticing that every single time that the game is starting, that he's taking his jacket off. I don't know if it's cold in his apartment or if he's leaving it, but kind of unsure how he's always in a jacket inside.
Maybe warms up, just between the games, warms up a little bit. I don't know if you were like that. I was similar. No matter how warm it is, like playing in a LAN booth or even competitively online, I felt like I get cold through the game just from adrenaline or something. I don't even know how it works. But
my hands
one side,
cold. My hands are
yeah.
cold.
Yeah,
pretty rough one. So I like when players are given the hand heaters. I didn't see any of them having them privately though here on GG.
Yeah, like they're definitely useful. But what's also useful is to snatch the TA away from Gaimin. Like Team Tidebound will be taking it as needs to be said as the first pick. Darkseer still left in the pool. A lot of heroes that are good against her left in the pool. Ace, a very comfortable on player on Darkseer, so it might be an option for them to pick it up, but they don't have the first pick of the second stage. So Tidebound, they have one ban and one pick to protect the TA with.
Yep, and you also can pick a Darkseer for yourself, or you might just ban it out. We'll see what the verdict will be. But Tidebound have usually, in this time of the draft, just banned out the Huskar. I would be surprised if they don't continue the trend.
Mm-hmm. Keep in mind that they did play Slardar before with the PA, and Slardar and TA as well is a very nasty combo. So Tidebound, they have that in store as well for them. It just reminded me with the Lycan ban, right? So down the line, maybe there is an opportunity for them to pick Slardar for Nothing to Say and combo it up. Night Stalker, of course, they will not be playing yesterday. They were way too strong with it, so it does get removed once again.
So you got rid of the Bristleback and you didn't get rid of the Slardar. I guess Bristleback is a little bit more conventional in the current meta. Is there a chance we start seeing offlane Slardar, or is that hero just pretty much exclusively mid lane now?
I feel like there are much better options on the offlane than the Slardar. And even when the most heroes are banned out, there are still better options than the Slardar on the offlane. So we'll see, but first and foremost, we do get the Darkseer. And I feel like this Darkseer isn't only about, like I talked about it, it's not only about the strength that he has with the TA, it's just the fact that you're taking it away from Gaimin. If you didn't, it would 100% be some combo of Ace Darkseer +1.
Are we gonna see a Planet Faceless Void? Is that, man, I would love it. Not gonna lie. I know that Tusk would probably be better, but Faceless Void would be so cool.
It would be, but the hero is dead. RIP. They murdered my boy. Well, I hated Position 4 Void, but still, he was my boy, and they murdered it a few days ago.
Yep.
I feel like the nerfs just were way too big. You have to go for Gleipnir now on him, and even with it just doesn't. Yeah, I don't think it's good anymore. Basically, the time zone is dead.
Unfortunately, there will be a Beastmaster picked up. We have seen Ace on it. We have seen Watson on it in this tournament. So definitely a nice pick to go for. How do you feel the safe lane Beastmaster plus an AA would be doing versus the Darkseer?
I'd rather see something else than the AA if that's the lane. But of course, it will be with the AA if Beast is safe. It depends on what the position 4 is. Like if the position 4 with the Darkseer can get on top of the AA easily, I think that would be pretty dangerous for the AA to play in.
I really would like to see a Tusk here. But one hero that we forgot about got left in the pool is a Tiny. It has been untouched in the first two phases of the drafts in both of the games, right? Which is quite weird because we usually see Tiny banned out in the first phase.
He kind of fell off in the last couple of days, or all the games that I have seen in the last couple of days of the tournament where Tiny was played, he didn't have a best time. So the team started moving away from him a tiny little bit. We do get a silencer, by the way, so global silence. I feel like it's really nice against the Beast in a way that he pops his roar and then you follow up with global, and there's no follow-up to the Beast most of the time, and he doesn't get those kills. It's also not too bad of a laner with the TA. You've got the silencer TA lane. It's not bad into Muerta as well. You get a lot of dots to work against her, especially against her ulti as well.
Gaimin Gladiators.
Of course.
I think this was the Tiny on position 4 now, right? You not, and the TA on the carry role, I would assume.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at it this way, you're playing versus Gaimin, right? You pick the TA first phase. You see the AA picked by Gaimin. There's no way in hell they're not thinking about the Huskar. Like, even after he was like 0-12 yesterday or something, I still feel you go for this pick. Now you have to find the right way of dealing with it. And Tiny position 4 probably is a step in the right direction.
Are we maybe going to see something similar to what BetBoom did yesterday? Is the Tiny maybe going to be camping the mid lane?
10 seconds.
The problem is he's not near, like, he cannot do that actually. This isn't a ringmaster. Like, Tiny camping mid is not possible. You can camp it easier with the silencer than you can with the Tiny. So basically for the way BetBoom strat worked, I think it was enabled by a ranged position 4 that's tanky and has like a lot of burst as well. Tiny, what? He's gonna go and sit at mid. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
The Huskar is not gonna allow himself to get tossed multiple times if the Tiny is there as a position 4.
mean, you never know. Remember the old position 4 Tiny when the toss had like 8-second cooldown level 1? You toss them back, you body block, then you toss them back again, and just kills continue to happen. But man, we are getting a treat here for GG. A Pudge comes out, of course, with an AA. It is not as strong as with the CM. So I'm still curious to how it's gonna work laning wise, but generally, and this is a hell of a Pudge game. Saves the Huskar, does a lot of damage. You want to create space for your other 2 heroes. It's awesome.
5 seconds.
Yeah, it's absolutely awesome. He scales, by the way. This hero actually scales damn well right now. I like the Pudge core picks. I don't like it nearly as much as on support, but Pudge core with Rotten core, I feel like can do quite a lot. We'll see if he goes for that. I'd love to see the Rotten core facet. And a very cool draft from Gaimin. Like you said, we were getting a treat in the last game. First you hit them with the Huskar, then you hit them with the Pudge as well. What's the solution here?
How does OD do versus the Huskar? Right, we saw an OD in the previous game, and versus Pudge, versus the Beastmaster, Huskar in the later portions of the game, it would be amazing.
See what they go for.
There you go.
Someone's gonna...
For a classic counter again.
Select your heroes.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be the OD instead. It's the Razor. Kind of a classic counter, but I still feel this is, like, in comparison to what Quinn was playing against yesterday, this looks like a much easier game for him. I feel like on Gaimin, once again, that this draft is nicer and easier to play. Like, I have to wait and see just how much Planet will do on a position 4 Tiny. That's the X factor for me, because Tiny right now truly is not known as the best position 4. The laning stage itself is a little bit hairy, and it's not the best combo with the Darkseer too. But there's a lot of kill potential if he manages to get the quick blink dagger.
Yeah, that is true. I think I agree with you 100%. Tiny is just such a huge deal, but I'm more curious about this mid lane. It used to be that the Razor really did counter the Huskar. The main problem I have with this is ever since Incendiary was added, that your damage output is kind of way too high with those Burning Spears, even level 1. So that's where I'm unsure how it goes.
It's all about the right clicks, right? Like when it comes to Huskar, I mean, it's not all about the right clicks. It's about the spears. It's about the dots. Like, you don't even have to hit him for a lot of damage. He will burn out. So that's the way I'm seeing this mid lane. However, there's a lot of kill potential versus the Huskar. When you look at these heroes, a lot of minus armor from the TA. On top of that, the Razor as well can bring in some with his ulti. You can blow him up. And if the Huskar isn't very careful, if you go a little bit overly aggressive, you can also get hit by a global silence. So jumping in might not be that simple for Quinn. However, I believe yesterday he had the worst game of his competitive career with the Huskar. So this one should be much, much easier.
Yeah, it should be better than that one. If it's worse than that one, then we know which is going to be the second team in the grand finals. But it most definitely should be GG coming out or looking stronger than what happened in the previous one. One thing I don't necessarily like about their draft is that you don't have a classic hero that wants to play with an AA, right? You always need to use like an ultimate to make the AA ulti work. Sure, this member is low cooldown, but the roar, not so much. So maybe that's the one thing, but
I mean,
I guess it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine as well. Like, oh, mid lane, the smoke into a hook maybe.
They're gonna get back. Let's see if he starts off with the Surge or accepts his destiny. That is going to be him accepting his destiny. They want to give this one to Quinn, and Malady says no. Nope. We saw your performance on the Huskar yesterday. I'm gonna be taking it.
Bach told them, good luck, have fun. They responded only with the have fun, so they had the luck to hook him. So you gotta learn your lessons. Never call good luck.
Yeah, just say have fun while we're crushing you, as they are underneath the vision of GG. So GG might go again. Watson is coming, and yep, Innocence.
Let's see if he can land that hook.
Well, now
The
they
second
have vision of
one.
their own.
Begins.
Gonna
Oh,
be fine.
hook.
Ooh, Shiro. Nice sidestep there. Thinking about going forward. Arcane Curse, Avalanche. They're gonna be killing the board. The Hawk still alive, not for long. But that should be it when it comes to early fights.
Every time you say the Hawk, I think of the streamer, by the way. But,
You mean the Virtus Pro player? Did you see the new Virtus Pro lineup?
I didn't actually, but
He's
I'll
part
check
of
it out after. Yeah. Cool. Streamer, player, the guy can do everything, but another hero that has to do pretty much everything in this game, I feel like, is the Tiny. Once more, I feel the Tidebound are a little bit initiation starved. You don't have your casual hero that can jump in and stun a target, and it mostly stems off of the fact that they have a Razor mid twice in a row. This hero just doesn't do that, right? No, he's not a spirit or something that's very active in the playmaking department, at least.
I feel like you should be okay in this game in particular because you have a Darkseer to shove out the waves, right? You have the Darkseer to shove out the waves and the TA to give you vision with the traps once the time does come. In the previous game, you didn't have a clear, easy way to make sure that the waves are out on the map and that the enemies have to deal with them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Could make things a lot easier with some surge going in, vacuum wall, initiation.
Watson is godly with these hooks, really. Connecting on Planet who has boots. That's quite impressive coming out from the Pudge thus far.
He's a really good Pudge. Especially considering some of these games in the past, it was banned out against him. If it's a good Pudge game this time around, they forgot about it. A really good pick into the TA as well.
What I want to see, how much are these spears going to be doing to not it seems that it's better for the Huskar than what it used to be. The Razor used to be just like one of the best counters, but it's still not perfect for the Huskar, and Razor is still going to be having a decent time.
Dude, so far, the one thing that I'm seeing that's massive as well are the lanes on top. Tiny cannot even creep skip. Like, he can't go for the creep skip because he's afraid of the hook rot into the cold feet. So right now, Pudge is having just an absolutely free lane.
Yeah, he's having a blast, and he's even trying to deny right now a flag bearer creep. Might just be successful at doing so, and yeah, they will get it. So everything is working perfectly for GG. Mid lane a little bit in favor of Tidebound, and bottom lane pretty much dead even at the moment.
15-10 on the Pudge. The biggest difference. Meanwhile, the Darkseer just struggling. They need to find level 3 on Bach.
If you had level 3 here, Malady would have been a viable target without that. Oh, the hook again. Planet is going to be caught Surge to allow him to run away. But that does leave Bach unprotected. So who's going to be saving him? For now, they don't want to chase.
He will have hook once again very soon.
The extra mana there for himself with the mango, but still can't get the connection.
Planet? He's very low.
In a lot of trouble, actually dies to the cold feed damage. That's level 1 cold feed, but just way too low on him. And as you mentioned, I mean, every right click on a Tiny early on, it really does hurt when you are you're 0 armor.
Yeah, especially when you have a hero that constantly wants to right click you with Chilling Touch, getting bonus range and damage. So, yeah. A hard lane for Planet. If they managed to creep skip and get level 3 on Darkseer earlier, I feel like it would have been better, but so far it definitely did not work, and he's gonna search for his luck elsewhere. Looks like Planet will be rotating the mid.
The Darkseer is having a really rough time. Even the AA overtaking him there for a second, and Might even continue to do so, but yeah, you mentioned rotations to the mid lane. Nothing to say. Going on to Quinn. The Avalanche does connect. He needs help. He needs help now. And with the toss. Oh, he made a mistake plan. He thought he's going to be connecting on Quinn. They still have the plug rate. Fairy Fire being used. With the two supports, they might be enough. Natural connecting and nothing to say. Gets the kill, but falls just the same. The two supports here on GG. If they get this kill as well, it's going to be amazing. Uphill miss. The second one didn't, but it wasn't good enough. Planet will get himself away. Still, solid for GG with the way it started.
Solid for GG. There is one caveat though. For Tidebound, what's good is that Bach finally gets a little bit of a breathing space on top, right? Like he can farm a bit more. And Ace also will be pressured as he lost his laning support.
He uses the sticks just in time. Beautifully done by Ace. Even with the blood grenade, they were unable to get the kill.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
So far, very even start, I would say. Maybe a little bit of an advantage for GG. But considering there's a position for Tiny, to be expected, I would say.
The problem I see here is that the supports participated in that kill in the mid lane, so they're going to be getting level 6s fast. Tofu survives, no problem. His calling, allowing him to run away.
It all depends on the shrines as well, right? Like they did get some XP from the Razor kill, but also gotta be careful to secure the Wisdom shrines that will be coming up shortly.
Radiant's top tower.
5 seconds. So far, none of the cores seem to be making any big moves towards those.
Yeah, Melody put a really nice ward in his own jungle, just scouting out what Darkseer and the Tiny are doing here in the lane.
He's been staying here for too long, though. He's not really getting any experience from just looking at the two heroes, so that might just hurt him in the long run.
Yep. It's kind of hard now when there's a level 2 Avalanche and level 2 Iron Shell. If you go in, you probably can die, so better not to test your luck.
Wisdom shrines are spawning. This game, we are not going to be seeing any contest happening in Tofu. He's the one that is going to be getting the extra experience.
Tofu Melody, 4.5 now on both of them. Tofu a bit closer to level 5, of course. But like the supports on the other side, Tiny, level 4, Silencer, 5.25, so not too bad for them as well. Top lane,
Watson has a dismember. It does get cancelled out there by the vacuum. Hook off the mark, but that was close. Nothing to say. Will be rotating. He's underneath enemy vision. Watson, they did stay there to farm for a second. The TPs are coming in. He might just be baiting. Blood Grade being used. They take away a lot of his damage. Nothing to say, but not enough to really threaten his life. A hook will be coming out shortly, and you have to be careful about how you approach Watson.
they are moving out of the lane, but look at this. They're gonna go on Pudge instead on top. And they get him.
Time around, the spells from Planet, good enough. Aldi and Quinn coming forward. That is a level 4 AA. You really need to be careful if you're AA. They're gonna be scouting him there with the Plasma Field. Planet still didn't have his spells.
Gaimin tried to be too quick and too cute. Like they left the Pudge and smoked out from top lane with the two supports. And then Tidebound just went onto the Pudge anyway. Like a really good read by Tidebound that he was left alone when there, in fact, there were 4 heroes there. They just moved a bit too far out with the smoke.
I feel like Tidebound are a team that in the series have showcased that they always call your bluff. So I wouldn't try to do it. Every single time they saw Ace on his Tidehunter in the previous game, they just went for him. They don't care.
Yeah, absolutely. They read Gaimin in most of these plays at least.
Dire's middle tower.
They're moving in with the Silencer now on top. Is this another kill?
I know that this is happening. They're gonna be looking towards Malady. And yep, he is most definitely dead. -1. Nice hook onto Planet. He has the dismember, decides not to use it. I mean, wouldn't have taken his life anyways. Tofu, he's gonna be found, has a TP out. Planet doesn't have his spells just yet. The toss will be coming out fairly soon, and Tofu will be the next one to fall back. He's not even close there, but his Iron Shell is giving him the kills.
Yeah, his Iron Shell and his Surge as well is definitely doing some massive work. Like you talked about it. I was worried about Tidebound's playmaking capabilities. I feel like GG have got more, but with the Surge, with the Iron Shell, it feels like
Tower is under attack.
they're really not lacking any as well.
Search the Tiny, find the target, and the Razor is just naturally a pretty fast hero, so he'll be able to connect. There's the smoke. Watson, they want to be using an AD rune in the river. Might be something that the Francer gets baited on, and exactly the case. Hooked into the Pudge and will be taken out.
Yeah, he's gonna steal your int, but Pudges will be stealing some more strength away from the Silencer. 2 Flash Sheep charges now on the Pudge. Not too shabby for 10 minutes into the game.
Radiant structures are
Generally, these games have been very slow between GG and Tidebound in terms of kills, so I guess you're not going to have too many Flash Heap charges.
Up lane?
I'm going to be looking towards Bach. Watson going to wait for that to end. No, he didn't wait for the surge to end, and because that the hook does not connect, Tofu comes over, sees Planet, who's in a good position to protect his offlaner.
is under attack.
Yeah, they also did scout out the Quinn rotation, so maybe a possible play here from Tidebound. Do they have a smoke? I don't think so. They do actually on Planet.
But also there is a deep ward from GG, so if you smoke in your triangle, GG are most definitely gonna know about it. They were a little bit there on the left, so I don't think it was spotted.
Yeah, they're going up the ramp.
Tofu is not the best kill, but it is a kill nonetheless, tossing the Razor, and you don't even need the static link for this one. Avalanche keeping it in place. Y actually gets the kill, but either way, it doesn't matter. You just want him off the map.
Yeah, he gets the kill. He gets the brain drain going. I just love the way they're utilizing the Tiny. Just all these aggressive tosses onto the Razor. Like, when you think about it, Surge and Toss, who needs Blink Daggers? Like, you already have enough of mobility just out of your skills.
How do you feel about the Ags on the Beastmaster in this game? And, like, what's going to be the response, item-wise, from Tidebound to that?
I mean, they don't really have a vessel builder or anything like that. Some Lotuses, Lincoln Spheres later on, of course. But I like it. I wouldn't mind Overlord build as well this game. But the Aghanim's isn't bad too.
Yeah,
It's just the fact that you...
They're going to have a problem opening up the map.
They kind of will, but your other cores are also very... How to put it? Like, these are some semi-carries, right? Like, you have a Huskar and a Pudge. These aren't your hard carries that need to farm forever. Like, you get one item and you're good to go.
That's very true.
Top lane?
The Pudge is lining up, and he just doesn't miss these. Global Silence will be used, trying to get away. Very nice positioning of the wall, and the Pudge just can't get away. Planet gets himself away. Now uses the toss. He will die in the process. AA blast off the mark. Nothing to say. He does get clipped by it, but no big damage done.
Now, that was a really good trade for Tidebound, right? Like, you traded Tiny for the Pudge. Of course, you did use your global, which is one of the longest cooldown spells in the game, so you won't have that to work with. It opens up the map a bit for GG. Maybe they can even set up on Shiro now, get like a really big target.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Shiro down bottom.
Can do it. Hook. Watson, just every single time on point with Roar being ready. Watson and Ace will most definitely get this kill. There's the Roar. A couple more hits. Avalanche actually coming through. He's gonna have the refractions. Doesn't get them in time. That was so close. He could have taken down Ace. Probably would have died anyways. Now Planet. Cold Feet will connect, and the hook is available. Let's see if he's again going to be on point. Not this time.
If he was so close to pop that refraction, like if he gets the spell off, he probably at least trades for the Ace skill. Unfortunate for Shiro, yeah.
Would have been amazing, but definitely not as amazing as the Fissure tournaments. !F or the banner down below to follow all of our socials so that you know when the next tournaments are going to be coming, to see the amazing content from them as well. And of course, to watch the tournaments themselves.
they're getting these items. These Aghanim Scepters are coming up. Malady.
Been caught. Dawes back. He needs the T8 to be closer.
Look at the power spike of Gaimin, by the way. Armlet, Sanj already up on Huskar, or coming up, right? Your Pudge 1,000 gold away from the point booster to finish off the Aghanim Scepter. And I believe something very similar with the Beastmaster, right? 200 gold away from the Axe. Even if you let the Tormentor go, I feel like you're in a good position on GG.
It's gonna be in this series that the good ones get the shards, and it will. Why? Gets himself a shard. It's not the best one,
Under attack.
but it's still better than the tiny.
Yep, it's a good -3 on brain drain, right? Like I feel like that's what's more important than the actual right clicks of Glaives of Wisdom.
Probably. For the case, but you are stealing more intelligence when you're hitting, so it can be problematic for
Planet.
of heroes. They're gonna get the roar. Global silence being used. Wall is there. Bach a little bit lacking the mana. He will be using the spells there, but still no help coming around. Silencer was attacking from the side. It's just not enough.
Yeah, they didn't have the Razor. They didn't have the TA. Very interesting that they decided to go for the global, because last time they used it, it was the same circumstance, right? Like Planet goes on, it gets gone on, you use the global, you counterplay. But this time around, that time they had Razor. This time they didn't have the Razor. So no damage to be dealt.
Speaking of damage, Shiro is getting towards his Deso. But as you mentioned, the items, the timings of GG are just gonna be brutal to deal with double Aghanims.
Yeah, it truly feels that way. The Ags, any moment now, will be completed on Watson. Already there, of course, for the Beast. So, more than capable of taking these fights, I would say. They're also lacking some easy execution, right? Like easy way of jumping and blowing up targets. You have the hook, and so far Watson has been amazing. It would be easier if at least one of them gets a blink, like a Pudge or the Beastmaster.
Tower has been denied.
I'm guessing that the Beastmaster will be getting a blink 100%. Yeah, this is his next item, and Pudge also has queued one up, so it is just a natural item progression for these heroes. Also, remember the Dota 1 days and even the start of Dota 2 when you couldn't buy a blink on the Pudge and on the bench. Those were some pretty interesting restrictions.
Yeah, and I feel like one of the reasons was the cliffing.
Yep.
Like you cliff people. And oh my god, I got cliffed. I can never get down.
That was the main thing. Dota has changed since then, but one thing is for certain, everybody still loves seeing a Pudge in a game. There will be a blink on the TA fairly soon, as right now Tidebound, they have 4 of their heroes in a smoke.
They're trying to protect the Shiro push, but you know what else should be protected? Probably this Rush. You are playing into a Huskar. And did they have a trap in the pit? I feel like they'll be late for this.
Even if they did, it got taken out. And that will be a Roche down. Quinn gets himself the Aegis. They're not going to be giving it to Ace. Huskar way too good of a hero to have it. Avalanche onto Tofu. Planet gonna be tossing him back. That is a solid way to start off the fight, but he does have the Pierce the Veil, and we'll be fine. They killed the Silencer. There's no global silence. AoE blast. It's gonna be going through and doing a massive amount of damage, and now they've just been surrounded. You need to run. Buyback from the Silencer. You just lost 2 heroes. It's better off with Tidebound just to reset, but that is a buyback and the global silence plus 2 of your heroes dead.
I know that you said Tidebound usually read what GG are doing, but it feels the other way around. Like GG have read this move around the TA like a book, and instead of hiding around the pit because they don't see anyone, they go straight into it. They take Roshan. An even better teamfight, by the way. Killing off Silencer. A little bit of a positional mistake by Y, I have to say. Getting him off way too easily. The buyback as well. Razor already dead. No damage to be dealt after that global is used.
How do you feel about the later portions of the game? Because global plus vacuum wall, just from a team fight perspective, looks very strong. But how do you feel about the scaling?
I think GG scales very nicely. Maybe not as great as Tidebound. How do you feel about it? Because Tidebound have got this Razor TA combo. These two heroes can really hit hard later on, but it's not like Beast and Pudge are that bad. Like, these heroes are generally considered really good into the TA and the Razor.
Middle tower is under attack.
Very hard game to read, I guess. That's why I asked you. I'd say better scaling on Tidebound, maybe, but so many potentials for GG, right? Hooks can happen. Watson can get the right items, don't care about the TA, can continue getting those flesh heaps, and those things really do add up. Like right now, Killing Planet.
Well, we have the infinite scaling, if you want to put it that way. On one side, you have the Pudge. On the other, you have a Silencer with the Shard as well.
Yeah, sure. We'll see if it does come in handy for any of them, but Flash Heap can make a difference. As GG, they got a kill, and now they're going for a smoke. Global Silence is available. You can say, show himself, Blink, Roar, underneath the trap. Nice Force Staff. That is gonna be what's gonna be saving his life. An item from Bo5. I'm just gonna continue being impressed by the items that this guy's buying.
Absolutely. I was gonna say the same thing. How many times do you see a Force Staff on Darkseer? Perfect. And now they're counter-smoking.
No, there's not an A-Blast, no Roar, and last time, Ace, you did scream wanting to get the kill. Now you're gonna be screaming while you are dying. Malady TP out, will be successful in doing so. Shiro close to getting the damage and just not enough.
Yeah, they might catch Tofu as well here. The Surge, they do see where he's going.
Nice
Not an
wall.
easy kill to make.
It's a vacuum. Might want to use it there and pulls him closer to the Tiny Pierce. The Veil was used. You're gonna save your toss just to make sure that you stop the TP, and
Oh, what a play.
Tofu is a genius.
Yeah, beautiful. Just beautiful. The death shot, the calling, everything, hiding in the trees so they can't actually get to him without being hit. Like, just perfect play.
Next time, you're probably just gonna be saving the Avalanche in that situation so that you can stun him from afar.
Yeah, absolutely. Is that a full BKB flying out? It is. So Huskar has Aegis, SNY, actually, sorry, Aegis, yeah, SNY, Armlet, and the BKB on top of that. This is definitely a place for them to
Dire's bottom tower is under
start
attack.
some things off.
Scanning.
Maybe smoke behind Quinn.
Huskar can be a very strong late gamer, right? If you do get the right items. A 5-6 slotted Huskar, though, doesn't get to that point because his farm slows down. Can be a very dangerous thing, and I think Quinn, this is one of the games that might just happen.
So far, so good for him. Gotta be careful. Planet does have a blink to work with now.
Traps, I mean, quite annoying, and they will be clearing out the vision of GG in this triangle. They're unsure about engaging their GG. They knew that everybody on Tidebound was there with Global Silence available. Just a bit too hard to go forward.
There was no Beastmaster. Aegis running out in 5-10 seconds, so they didn't really want to take that fight. This combo, by the way, is really strong. The Aghanim Spudge plus the Ancient Apparition. Whoever gets hooked into Dismember most likely dies just to the two of them.
Plus, the A has an Atos, so you have somebody to set up your hooks. Not that Watson needs it. He has been landing quite a solid amount of them, but this just ensures you're going to be getting a target. Unless Bo5 is in the vicinity with his Force Staff.
Yeah. The only problem for all of that, of course, is Global Silence, as always. Gotta be really careful how you commit if you are GG, because the counterplay on the other side is pretty damn solid as well. They don't have the BKBs though just yet. Shiro not buying one at all, and nothing to say. Not quite there yet. I believe he will be buying it very soon though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Is coming to Razor Shard. There it is, Shard in the EA. Making a difference, but there are some BKBs On the other side, how is the Pudge looking in the BKB department? He's decided not to go that route. He wants a Shiva.
Probably the better build against the TA, right? Like you get some solid armor. Like overall, Shiva's Pudge is your most common build, I have to say at this point. Like Aghanim's Blink Shivas, that's what you want to buy on Pudge.
And it's nasty, right? You do a hell of a lot of damage in the AoE and also nobody can escape. Plus all of your region is pretty much gone on the other side.
Absolutely, all the slows, all the damage. But a very slow game, by the way. 25 minutes in, 18 kills.
Probably
a small lead for GG.
Probably the fastest we've had, right? It has been very slow.
In comparison, yeah, to the other two games.
Are scanning.
Well, Tormentor is always something that the teams go for. The ones that have a better control of that part of the map this time around will be GG, and it will be an AA getting the shard. That is a huge one. That can actually change fights, change the game even.
It's a massive amount of damage, by the way. It's not only about the control that it brings, it's the death rhyme stacks that you get from it. Like everyone gets cold feet. I believe cold feet add up the most. Yeah, they add 10 death rhyme stacks on each one. Plus he's got the bone chill that reduces enemy strength. So yeah, this shard's kind of underrated on AA. Very rarely do you see it bought by an AA, but it does a lot.
And it's, for me, one of the best shards in the game, really. It's kind of insane. Even when, when it got added first to the game, I was thinking, man, that's going to be a huge deal. So, 8-spell lifesteal on the Pudge. He does have the plate mail now. Definitely the TA is not that big of a problem for him. 6k gold lead. Not insurmountable, but still quite comfortable for Gaimin.
Win is very deep here. Does have a BKB TP out if he wants to, though.
And he will be doing just that, so... Win does survive, but that is a 9-second BKB charge that now you do not have. Potentially, the Roche could be spawning. Of course, we know that it's not gonna happen just yet.
Now, do you think that was worth it? Like, you probably not, right? Like, with the BKB charge being used. This BKB, that was a really long 9-second one. When I'm thinking about was it worth it, I mean, he did give a lot of info to his team. He forced them to go down bottom. He didn't die in the end. And he bought a lot of time.
Fine. It's fine, right? I still would be happier with the outcome if I was tidebound, really.
Okay.
A lot of Gale guards being bought. I felt like in the C patch that that item will get slightly nerfed. Nope. Ward being placed by Y. Instantly going to be taken out. And this is going to be GG thinking there's a big smoke coming their way. Wasn't really the case. Pudge now has a gem. I like this. Versus the 8 traps. Just way too hard to play against them without it.
Yeah, they are getting all the right solutions, I feel like. The gem now, but more importantly, I would say Ace with the nullifier. It's up in about 100 gold on the beast. And that kind of is the solution to your Darkseer problem, right? Like, suddenly the Surge isn't as great. Same goes for the Iron Shells. Of course, he's got level 15 already. He didn't go for the Iron Shell talent, though. Instead, he went for the Vacuum AoE.
You want a big team fight, and they're going for it right now. Smoke was used. Coming over, wall will be placed. Watson gonna get stunned up and just demolished by a TA. I mean, even with all of the armor, he's not really gonna be doing all that much, but he does give his life away for the Roche, so at least some victory for GG.
He didn't manage to use Meat Shield, by the way. That's why he fell so quickly. And the wall, by the way, from Bach, kinda unfortunate. He threaded the needle between the two of them.
Yep.
Didn't connect on the Huskar or on the Beastmaster. If he connects on one, maybe they get enough info to go in and take that fight.
Yeah, with better vision, it would have been great. Still, they killed the Pudge with the gems, so You should be happy. Now your traps are gonna be even more dangerous. But there's the Satanic on the Huskar. That's usually the item that makes this hero very, very scary.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with you. The gem probably the biggest difference maker here. Snatching it away.
The TA now has refraction dispels. Not really a lot of things to dispel outside of the AA. Yes, to Atos. Nice.
Yeah, I still think you go for it no matter what, right? Like, there's always something, some small thing that you can get rid of. So, definitely one of the better talents, I have to say, in the game. Like, her talent tree in general is just insane. Some heroes, you even go for stats over talents in some. And then you have a TA with every talent besides the level 10 one that you take is massive.
And it has been nerfed over time really quite a lot, actually. It used to be even more powerful. Nothing to say, running away. As Quinn is going to be looking towards him. Has no life break.
There's a blink on Beast, though.
They're going to wait for him, and Blink is there. Roar will be used. Global silence instantly to protect Nothing to Say. BKB, TP out. Barely, but is successful.
Yeah, so they use the Roar on one side, but definitely bigger spells used on the other, right? Like, you have the global, the wall. Your whole team fight right now is gone on Tidebomb.
There's the Shiva on the Dark Seer. There's gonna be one soon on the Pudge as well. Dawes back. Marta has been found. This time around, Tofu will not be surviving. He doesn't even attempt for a TP out. Maybe he could have gotten out, actually.
Yeah, they are setting up around mid, though. Maybe a tier 2 tower, maybe even a team fight. You don't have your position 4, but you have the Aegis. And you know that they don't have global or the wall. It's still on about a minute of a cooldown.
Even in a 4 versus 5 scenario under these circumstances, GG do seem to be very, very powerful. There's a Daedalus on the TA, however. That is an item that can always surprise you, kill somebody in an instant. So, Pudge is finishing his Shiva. Do you think he's going to be buying a shard? I feel like it could be quite useful with the Huskar on your team. Roar onto the Razor. This time around, no global silence, and he just kills him.
That's without a ulti even. Like, it got used, but it wasn't necessary.
And he looked very squishy. Planet, Force Staff, trying to get away. Being protected by the Gale Guard. Satanic being used. Huskar just wanted to remove the slow from the trap.
Yeah, just the dispels. The spells are just so good in this game. Like, on him as well. On the other side, of course, Shiro can get rid of the disarm, of the Atos as well. We do see Ace, by the way. He's scouted under a ward.
Good one to take down. He does have a BKB. No TP out, though. But if he blinks away right now, it would be perfect for him. Huskar, bit isolated from his team, but still with Aegis is our target.
Yeah, and Ace, also a hard one, right? Like, to go for it. He's got the BKB, the Aghanims. Watson, he is blinking in.
That's a nice hook off. Nullifier connect. Way too many traps to go for. And, they will stay back, but still, all of the outer towers gone. The second Aegis for GG, definitely a success.
Yeah, they used the first one to get the tier 1 towers, the second one for all the tier 2s. Absolutely, I would say, a success for GG. They're playing around their objectives very nicely. And I love to see a team. Of course, they're one of the best Huskar teams in the world right now. And I love seeing them play it very, very disciplined, right? Like, you get that Aegis, you don't overcommit, you don't do any crazy moves. You just clean up the outer towers because they scale. Like you said, this Huskar in Quinn's hands, when he's not crushed in the laning stage at least, he scales very nicely.
Speaking of scaling, Refresher on the Beastmaster next on the menu, Satanic. Razor does have that one TA. He surged up, leading the charge. Just wants to shove out the waves. Doesn't feel like you want to be fighting Planet. That is the perfect target to just take down. But Global Silent being
Nice
used
vacuum.
A Blast will be flying in, clipping onto them. It doesn't connect as the Global was used. Watson, he's being targeted. Watson should be taken out. It is going to be the Razor to kill him. Planet, what a bait. And he still had the Yules to play with.
And that was beautiful, just absolutely beautiful. This Tiny is such a juicy target because he's also carrying a gem and you want to take it away from him, right? Like he stole it from you, you want it back, especially versus all these traps. Like a hard opportunity to pass on, especially when you just killed the Razor as a beast, right? Like you're thinking, okay, this Tiny has to be easier of a pick off.
Not at all. If the global is used, the damage output of GG just becomes lacking, right? And we're getting to a point where it's becoming apparent that the lackings of their physical damage in the late game can turn into a problem. Now they have a refresher on the beast, so double Aurora will be available in the next fight.
Yeah, double roar on him. Still, you have to be careful with the global as it will be online most likely by the next fight. It doesn't drop significantly in cooldown, but why?
And that's a good hero to just take out. He didn't have the global silence, but still 70 seconds on the sidelines. Has a buyback. We'll have a global right now, so it is possible for him to assist his team even from the base.
Yeah, if it's necessary. Of course, the buyback global, like you said, is there. I'm not sure why he just went up there first, but he had some wars probably to plant.
I would like for this AA to, when the fights are happening, be a bit closer. I don't know if you feel the same way, but if they jump and the AA ulti isn't instantly marked where it should land, it's always gonna be, in the best case scenario, clipping them because global silence comes out and you just cannot use it properly. So do you think he might need to get closer?
I think he will. I feel like it was just like the circumstances that didn't allow him to be closer in these last fights. But he should be, especially when they get the gem back. Once they get the gem back, he'll feel safer on the map. Keep in mind, if you look at his item build, he's got a Ghost and a Gleipnir. These are the items that generally allow you to get a bit personal in these team fights.
That's definitely what you want. Pudge finally has a Ghost Scepter, so he's going to be protected by that one. No nullifiers in play on the other side, and nobody's even thinking of one at the moment. Also, a Shard on the Pudge, so saving a Huskar, saving a Beastmaster, a very viable possibility as well.
Yep, he got it from the Tormentor, right? Yeah.
Yep.
I'm looking at the Pudge's Shard, and I just can't imagine a world in which you get it as a like, especially on a core Pudge. I mean, even on a support Pudge, I don't know if it's great anymore. Like, his Shard used to be one of the best in the game, but
Oh yeah, it got changed. Now it's the it's really not.
yeah.
It's really not that great.
Yeah, you get the cooldown reduction now. I mean, it's a far cry from what it used to be.
Yeah, I don't know why they changed that. I don't know, man. It's one of those things. You always look at the Pudge as a save hero, and now you only have the hook to do it.
Yeah, it used to be one of the best things about the Pudge, right? As a save. Nicely done here to delay them with the traps. Shiro is doing a good job, but will the smoke catch them off guard?
Listen, forward, goes for the hook, and I mean, we weren't looking at the vision of Y there, but from the perspective of the Pudge, that looked like it could land.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always these low ground to high ground hooks that look very weird.
No vacuum.
Someone needs to go
wall.
here. Yeah.
Without the wall, do you really want to go? It seems that they're just gonna have to let it go. The third throw, Darkseer gonna be revealing it there with the Shiva Ace. Goes onto the Planet Tiny and just takes him out. Pretty nice way to
They
start
might-
off the fight. Want more? Right, there is the second roar. Global Silence instantly going to be coming out. The Nullifier was used. You have to bail out this Darkseer, but Bach being nullified, he's going nowhere. Now forward, Quinn goes in with Inner Fire being used. He's going to be popping the Satanic and nobody can fight him right now. They just want to run away.
What's
He's
that
stacking
shot?
so many spears on him and the dead shot onto Shiro. He's going to be next on the menu. He wants to get the blink out, gets to the high ground. The refraction charge is allowing him to live. We'll see. Oh, that was so close. Almost takes him down.
Damn, Shiro surviving on the edge there, but still a massive victory for GG. And slow and steady, their pace of this game has led them to the brink of victory, I would have to say. Like, look at no global. Vacuum Wall sure is up, but Darkseer is down. Is this a high ground push or... Seems like it isn't. They're just moving back. Slow and steady, I guess, still the name of the game.
I'm still thinking that maybe they should poke a bit, and yeah, Huskar is coming over. They just want to shove in all of the waves before they really commit 100%. So
Yep, because of them doing exactly that, they won't have a numerical advantage anymore, though, right? Like by the time they get here, Razor will be up. So maybe a small timer that they have missed, but also they had a lot of cooldowns of their own that they needed to work through.
So Muerta, the cheese is in her backpack. Greater Healing Lotus as well. Some amazing things to keep your teammates alive. Going to be giving the cheese to the Pudge, who has the refresher shard. How do you feel about giving the refresher to an AA? Is that better, or is the Pudge just a better target overall?
I'd rather even give it to Huskar than the Pudge, I feel like.
That's no he is buying a BKB though, so you might have 17 seconds of debuff.
Yeah, if you get it, like if you use this shard with the BKB on Pudge, then sure, that's also amazing. But right now it's the Huskar that has it, so double BKB on him or on Pudge, I'm fine with both. But giving it to an AA for a double Ice Blast, I mean, he had a lot of impact in that last fight, but still, it might not be the most optimal choice.
Level 25 Huskar with the plus 6 seconds duration on the Burning Spears. That is now 15 seconds duration on those Burning Spears. I mean, we saw what he did to a Razor. He just stacked him up. The second that the BKB ends, he just melts.
Absolutely, the Satanic on Razor as well. It's a great Razor item, but you are playing into an AA, into a Pudge with an Aghanim, so all these spells, they make it harder for you to use it. And you don't have Refresher, right? Which would be very helpful.
He's getting close though, right? Has 4,000 gold already.
Planet is eyeing a toss.
Well, let's see if he can do it. Ace is going to be found. That is the perfect target to bring down at the start of the fight. Global Silence. He gets himself to the low ground with the Ogre Steel Totem. And now you forced out a global out of your opponent. So you can definitely go forward. Nice attempt from Bach. Doesn't get anybody in the base with the vacuum roar. Ace charged it up. Wasn't fast enough.
Yeah, right now they are lacking some resources on GG. Tofu is really low. But that's about it, right? Like they could keep on pushing. It's gotta be careful with these toss packs. No global, of course, is going to make it a lot harder to do. Ace no BKB, but he does have Refresher.
That's gonna be a Yules on the AA. A nice little helping hand versus a Global Silence. That is gonna be back up in 50 seconds. That's too long. When 50 seconds left on the Aegis, and that's out. He might just decide to leave. But Glyph, and Satanic being used forward. There's the hook onto the Pudge. Force Staff, Lotus Orb. None of those things seem to be enough to save his life plan. He does get the Avalanche and the vacuum. Let's use. They're going forward, but the Roar and the AA Blast, that is a gone Razor. Does have a buyback. Tiny, not so lucky. Now they go with the second Roar. One to PA.
Dude, Shiro.
That's too much damage. Shiro, he can't do anything. Does have a buyback as well. Now you do not have your Roars. Bog dropping low. You need to get into the fountain, and he will be fine. Vacuum Wall is available. No Tiny to follow up with the stun. The wall will be used right now, slowing them down. Can you stop them from retreating? Do GG even want to retreat?
Yo, Shiro, it looked like he was controlled forever. That was like a minute of him being disabled. Like the cold feet, I'm not even sure what all stuns connected on him, but he just couldn't pop a single thing in that fight. Great initiation. Watson starting it all off with she was blink into a hook, of course. A perfect job by him. And perfectly executing on the fact that Y did not have global, right? Like a good global cancels everything there, but without it, like you're helpless on Tidebound. I believe they'll go again.
Especially the damage of the Huskar, right? If you're a Huskar, you would have to use both your BKB and your Satanic to be able to do the damage with the spears once the global silence is used. And it's just not a commitment that you're ready to make. So, talk to me about this game right now, Lizard, and the chances of Tidebound. They are 30,000 goal behind. That is a huge amount. Do you see it in their heroes, a possibility for winning a fight, thus potentially winning the game down the line?
I mean, they have some insane team fight if they can set it up properly. Like the vacuum wall global, even with 30k disadvantage could work, but they need the DPS output to be higher. I feel like they need this TA to either commit to the Rapier or the Swift Link at this point. She doesn't have a buyback, so one or the other is needed. But you also need to get to the secret shop to get one or the other, and it's not an easy task.
Definitely not. Did queue it up. Level 25. We want further refraction instances. Remember when it was 7 extra refraction instances? Or maybe it was even 8. I'm not sure, but it was quite a lot back in the day.
I think you're right on the 8 one. I'm not sure. It was quite a lot.
Yeah, it was one more than what you initially had, and you initially had 7. Yeah, you're right. Either way, though, GG. They're gonna have the double roar available fairly soon. The Pudge doesn't have the refresher shard. Used it in the previous fight. Level 20 AA. We've already talked about the frostbitten duration. Now 17 seconds. Quite a long time.
Absolutely.
Me, planet. Get away. He should be able to survive.
They missed everything. Yeah. It was really close, but they missed everything. And now they're TPing towards the towards the outpost. Look at this rainbow TP from Gaimin.
To say, if he was a little bit slower, that hook would have connected. They really wanted to get that outpost back. GG just not allowing themselves to lose any control of the map. Look at the 3 wards that they have. Every single escape from base of Tidebound, they're just gonna spot you. Now there's this innocence. Run. Stop. You're not gonna run at all. That is a dead silencer. Lucky for them, he does have a buyback.
They didn't take the jump. That's one thing that they missed. The jump does get retrieved by the courier, but this is gaming at their best, right? Like they set up perimeter around the base. They keep you controlled. There is a courier that somehow found its way towards the secret shop,
but
and the Rapier is flying out. Is it?
No.
Oh, it's fine.
Fine. It's okay. Yeah, I don't know how, really. They control everything, GG, but that was one good courier, reminding us of that short movie from a couple of DIs ago about couriers going through the battlefield. That shot pushes them back. GG continuing the push. They're not waiting for the Aegis.
And they're still trying to surprise them with the trap hits, with the side blades from the trap, but that's not gonna cut it. They need to find a better fight. Do you commit into this Aegis defense, though? That's like, if you let it just go,
you have to. Right?
It seems like, I mean, I'd guess so as well, but you need to outpush your lanes as well.
Yeah, they've just let it go. It is gonna be another round of big items for GG. Refresher, Cheese, Aegis banner, all of it into their pockets. I'm not sure how you fight this. You need to get rid of all of those wards in the bottom lane and mount up a defense. But GG can just take it slow now. I feel like they've put themselves in a very comfortable spot.
they've taken it slow through this game, through the series. They've been so disciplined. They want to book that ticket to the grand finals, and I don't see the way to change anything now. If a hook connects, you fight. If it doesn't, you can wait for the next one, and that's it. Or maybe if someone pokes their head out for a roar from this level 27 Beastmaster, his roar is always off cooldown, so can get pickoffs easily.
Very tense series. Though right now, looking very, very hard for Tidebound. I can just imagine Beakup right now just eating his nails, waiting and hoping that he's going to be casting a Chinese team in the grand finals, but doesn't seem very likely right now, does it? There's the refresher on the Razor. That is the big item. We talked about it in the previous game.
Planet.
Change a thing. And there's the second dead shot. Level 20 talent on Tofu allows him. First dead shot for Division, second one to cancel the TP. Planet, blink away, still fine, has 2 greater healing lotuses, going through the twin gates, and where's the roar? It's gonna be there in time. This time, they will find him, and he will be finding a way to get out. There's the blink, and the dismember, a blast. Gonna make sure that they have more than enough damage. Another hook, Watson this time around, off the mark.
Yeah, it's a good pike from Shiro, managing to save himself there, but in the end they get the Darkseer kill, force the buyback. They get the Tiny as well. He does have a buyback, but still, great opening from GG going into this last high ground push.
Also, the Pudge is approaching level 25. We'll see if it's going to be the damage or the HP that he's going to be gunning for. Either way, both of those talents will be getting him even stronger. There's the buyback from the Tiny. Now or never. Wall being used. You can just wait for this one to expire. You don't really have to do anything if you're GG.
Absolutely. If you're Tidebound, on the other hand, this might be your last hurrah. There may be a time to go. I'm not sure. They are smoked up.
If they can do it without that wall. Aghanim Scepter is done on the Huskars. Now he's even going to be forcing you to fight him. See. Tidebound, 2 of their buybacks are missing.
I'm just looking at Watson, if there's a hook or not.
Nothing to say, also doesn't have a money for it. Hook misses. Watson will not be getting the connection.
Planet's deep.
Avalanche. Oh, tosses only. The creep is gonna get destroyed. That is a hero without the buyback. Global silence being used. You have to protect him, and they won't be able to. Dead for 100. Vacuum into wall. Coming back fairly fast now with that talent. Minus 40 seconds on it. But even with the vacuum wall, no avalanche, no way to keep them in place.
Any pickoff that they get is massive for Gaimin. They still have the Aegis to work with. 90 extra seconds on it.
Even with the rapier, he's tickling the Huskar. Okay, Huskar there makes a mistake, gets him down the first time. He still has one more life to work with. Deadshot going through, gonna be connecting on all 3 of them, pushing them back. Watson going for a cook.
Roar
missing on
the
that
TA.
one. The roar onto the TA. Lotus not protecting him, nothing to stay, using his refresher. They have to kill the TA. Take away her rapier. It is on the ground, picked up by the Razor. He's gonna be giving it back.
They do get the rapier back, but can they get a solid team fight out of this?
They have to.
So many buybacks.
Mega's already there for GG. They're so close to the grand finalists to maybe getting the revenge on BetBoom. It is gonna be why getting taken down. The supports of Tidebound are out of the way. There's gonna be another roar available fairly soon for Ace. Just in a second. Quinn, Crystal Totem through the wall. Gonna be fine. And finally, Watson finds an opening. The Lincoln Sphere gonna be protecting Shiro there from the dismember. Hook off the mark, but they will be bringing down Bach. 105 off the map, and with nothing to say, dying as well. It is time for Tidebound to call it a day. We have our second grand finalist. It's gonna be Gaimin Gladiators. A slow approach, a methodical approach in both games 2 and 3. Land them a top 2 spot here at the FISSURE Universe Episode 4.
Absolutely a beautiful, beautiful game, I have to say, from Gaimin. Very well executed. I feel bad a bit for Tidebound. You can see the disappointment on their faces. Like, both of these teams could have went to the grand finals, both of them, before this series, of course, and deserved the slot. But in the end, it is Gaming that deserved it a bit more. The Huskar pick together with a Pudge on the safe lane, just giving us a treat in the last game of the series. I have to thank them for exactly that. And then they just performed so well. The Pudge, Watson had some crucial hooks this game. Quinn, only 2 kills, but 16 assists. It felt like you can really feel the pressure of this Huskar through the game, everywhere on the map.
Yeah, he has done an amazing job. I mean, when we look at the damage dealt from heroes in this game, it's actually quite low on all of them, just because there wasn't that much fighting. And sure, Ace did a decent amount, Shiro as well, but overall, both of these teams decided to play slow Dota, methodical Dota, something just to think about your next move rather than to just go by your gut. And I would, at the start of the series, have said that would favor Tidebound, but GG pretty good adjusting from their side.
Yeah, they played a very clean game. Meanwhile, from Tidebound, I feel like they're not on the same level with the Razor mid as they are when they have something a bit more active from the mid lane. And Razor, sure, he's like a Dragon Knight or a Viper, right? Like, he can pressure the map, take waves, take objectives, but he can't make these crazy plays that NTS usually is able to accomplish with the Spirit Hero, let's say. So overall, Gaimin absolutely capitalizing on that, bringing a lot of control on their side, and most importantly, the decisiveness was on their side. Like, when you think about it, all these rush fights, they go in, they commit. Meanwhile, Tidebound are kind of playing around, trying to go in. They don't go in, and then they get punished after the Aegis is already taken. I believe that fight was the fight where they lost the game. The one where the Aegis is taken, and then they lose the fight under the tier 2 where Shiro almost dies as well. So very well played by Gaimin. I feel like this is a team that has improved the most through the tournament.
Yeah, and when you improve throughout the tournament, you deserve to be the top 2 team. Of course, yesterday they did lose to BetBoom, so I'm not sure if they can stick it back to them, but this is going to be some good momentum that they're going to be carrying into that one. We are going to have an hour break. We're going to be allowing Gaimin Gladiators to reset, to rest a little bit, and then be prepared to give us the best possible series. This was Harry Freak and Lizard. We're going to be done here with the FISSURE Universe Episode 4. You're going to be in the lovely hands of B-Cup and Lacoste for the final series, the best of 5 grand finals. BetBoom versus GG coming your way in an hour.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feel the pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. All of that stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my veins.
this money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make-believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. the trigger, I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the middle. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle for the lanes. Snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the middle. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle for the lanes. Snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let her. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my
Yeah, they don't know what it take to get this money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little Woody just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make-believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. Like a canopy, been a villain and I'm glad to be. It's the biggest feeling cause I had to be. It's been a minute since I seen the enemy next to you. I know they're being after me, they never catch me, they ran out of time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision that they clear. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I go with Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. Remember me as a big hill.
we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Too much on the line You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the finals here at FISSURE Universe Episode 4, brought to you by FISSURE here on the official FISSURE channels. I am B5, joined here by Lacoste, ready to bring you what should be 5 exciting games. I have already decided the script. It's 5 games. I don't care what you guys say. It's not going to be a 3-0. It's not going to be a 3-1. Lacoste, today, it is 5 full games for the grand final. I would guarantee it, but then if it doesn't happen, I'd get in trouble and people would be upset. But this is what we all want, 5 games.
Yeah, most definitely. Problem is that these two teams have met so many times ever since both of these organizations, like at least one of them, have been formed since 2022. BetBoom versus Gaimin, they made quite a lot of times. 11 wins, 3 draws, and 4 series wins in favor of BetBoom. So this definitely favors BetBoom, but that one time they met in the Bo5 Dream League Season 20 Grand Finals, they did manage to beat them 3-2. So kind of hard to say. I think both of these teams, if you asked everybody before who's going to be in the Grand Finals, I don't think many people would choose 2 of these teams.
Yeah, taking a look here at BetBoom's run to the Grand Finals, it wasn't pretty initially. It really wasn't pretty. They were on the verge of being eliminated from this tournament. So it's kind of shocking that they're here. And it is definitely progression and growth through the playoffs, because they first started on that day one getting 2-0'd pretty convincingly.
They looked so lost against Boom Esports. Yeah, and then they lost a game, dropped a game. They did win that series against M80. They did beat Nightpulse 2-0. Then they lost to Liquid 2-0. And then they dropped the game to Aurora as well. That was a pretty interesting series overall, but to manage to get their stuff together, and suddenly this team is owning. I think they needed a little bit more time when it comes down to figuring things out, and I'm also seeing some new interesting ideas that are coming out from the team, because there's going to be a lot of talk about Pure, the heroes that he's been playing, GPK as well, and we can look at some of the stats for the team. First pick win rate, 81%, average match duration, 43%. Average game time so far is 41 minutes. Pretty long games. I think we've been in the patches where the games keep prolonging. So pushing for the high ground gets even more difficult. And most valuable player, we've chosen GPK. And I can't really blame production for going with GPK because he's the second on least deaths. He's averaging 2.7 deaths per game, and also he has the highest KDA, averaging 6.30. He's all over the place. His laning has looked pretty fantastic, and it's gonna be the lane to watch. We're gonna be seeing Quinn against GPK. You know, both of these players are super explosive, and I think there's gonna be a lot of pressure on both of them.
Yeah, last time we saw these two teams, they played each other in the upper bracket final. That was a series that went 3 games. You had Beastmaster be a very competitive pick between both these teams. We just saw Beastmaster for Gaimin Gladiators help them beat Tidebound in game number 3 of the last series that they just played. I mean, there's definitely similarities in the drafts that they've been picking. They both like Coddle as well. You know, you're taking a look at the statistics here. A little bit of a quicker game gets played by Gaimin Gladiators. They're at 37 minutes 40 seconds, and you know, their first pick win rate maybe not as high. We've seen it as low as 25% when we were covering Tidebound the other day, and their KDA is a little bit lower as well. So maybe not as skirmishy, but definitely somehow finding themselves to be a quicker team when it comes to average match duration.
Yeah, it comes down to them having, I would say, scarier laning phase. This is something that Fate Beyond did talk about in an interview yesterday, about how this is a scary team to play against, because if you look at the games that they just played, all 3 games, they kind of won the lanes in all 3 games. They managed to, I would say, snowball pretty heavily in game number 2 and game number 3, but overall very difficult to play against this team because they're heavily focusing on the lanes. BetBoom Team, I would say, pretty same thing. Ever since this team has been formed, like even the previous iteration of the teams have been known to play very, very good laning phase.
Yeah, the laning phase has definitely been good. We take, you know, a look at that last series against Tidebound. They played a significant amount of heroes where, you know, you're not really getting put into this box. Like, their hero pool for just that last series alone was pretty high. You know, they brought out the Huskar again, which didn't look good against BetBoom. So maybe are they finding confidence with that? Because Quinn, he plays that game 3. He seems so strong in that game 3. I mean, Tidebound didn't have answers for him on that Huskar, and really didn't have answers for Ace on that Beastmaster. But when you think about how good he played against Tidebound, you wonder, you know, does game 3 of that BetBoom Gaimin Gladiators series go into the heads of Gaimin Gladiators if they want to pick a hero like that again, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think there's going to be, because if you look at the hero pools from both Miero and Ace, they are pretty similar with some specific heroes. Of course, Ace is playing his Underlord, but other heroes, everything else Miero does play. Miero plays Axe, he plays Mars. These are not the heroes that Ace kind of plays. Maybe throw in Night Stalker that he did play, but yeah, pretty similar. And I think there's going to be a lot of focus coming on to the, like, what's going to happen with the offlaner. So Beastmaster, Tidehunter, Darkseer, these type of the heroes, and even Centaur. This is the big one, I would say, not just for Miero, but also for Ace, because he played 6 times Centaur and did win 5 out of 6 games. This gives them a little bit of that global presence in terms of saving people, being able to close the gap, maybe get on top of some of these more elusive heroes that are sitting in the back lines as well. And also with the itemization, you are building into Vanguard nowadays, which does allow you to either pick up Heaven's Halberd if it's a good game for it, or get a Crimson Guard and then even buy more auras if we're talking about the Pipe, Lotus Orb. So very utility-based hero, and Ace plays it so well.
Yeah, they like that Centaur, but speaking of a different hero that not everybody's really playing is the Crystal Maiden. BetBoom have been really liking that. They're 4-2 with that hero. They played it twice against Gaimin Gladiators, and they've also liked that Ringmaster. We're seeing a lot more Ringmaster than I think maybe coming into this tournament initially people would have thought. I feel like Ringmaster is now, everybody's, they kind of got a little bit of a vibe with it.
Yeah.
And now a lot of people like it.
Yeah, because Dota just works in that way. There's a lot of clowns in Dota, and we brought the biggest clown into competitive scene, which I really like. I think this hero, I don't think it's that strong. It's just like very specific players playing the hero makes him look OP. Pretty similar to something we talked about the other day is Disruptor. When Paravision plays it, when Ducalis plays it, he makes the hero look OP, but nobody else wants to touch the hero.
Yeah, and only 3 teams have played Ringmaster in this tournament so far, and it has played in 9 games. 6 of those were by BetBoom. So this is a team that definitely the most likes Ringmaster, and we'll see if they pick it up here. If the drafts are going to be a little bit different for both these teams. In a lot of the drafts that we've seen together, we see a lot of the carries picked first. Now that's kind of changed, I would say, in the last 2 days. We saw that not really be the case. But PA still seems to be, at least in the eyes of some of these teams, but there's only 2 teams left. I say some of these teams, but there's only these 2 guys left.
Yeah, pretty much. And BetBoom, they did open up last 5 games with either GPK or Pure's Hero, 4 of them being Pure's Hero, 3 of those being Phantom Assassin. I'm not sure if teams do want to give other team Phantom Assassin. We do have a coin toss available, and Gaimin Gladiators will choose overall first pick. Second pick is more, I would say, reactive pick. It is all about countering, because you have a second pick in the first phase, and overall you have the last pick. But the other team does have pick on 18, which a lot of teams do agree that it is the strongest pick of the draft. And then you have these 4 bans, which does allow you to protect that hero or defend your hero from the mid lane. Some of these like more elusive ones. And yeah, I believe we have the draft ready. And kind of as expected, we did mention some of these stronger heroes that they do like to play. Phantom Assassin being the one that kind of stood out the most in terms of the damage output, because you're really not buying damage items, but you're still dealing damage. None of the items that you buy are like actual, like, because Battle Fury, sure, it is damage, but it is also your farming tool. So you're not building it, you're building it to get even more items, and then you're building SNY, BKB. You're still getting damage from all of that. Then you pick up Satanic. Then you get a big damage like a Nullifier. Maybe if the game goes late, you get Divine Rapier. But yeah. We do have the draft ready, and maybe we should be able to summon it up on the screens because...
Sorry, I'm summoning the draft. You said summon the draft. You're really rubbing off.
I was talking to production. I don't think you have the you have the tools to do so. Yeah.
No,
but, results for, I would say, both of these teams are kind of lacking, especially for Gaimin Gladiators so far in 2025. They managed to get the 2nd place at Blast Slam, which had a little bit of a weird format, because if you have good day 1, it does allow you to get seeded straight into semis. So basically, you're already there, and then you like win 1 game, suddenly you're in the grand finals. But yeah, if we look at the bans, these are some of the more interesting ones. So we did talk about Centaur and Tinker, picked up by Gaimin Gladiators. Malady plays it so well. Malady is the guy that is by far averaging like the highest numbers of heal per game, because he's playing all of these healing supports. He is playing Tinker, which does insane amount of healing. He is playing Warlock. He's playing Dazzle. So all of these heroes are working out well for them, because they understand that they need to play some of the longer fights. And on side of BetBoom Team, picking up Templar Assassin, this hero has been buffed. Cooldown has been decreased by 2 seconds on her refraction, and also 1 extra instance on the refraction, which makes it super strong, especially in terms of laning. And also to point out, we are going back the old Templar Assassin. Her level 25 talent just got buffed. Refraction instances from 3 to 4. I remember back when it was 8. That was the maximum amount that you did have on the hero.
Yeah, I mean, those were the days. How long ago was that? Back in the days.
That was like maybe 3 years ago, I would say, when she had the maximum amount. And then we are starting to slowly nerf that to 7, 6, I believe, 5, and down to 4, down to 3, and now back to 4. But yeah, Gaimin Gladiators banning out Tidehunter, banning out Ringmaster as well. But they talk about Ringmaster being very powerful in terms of what he brings to the table when BetBoom does play it. And as expected, I would say a lot of these heroes are getting contested, and they're going to go with the Beastmaster on their own side of the map. This is something that Ace plays really well, whether he's buying the auras, whether he's picking up the Aghanim Scepter if it's a good game for it, starting to scale with the Shiva's Guard, and also taking away Beastmaster from BetBoom Team, which is very, very good, I would say, overall, because they play it from 2 different roles. Pure is the one who still plays it from the carrier role, one of the few ones.
Yeah, we saw that carry Beastmaster game together, and they didn't exactly impress us, and I'm pretty sure they lost that game. But maybe we see it again. Who knows? Speaking about this Muerta, I mean, the Ags is disgusting these days. Not parting shot anymore. That big dead shot is so insane. In that last game of that Gaimin Gladiators Tiebound series, I mean, Tofu is just shooting out shots there that are hitting 4 or 5 heroes.
Yeah, it gets pretty insane. You're also like randomly hitting people in the back. Sometimes the camera is not zoomed out enough for you to see how much impact this hero does have, especially at the later stages of the game when you have that those 2 dead shot charges. And Gaimin Gladiators will pick up Hoodwink. Good laner. Overall, I think we are slowly getting into Hoodwink being played as a support and also being played more as a magical damage, because a lot I don't know why this hero gets so much hate every single time. Like you see some level 30 Hoodwink in your games, it does feel that people go pretty nuts about it, because they're like, yeah, how can you play this hero so much? I don't know, it's a fun hero. And also have in mind that they just picked up Bristleback into Hoodwink, so they have break mechanic available, and it does seem that we are pushing Hoodwink, who is going to be like the spell casting with all the changes. Sure, you have a little bit more damage with Acorn Shot, but also you do have more damage coming up from your Boomerang.
So in the series we just saw, we had Tofu on that Hoodwink in game number 2. He went 0-4 and 12, but it was Arcane Boots, Force Staff, Glimmer, Octarine Core.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. You're building utility. This is not old Gleipnir that you're buying where you're scaling with the damage. This hero can also buy into different items. Still waiting for some maybe Hoodwink Aghanim Scepter that's going to come out with the different facet, but from the support role it gets pretty difficult. Gaimin will pick up Sniper for themselves. In terms of heroes that can close the gap, they really don't have that much, and also...
No, not really.
Yeah, I mean, Templar Assassin does buy a Blink Dagger, but Muerta, Jakiro, they're keeping the distance. Bristleback, a lot of the times he does struggle, especially at the mid games where Sniper has either like Silver Edge, Hurricane Pike, or a Grenade, so he can keep the distance away. And right now they are going to be banning out heroes that will to protect Sniper, removing Storm Spirit, and on the other side BetBoom removing Slark. Well, I've seen Slark also being removed in one of the previous series when Tidebound did play against Gaimin. It looked like a very good Slark game. A lot of the times it does look a good Slark game, but once you get into the game, the hero feels pretty shitty.
10 seconds remaining.
I haven't seen too much Slark recently. I do love that hero. I don't know why. I feel like Slark's one of those
It's a
heroes
meme, that's why. Because this is a fun hero. You'll watch him have 0 stacks at 30 minutes, doing absolutely nothing. Love it. Or when he misses his pounce, or when he misses 2 pounces with Aghanim Scepter. It's just The thing about the hero is like you want to get active, but you can't really get active a lot of the times with Slark, unless it's some super good 24 pick Slark where you're able to dumpster the lane, get some stacks going. But it does feel awkward where you're not getting stacks, and this is kind of the whole fun of the hero. And seems that BetBoom wants to remove Alchemist. They don't want to give them this big timing. Tinker with like 2 support items. Beastmaster with the... I think this time around he might be going for the Helm build. Even though there is Templar Assassin, one of the heroes that can deal well with the Helm. And also Sniper, so they are trying to slow things down. GPK, they need to find a hero that's going to be... I think if they want to find something that can still close the gap, there is... Dragonite available, there is Tiny available. These type of heroes could be really good. Even
Gaimin Gladiators.
Pango's okay for... Okay, I like this a lot from Gaimin. These 2 heroes that I just mentioned, it does allow them to... one ban and another pick. So it does shut down them getting the Tiny, which would be, I would say, overall very good pick for BetBoom. So now they need to find a hero that's going to be laning into Sniper and something that's going to be good against Tiny. Because I definitely feel that they need a hero that goes in.
I'm not a superstitious man most of the time.
I know what you're going to say. You're going to say Tiny. Just say
Still
it.
has not won with us casting its games. It's gotten up there. We had one the other day. I don't get it. I mean, I had the same question when they banned the Alchemist. That is a hero that anecdotally right now is 0-8 in this tournament. I'm not scared of a hero that's not winning games. I'll be honest. But we have not seen...
Not on our watch.
A Tiny win yet. We have not seen it. And we had a game that got so close, and it felt like our magical powers in that game 2 of Tidebound Tundra, it felt like they were finally going to break. But somehow Tiny has lost, at this point now, 8 games with us here in the casting chairs.
The question is, which kind of a gap closer do they want to pick up? Maybe, if we're talking about maybe some Ember Spirit, I think 2 supports can play really well with Ember. You're still going to be playing into Sniper. You can salvage that lane by making some earlier rotations, because 2 supports from BetBoom Team are very scary to play against. These are 2 heroes that do give them a lot of damage, and Kunkka.
Wow. First pick of the tournament in the grand final.
GPK gonna play Kunkka. That's I've seen some Kunkka during Wallachia. I think it was Larl who played it. I wasn't very impressed by not by player. I was not impressed by what Kunkka is able to do in the games.
And his only change in the most recent patch was that Tidebringer damage was increased by 5, 10, 15, 20 in those 4 levels. So it's not like this hero's gotten this massive change. It had been unpicked to this point. I mean, I love to see that kind of stuff. When you're willing to take a chance in a grand final, you know it's BO5. 1 loss isn't going to be the end of the world in the BO5s. But first pick of the tournament's kind of crazy here with the Kunkka last pick, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think in a best of 5, you want to get some crazy hero out there. If you manage to get the dub in that one, because best of 5 is completely different than a best of 3. It does allow you to maneuver a lot more. And they also didn't think too much about this Kunkka pick, which does give me confidence in terms of what they want to do, because they kind of were expecting. They were definitely theory crafting Quen Sniper that's going to come out. And I do feel that this Kunkka could do really good, but a little bit skeptical from what I've seen in the last month. And I haven't seen much from the hero, but definitely going to be interesting. I mean, this is the hero that does make you tanky and makes the whole team tanky. So that's pretty good. His laning phase should be fine against Sniper in terms of him getting the damage, and GPK, he's ready to go. Also want to see what the itemization is going to be. I think you're going to be building into because it's still very hard for Kunkka to deal damage. So I think Blade Mail is still going to be your core item, but definitely looking forward to see what GPK can offer in terms of entertainment, at least.
Yeah, if in a BO5 scenario, which is something you're kind of alluding to, you have a dominating win here with Kunkka, all of a sudden that's something you need to think about in the draft. It adds a hero to the potential pool. It adds something that you maybe need to think about banning overall. And it does change the way that the drafts will be later on. And if you can have it game one, I mean, it does change quite a bit.
It definitely does. And looking at some of the facets on the screen. Templar Assassin. Going for Refractor. So every single time. Yeah, a damage. You gain a damage charge every time a shield charge gets consumed. And Snot Rocket. I think from what I've seen, Bristleback is mostly played by green facet unless it's Mara who plays it, who still wants to be able to scale. And I do like that. I think it also comes down to combination of the heroes. If you're playing green Bristleback, you need to have a lot of physical damage. And I see Templar Assassin with that extra minus armor, and also seeing Kunkka. He does deal quite a lot of heavy physical damage. So makes a lot of sense.
See how GPK does here against Quinn in the mid lane. And I mean, this is not a matchup we've seen in this tournament so far. Not a matchup we've seen too much recently. But how does this go? How does a Kunkka sniper matchup go?
Quinn's putting a lot of pressure extremely early on, starting with Shrapnel. So he wants to push out the wave. And in terms of CS, I think Kunkka is going to catch up. I see that he's going to go for double Bracer. So... because you're not going to be buying into bottle. I don't think you can allow yourself to get bottle in this type of a matchup. Just want to have that raw HP, getting damage from the bracer, regeneration. But it's going to be a lot of harassment. I think Kunkka overall will do slightly better. Let's say 5-6 minutes into the game. But I also want to see supports rotate. He gets the X mark into Ice Bat, into Deadshot. Sniper, very easily killable, I would say.
Especially catch an X on him, get him into control. We'll see if that happens. And we're taking a look over towards top. It is that safe lane, Tiny with Tinker. See how that lane goes. You're dealing
Watson's
with
dropping very low.
Yeah, he might just die, and he's got to be a little bit careful here. Looking to go after save, but the Viscous Nasal Goo at 6 stacks means it's first blood for Miera.
It's a lot of minus armor.
Good.
Tiny is the hero that has 0. He has nada at level 1. So any type of a damage that you deal to him is gonna be pretty much like a pure damage. Physical resistance is 4%, which is nothing.
It really is nothing, and Miero willing to run at him, especially when you've gone into the Snot Rocket. You're going Viscous Nasal Goo. It is that with the Muerta too. You land a good dead shot, you're sending it back towards your tower, and it makes it harder to run from a hero like this Bristleback.
And it's also that you're paired up with Tinker, which is not the strongest hero in the lane, doesn't give you kill threat, can't really, you know, use Ice Path or something to stop them. So once they start to initiate on you, you might be in trouble. Sure, the healing is going to come out from Marge, Laser, so defensive capabilities are going to be okay-ish. Mid lane, very aggressive play from GPK. Quinn actually doing so much better in terms of CS. 2 points in that headshot. It scales really well. It goes from 20 to 50. GPK, he will need those bracers ASAP. And I also want to see this support rotations as soon as possible onto the mid lane. Snot Rocket is so annoying to play against. And they also gave first blood to Bristleback, who bought Ring of Health. That's going to be his regeneration, and I don't think he should be careful about dying in this one. Tinies with insurmountable facet, they don't go for toss, so it's going to be tree grab, it's going to be avalanche, and if he's sitting above 50% HP, he should be fine. And the next minute or so, he's going to be able to farm Vitality Booster, and that's going to be his Vanguard, and then his Gucci.
So it seems like it should be an easy lane for the Bristleback,
yes,
what you're saying.
Yeah. And once you pick up that Vanguard, it does allow Save to leave the lane, go into triangle, and get some stacks going.
Not only do that, but especially you were talking about maybe somebody coming over mid, you land a dead shot on the sniper, or you have X into a dead shot. That's a combo that is, I would say, at this level of these pro e-gamers, should be pretty easy to hit.
Yeah, Quinn is playing this lane so well. He's really dominating 23 and 11 against 14 and 12. He's also going for the runes, staying full HP, full mana pretty much.
DPK gonna need a little bit of help. He's got those 2 bracers already, but
Tofu getting initiated on.
We'll see if they can get this. And bottom lane, like you said, Tofu getting chased. Need a couple more right clicks to get this kill, but the Fairy Fire is enough to stay alive. Now they focus their attention on the Ace. The Liquid Frost and the Dual Breath, the damage there from Pure. Ketomi's gonna get the kill on the Ace, and instead of getting Tofu, they just get the offlaner, and they're happy with that. And that is, we've talked about Jakiro pretty much to the ends of the earth at this point with how strong he has felt. And I mean, it just shows it there, how much this position 5 can just make your lane so uncomfortable.
For sure. It's one of the strongest, if not the strongest position 5 right now. Everybody is sitting at like half HP on side of BetBoom Team.
Yeah, you take a look at the health bars, but nobody's died yet. Look over the calling onto Maladin.
Arrow.
He's up pretty far, but like you said, that Avalanche, if he's got 50% health, he should be okay. But I say that, and he dies, but Maladin will get traded. Maybe Save dies here too, which would give Watson some decent gold, but he doesn't die. He's got that dead shot slowing him down. An Ace who just got back to this lane is dead again. That is rough.
They're playing way too aggressive in the top lane. He was 50 gold off his Vanguard. I think they wanted to bait March, but caught off guard, and that extra bit of a hit. Because once you get that Vanguard, you're definitely not gonna die. Save.
He's low. This is pretty ballsy to walk in, but he knows what he's got in that wand, so he does make that move to try and pressure Watson, who's got 5 stacks of the Viscous Nasal Goo.
I'm just gonna throw it out there real quick. Save is the best player in the world when it comes down to reading how much he can push the limits. This guy, you'll always see him survive at the sliver of HP.
And that's not even the first time or the second time already that he's done that. I mean, he's playing with Watson, trying to draw him in with the fact that he's so low. It's almost like when you see a courier flying over and you think to yourself, do I stop and kill the courier, or do I just continue for this gank? And the way that Save's been pushing the envelope here, he's been kind of a nuisance, I would say, overall. We're on to the net worth, and you could see already Quinn getting so much more out of the lane. We talked about his CS ahead, and life is pretty good for him overall.
Yeah, I think Quinn needs to come and help them out with this 7-minute rune, because you're playing against Jakiro and Templar Assassin. They could definitely try to go and steal it, and also look at the tower damage. They're playing with the Catapult, Liquid Fire, that minus armor from Orb of Blight, down to 30% HP.
So 1 shrine apiece. Save and Tofu gonna grab it. Quinn did come over, but he's just stacking the triangle, and he tried to stack the triangle, I guess, because he's got 0 stacks.
This tower is going to go down 7 minutes in. It does allow you to have another entrance to the enemy triangle, which is where Beastmaster is going to be recovering. We know that Beastmaster didn't have a good lane. He died 2 times. And I see that Quinn also wants to come in and, quote, help him out. Maybe get some of the stacks for himself. And another kill in the bottom lane, Kataomi. Kataomi's getting all the last hits. It reminds me of the game where he was playing Glitch and there was Monkey King, and it was Dacha. It was the last Belgrade event, Fissure Playground. So they were, I think he was level 7 minutes into the game on Lich, while Monkey King was level 4.
I think he had like 5 kills or was involved in
it was something
like
nuts.
That. Insane. And they went on to spiral out of control in that game. You know, bottom lane's doing really well. And it kind of makes up for the fact that GPK is a little bit slow off the mark in mid, because look at how much gold Pure has here. Like, this lane has been wide open. They've killed these heroes bottom multiple times each. And it does make me worry that maybe we should have seen more pressure. Like, maybe Quinn come over if they found them coming in too deep.
They couldn't find an opening. Now, with the Ace being level 7, having that Primal Roar, they could definitely try to make something happen. Stacks in the triangle. Tofu Did place down a sentry ward, but seems like they don't want to let this one go.
They actually want to pull the camp so he can shrapnel and steal this stack. And that's exactly what they're going to do. I don't think they got any of those on the side of BetBoom. So they do steal that stack. Not bad. I mean, it's Quinn moving over, not that far, just to get a little bit more gold under his belt. And he's very farmed. He's in a good spot. One of the things that will become apparent a little bit later, though, too, is the fact that Tinker gets to that point where, you know, he's keeping up with an offlaner normally. If the map is open enough for him to farm.
Yeah. We still haven't seen much from GPK. He's been mostly jungling, trying to keep up with Sniper. I think with that one rotation that we were talking about, things would be pretty equal, but they haven't managed to find that opening. They've been pretty busy with killing the bottom towers, so Jakiro didn't come, and also putting the pressure in the top lane. Watson, he's doing A-okay in terms of his farm, but Templar Assassin, because of all those kills that they got, the tower that he got, is just farming way too quickly right now until he gets his Echo Saber, until he gets his Shard. But this type of a lineup from BetBoom Team can definitely set the tempo for the game. You have Bristleback and Templar Assassin. You can always take Tormentor, you can always take Roche, and this is something that Gaimin will need to try and maybe even contest. Not gonna be as easy, seeing the heroes that they do have fighting into Bristleback, who is pretty farmed right now. He's second on the network, has Vanguard. This hero wants to go in, soak up the damage, provide vision for his team. Doesn't care too much if he dies there, but if the team is getting Tormy, if they're getting Roche afterwards, it's definitely a big dub.
Things are pretty tight in terms of net worth, except for the Templar Assassin. And TA kind of coming back into the mix. I feel like this was one of those heroes that Pure used to play back in the day quite often and really dominate with. And we're seeing it here in terms of his farm. I mean, this is some crazy farm that he's getting. He's got Dragonlance. He's about to have his Blink Dagger 12 minutes into the game. He's got those treads ready to go. He actually bought a stack of infused raindrops and hasn't even needed to use them yet. Big stacks here for the side of BetBoom. There's also stacks throughout the entirety of the jungle. Like, Pure is going through the jungle right now while they're taking this triangle, and he's getting multiple stacks as well. I mean, the whole jungle has been stacked up for him. He's level 10.
Yeah, that's pretty massive. Gaimin is not a team that stacks a lot compared to some other teams. They're below average so far at the tournament. Falcons, Liquid, these two teams are always going to be up there. And I see a lot of blade mails being milled. Punka going for one, Bristleback going for one. In terms of damage or some uncontrollable damage that they do have, I think it's a pretty good game for it. Gives you decent amount of armor. You're playing into a lot of physical. Acorn shot, Tiny's right click, Sniper as well.
Yeah, definitely not a bad item to have, especially on multiple heroes. Especially on your Bristle, who's going to be walking into March on the Machines and everything like that. He'll be happy to have that blade mail not too far away from it. Ace trying to catch up, trying to get to that point where he feels comfortable in terms of what he's getting out of the map. Top lane, though, they've got that X. They'll throw down the Macro Pyre. Ghost Ship comes in, and they are going to burn away this Tinker. GPK getting the kill, finally getting involved. He's got that amplified damage. That means they're going to go after this tier 1 tower top and should be able to take it without anybody coming to clear them out.
Pure with the Blink Dagger. He just came to the top lane, and now he wants to go back to the bottom lane. They see Ace, GPK.
He's here.
He's going to catch him with X mark.
Got the X. They'll have the Torrent. Meld Strike and a dead shot means Ace is dead to rights. GPK getting yet another kill. He's getting involved and finally gets himself a duo of kills. And if you like what you're seeing on the screen, you've been following along for the entirety of the event, why not follow us on all official Fissure channels? !F in the chat. You can follow us on all socials. Get more information on future events.
Man, Pure is so farmed. 8,000 at 13 minutes. This is pretty impressive. And he's also level 12. Once he picks up that Deso, maybe if they get another kill, there's potential that he has Deso for Tormentor fight. Or if the Tormentor fight doesn't occur immediately at 15, he's definitely going to have it. Yarrow trying to find the spot.
Goes north. Avalanche wisely placed. And they will catch Miero with that. It's just a matter of time until he dies. Good avalanche. Expecting him to go north instead of just running down the steps and trying to get out of that one and continuing to chase. Knowing where he's going to TP out, a good amount of gold going the way of Quinn, who has been farming quite well, at least in the lane, but has slowed down to the point where GPK is taken back over. He'll get a kill there onto Save, taking this Muerta out, using that sharpshooter.
Dire's structures are fortified.
2 good kills. The Bristleback is worth quite a lot of gold. It was Quinn who got it. Extra 400 gold for him. Extra bit of experience. And Quinn continues to farm up. GPK now. 15 minutes into the game. He is staying ahead. Still yet to see his Admiral's Rum. I just want to see this being used. You have to drop below 65% HP.
Seems pretty good when you read it out. He's also going for the axe, so he's looking for the upgrade of the ghost ship at the moment. No longer the Torrent Storm. Hasn't been
that was I don't know how I feel about that one. I think the
upgrade of the ghost ship.
Yeah, that's an okay one, but compared to previous, the Torrent Storm, it just feels complete. Like I would say that the Torrent Storm was 3 times better than this ghost ship.
Looks like BetBoom's going to move down towards bot and grab this Tormentor. First shard is going to go to... Drumroll, please, chat. Thank you. Kazomi. So, Jakiro gets that shard. Moving Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost on different cooldowns, which is always good. You're adding quite a bit here, I would say, for Jakiro.
Yeah,
compared to the better shards.
Compared to Muerta, like, you definitely want to have it on your Jakiro. Like, I think Muerta's probably the last one. Every single time you're going to be killing Tormentor, you're going to be... Please, just don't let Muerta get it. Because the next one in the line can be Bristleback. He's probably going to buy a shard of his own, considering that it's a good shard to pick up on the off-lane Bristle when you're playing green Bristleback. But then again, it might be Templar Assassin who gets it, or even Kunkka, which are much more valuable shards compared to Muerta.
Considering the lanes, I'm a little surprised that Miero's farm is slowed down so much.
He didn't get the priority in terms of stacks. It was GPK who took them.
True.
Usually it is the offlaner, and look at the big difference between 2 carries right now. Pure, even though he doesn't have a single kill, he has quite a lot of assists, but he's definitely putting the pressure, finishes off that Deso, immediately goes to the mid lane, and they're looking for a fight right now.
Yeah,
they want to take the fight and turn that into Roche.
Get 1 or 2 kills, you pretty much secure yourself Roche. This is a 16.5-minute Deso Blink Dragonlance. It's such crazy amount of farm, and they're searching. They're actually pretty close to where Watson is.
They went the other direction.
He just escaped. I mean, they really want to use this Deso to get a kill. They want to get some charges on it.
They can also force Roche fight. I think they have enough damage with Meld being maxed out, with Deso. If Bristleback comes, Viscous Nasal Goo is also maxed out, so they definitely have more than enough. They wanted to grab a kill, and Kateomi, he's going to find an Observer Ward, which is going to remove vision, potentially for Gaimin taking that fight. It's not the fastest Roche. Roshan is much stronger than it was before.
But it is quick enough now.
JPK, he's a tanky boy.
He's pretty tanky.
Admiral's Rum.
Blade mail. Yeah, the Admiral's Rum making him pretty tanky overall. Marching the Machines. I mean, they threw a lot at him to try and get this kill. They even used that roar, but it doesn't do anything for them. Sent a lot of that damage back. I mean, Admiral's Rum now on cooldown. He's still looking for that Ags, but he's happy with how that went down. I mean, he feels quite strong. Game's sitting pretty close.
It does. Gaimin managed to stabilize in terms of farming, but we haven't seen a move that they tried to make. They're waiting for this Aghanim Scepter on Beastmaster, which was finished some time ago. Did pick up a Blink Dagger of his own. Tinker Malady, whenever he plays Tinker, he's always pretty much staying on top of the network compared to the other supports. Jakiro got the shard, so that's a little bit extra bit of a gold coming out from him.
Find Pure. He's got an Aegis. The falling is down. Maybe there's a turnaround. Meld Strike comes out from Pure. Avalanche thrown out. That lands on a 2. Have a silence on a Malady for a moment. They're going to pierce the veil. They've got the damage. The dead shot lands, and Watson's dead. Sharpshooter comes through. It's on the Muerta, but Pure, he's got the refraction. He's trying to survive, get another kill on a Malady. He's got this Aegis to work with, so if he dies, he's got another life to play with, but the Primal Roar comes through on the GPK. He's going to be dead, even though he was trying to stay protected from that macro pyre. They'll even kill off Ketomi and his courier. All of a sudden, this doesn't feel so amazing, especially with Miro dead too. This looked like it was going to be a good turnaround
so quickly.
BetBoom.
It did. It took them quite a bit of a time to kill Tiny. Tiny is a tanky guy. He has 2 points in his grow now. And yeah, quite a lot of healing coming out from Tinker. Holy Locket, March of the Machines, has Solar Crest as well. Itemizing all for armor in this game. And can't really blame him. You're playing against 3 cores that are dealing pretty heavy physical damage. So I expect Ace to also pick up his own item, Ace E, to buff up the team.
See that eventually. And talking about damage numbers, Pure doing 4,400 damage, but Quinn doing 3,300 damage, and then the Tinker also did another 2,500 damage. So standing in those March of the Machines is just, it's so tough, and especially when it, like you said, is those repair bots, it makes life very difficult. You don't get these kills as quickly as you maybe like.
Yeah, they also don't have anything to reduce the healing coming out from Tinker. There is at least not yet no Orb of Corrosion, no Scotty, no Shiva's Guard, no Spirit Vessel.
Melody would be pretty
That's a big kill if they can get him. Take him out first.
Very dead, and means no repair bots, means they could push that tower, get that tier 1 tower kill, and honestly,
what
in these 30 seconds, maybe look for something more.
What if repair bots worked on towers where you can heal the towers like Repair Kit?
This is why we got rid of Repair Kit.
That was so annoying to play against.
Don't give Ice Frog any ideas on a hero that's already feeling pretty broken. Shrine is not actually picked up there by Watson. I thought maybe he thought he would get it, but it ends up going to Miero, and they get that kill on a Watson. That's rough.
That was Shadowblade reveal for Watson. And he revealed himself. They do have a trap. They do have Sentry Ward, and he also popped the dust. So taking another XP rune away from them. Miero is the one who's going to get it.
It's turned into 8 charges on the Desolator for Pure. He's saving up for Shard and BKB. He's going to purchase that Shard and then sell that Shard. Okay. Not committing to it yet.
Thinking about whether he needs it or not. That silence could cause a lot of issues for Tinker if they're getting the jump. Malady, I'm looking at his itemization. Plate Mail, Solar Crest, he's sitting at 25 armor. Not going to be the easiest target to burst. I think they need to commit pretty heavily to be able to get a kill on him.
Pure is, at 22 minutes into the game, almost level 20.
Yeah, this doesn't have still a single kill to his name, 008.
He was 007 James Bond before. I don't actually know who 008 is in that universe, but 006 is Alex Rebellion. So he's been going through the bonds and feeling like quite the assassin, except he's never getting the finishing blow, so you can't blame him. And the assassin who's supposed to be Sniper, only level 15 and 1-0-4. I mean, Quinn hasn't died. And he did a lot of damage in that last fight that happened fully in top. But there's definitely a lot left to be desired from this Gaimin team so far. And the game is pretty close, so I'm not saying they're playing poorly in by any means.
Yeah, Quinn's having a good game. He didn't die a single time. Will get a BKB of his own, so that's going to be protection if he gets caught by X-Mark. A lot of the times you would see some Dragonlance, Spike, even grenades, but he understands that X-Mark is the only thing that can get him killed. He's still gonna go probably for the same items, maybe pick up some Silver Edge later down the line to be able to break Bristleback, break Kunkka. It's great to break Admiral's Rum, so you can actually kill him.
Pure. It's going down now, but he was at the 900 XPM mark, which is disgusting. Looks like they might find Tofu, and they do. Some right clicks. Can you use sharpshooter to get to the low ground?
Nice
Yes, you
play.
can. That's really nice. Find yourself on the edge of that landmark there, and you're able to put yourself away from the team. But they're still catching up to him. They've got the Rod of Atos to calling down, and it will be Save who gets that kill.
Is under attack.
It was a good move with the sharpshooter, just unable to get far enough away.
Took them quite a lot of time to get the kill there.
Ace, he's in trouble. He gets slowed down. He's got the drums of Slam, but they are going to give up on this. TPing Maladich. They actually don't kill those couriers. They let him TP into that because they really could have killed those two creeps.
It was potentially a bait coming out as well. If the rest of the team was ready, they did not want to go for it, knowing that Gaimin had Glyph ready, so they could come in and maybe try to take the fight afterwards. So refraction damage, level 20 talent, that's going to be even more damage. From Pure, Roshan may respawn in less than a minute, and now another big item is being delivered to Pure. BKB completed. They can wait for another Tormentor and get it. Pepe pray that Muerta doesn't get it.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, Tormentor will be back alive in a moment. They wait for it to open up and come. This feels like Groundhog's Day. If it sees its shadow, 2 more games of BetBoom dominance. If it doesn't, Gaimin Gladiators win here. We'll see.
Nice timing, guys. It's the only thing that can defeat BetBoom.
All right, forget it, guys. We're out of here. They
don't even kill it in the end.
No, they don't. It's there now.
Let's go back to the gates. Professional e-gamers, by the way. And now they're going to go and take it. Miero is going to start lowering the armor. Never mind. We're just kidding, guys.
Back for Ace. They've got the X. Ghost ship thrown out. BKB from Ace to run away. And back to Tormentor. 3rd time's a charm.
I think this time around they will get it. Maybe they know something we don't. Maybe they knew that if they go through the Twin Gate, kill it, afterwards, Pure's going to be the one getting it instead of Muerta. Maybe there's something to it.
Out.
Yeah, it did. And now they can go through the Twin Gates one more time.
And they might find somebody with this because they've got the trap down and Pure. 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. Tofu dead, and Pure with another kill participation. He's 1-0-9. That was actually his first kill, but he's involved in 10 of the 13. And he does have 10 Deso charges. Airball. Lotus. Viscous Nasal Goo bounce back. X used. Tidal Wave pulling him further. Maladich is going to die here. Pure getting yet another kill. And I say yet another, but it's only his second. But he is involved in a lot so far. And net worth still very much ahead by like a lot.
Yeah. Melody is tanky, but not tanky to sustain through 5 heroes of BetBoom Team. And still 1k gold lead. Gaimin Gladiators, they're keeping up in terms of farm. Tiny is the one who managed to get a good amount of farm. That trap vision. Save.
That trap vision. Pierce the veil.
BKB not ready.
Into the ice path. Ace is dead with the macro pyre down. Pure getting another. Starting to stack him up. He's got 14 charges on the Deso, working with that Aegis now. This feels like Gaimin, they have the farm, but they just don't have enough. Fighting into the Aegis seems super dangerous for Gaimin.
They were
Gladiators.
unable to make any kind of aggressive move, try to get a pick off. It was mostly when BetBoom were making a move and then them getting initiated on. So utilizing sniper, hurdling a bit, high ground defense potentially coming out. Quinn does quite a lot of damage. He does have Nemesis Curse, just picked up Dragonlance.
Maladich caught again.
Maladich again.
Headshot connects, and this will be a kill for GPK.
these are relatively big kills that they're getting on Maladich. He's worth quite a lot of gold. Like his net worth 10,000, so they're getting a good chunk of XP on top of that as well.
Yeah, a bit spaced out from the rest of his team, and obviously you play like that when you're playing Tinker. You're traveling to these creep waves and trying to get the farm that is available to you. But you know, we talk about Tinker being that hero that keeps up with like an offlaner normally. The Jakiro is keeping up to him, and he's 3,000 gold behind where the offlaners are at. He's been dying a couple of times, and it feels like, yes, those kills, they're worth a lot of gold. I guess it's not the cores that are dying, minus Ace at this point, but it feels not sacrificial, because I don't think it's intentional that he's dying on the map like this.
Tower is under attack.
If they can defend any of these towers, any of these objectives. Oof. ML turrets, dude, they found themselves Quinn. Tidal wave and the torrent landing, but it doesn't matter for the moment. Empire laid down with an assassinate thrown over on the Pure, who doesn't have any mana remaining.
Needs to go back. GPK can X-mark him so he can come back to the fight with full mana. Get some clarity on yourself. Come back and try to use that Aegis that they still haven't up and running for 2.5 minutes.
They saw that smoke. They've got a really good obs there, and that saw everybody smoke. They know exactly where they're coming from. Miero's just turning.
Miero's AFK.
He knows they're coming from this direction, and it doesn't look like it's going to matter all of a sudden. They've got the break. It's onto the bristleback, but can they get the kill? He finally runs away, but doesn't get away from the hands of Ace. Watson taking a lot of damage with Pure with the BKB. They get the kill on Maladich. Now they'll look over as they've caught Save. Spirit Vessel from Tofu onto Save. They'll get the kill onto the Muerta. Quinn down low. Avalanche connects. It's on a Pure, but the blink forward with the fraction. They get that kill on a Tofu. They'll take out another, and now they'll look over at Ace. Kataomi dies.
Oh,
to
look at,
Quinn.
there we go.
Right clicks from Pure, just taking him out. The right clicks now from Quinn. Trying to
I don't know if he can take this fight.
Use that trap. 2 more right clicks coming in from Pure.
He can.
And he's got another one. He'll look over for Watson. Doesn't have the vision, but Pure taking him out by himself at times.
Basically a one-man army. I want to see the amount of damage that he was able to deal. 10,000 damage coming out from Pure in the previous fight. Still holding the Aegis, which is pretty insane. Bristleback dealt 170 damage. But I think he soaked up the most damage out of all of them. He tanked the roar, all the right clicks coming out from Sniper and Tiny. This is going to be the big item. Shiva's Guard, which is going to reduce the healing from the Beastmaster. And you see him, boat comes in, 4 staff, but still not enough. And these Blade Mails, they're doing quite a lot of damage back. Not so much during the BKB, of course, but Pure, it's all about him and using the traps. This was pretty perfect because he was able still to get some really nice right clicks off of the side blades.
He'll use it. He'll try to use the trap again here when we see him fight Quinn. He drops it down right in front of him and uses it, I believe, for one of it. Well, never mind. He used it for one of the hits. Instead, we're going to see Tofu die. Pure now wicked sick. He started this game 0-0-8. Now he's 7-0-11. He's got the slushy ready. On the high ground they go. I mean, there is really no stopping Pure at the moment. He still has the Sages for 10 more seconds. The right clicks don't care about
Maladich. He's getting caught.
He's just dead. And Quinn's trying to fight here, but he is right-clicking into a Blade Mail. That brought him down to about half health. He pops the BKB, and now they're going to look to try and...
Pure's jumping in.
Pure's in.
He's ready to clean up.
Quinn. He doesn't care. I mean, Pure is ready to go. He is so farmed. He does so much damage. He still has this BKB. He'll TP out finally. But the Ice Path, it connects onto Ace, and they're going to buy back on Quinn, trying to get a couple of these kills. Tidal Wave pushes him as the TP finishes, and they will be safe leaving this fight. I say that, but Watson still have the trap. Oh, GPK is a shielder now. They might even just turn.
He's coming back. Level 26 Templar Assassin, 4 refraction instances. So now you have 10 of those with the Nemesis Curse. It is insane amount of damage that he can deal, and they just bought back on 2 of the heroes. This is why Pure, like, I think he had a pretty rough last, I would say, a month or so. I've been praising this guy a lot, and he had not the greatest tournament in the last month or so, but I think he found the groove again. These are his type of heroes that he's playing, and let's see if he can maybe get something done here. Doesn't have The other facet doesn't have the meld bash hit, so not going to be able to get any kind of a stun lock. And look what he's buying, or at least trying to buy. Hex. So wants to be able to lock onto a target and bring him down. They feel like they need extra bit of a control. But also in terms of scaling, this lineup from BetBoom, a lot of the times you would see Templar Assassin not be able to scale, especially back in the days. But this hero is still doing pretty fine. And we also see Jakiro going for the Aghanim Scepter. Ace, they caught a glimpse of him.
Yeah, Ice Path, Macro Pyre, the Ags-like combo, but the BKB's been popped. I don't think it's going to matter, though. Pierce still has the damage, and he is godlike. His GPM was shown on the screen just a moment ago. It's 830 at the moment, but his XP per minute is 1250. This
big numbers.
is domination.
Validation getting caught one more time.
There is just no stopping.
He bought back in the previous fight.
Yeah. No buyback on Ace. I mean, I guess it's for something.
They don't have the opening. Like,
yeah.
Who's gonna start the fight? It needs to be like Hoodwink from some long range, maybe force staff in. Tiny doesn't have a blink dagger. A lot of the time you see Tiny pick up a blink dagger relatively late when we're talking about the carry Tinies, when you want to maybe remove your boots or upgrade that blink dagger to your swift blink. So they don't have that initiation. Ace buys back, but they couldn't find any other opening. And let's see if they timed the Tormentor this time around. New Tormy is going to spawn around a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they did go through the gates, then they tried to kill Beastmaster, and then went back and killed it. Everybody does have a shard, except for Muerta, so it's going Muerta's way, no matter what.
They should tell Muerta to buy it, so they all just get gold instead.
Yeah, it's just waste gold on Muerta instead of picking up the Aghanims.
Yeah.
Excellent idea. You know what, Beakup? You haven't been theory crafting any of the ideas. You kind of stop with that, which I do miss.
Oh, you missed it. Okay, I didn't think those were the words that were going to follow that sentence at all. I really thought you were going to say, I'm glad. But if I think of one, I'll let it rip.
Quinn, his BKB's on cooldown.
Oh,
2 seconds.
2 more seconds, but I think 2 seconds too late. They are going to get that kill on a Quinn. He is dead for a minute and a half. Good combo there from Hoodwink for a second. I mean, the bushwhack landing onto a couple, but it didn't really matter.
I think
Paladin
this is
is dead. Tofu is gone. Watson on the run. And he pops that BKB. Doesn't look like it's really going to matter. I mean, Ace is doing everything that he can, but the force staff forward, Pure looking in. They should call GG, and they will. It'll be game 1 of this BO5 Grand Final, going the way of BetBoom.
Give him the rampage.
There's the rampage for Pure. Wow.
And what a way to end the game. Flawless performance coming out from him. 14-0 and 13. Involved in 27 out of 30 kills. And we can see them on camera. Just a casual day in the office for Tormentor squad. They are doing pretty well. The strategy that they ran, I think, coming into the second game with all this minus armor, where Bristleback is soaking up the damage. You have Kunkka behind you with the boat, also soaking up the damage with the blade mails, both of them popping the blade mails at the same time. And then 2 cores, Tiny and Sniper, they need to use the BKB so they don't kill themselves on the blade mail. And then Pure comes in and pretty much cleans up. And GPK also having a pretty perfect game on last pick Kunkka. So coming into best of 5 with this kind of idea definitely gives them the upper hand.
Yeah,
because you're showing up new hero. You're showing new heroes. You're showing Templar Assassin that the hero has been buffed. It's also one of your favorite heroes, and then bringing in Kunkka into the mix. Watson unable to get a single kill on the board. A couple of assists, but another tiny loss.
I know. I'm thinking it, and you said it, and it's just. Just look at the stream for 2 seconds, see that we're on the screen, and just don't pick Tiny, because I don't think it's going to work. I think this will be one of the few tournaments where we just don't see a win in now 9 games or so. But obviously the MVP being Pure, 14
What a shocker.
Started the game 0-0-8. And his farm and his look at his XPM, 1340. Disgusting. Disgusting. I mean, that was gross from Pure, and I mean that in all the complimentary ways.
No, he's definitely back. He's feeling himself, and also when this team is playing from ahead, they really know how to put the pressure. The strategy that they did have is going for, like, Tormentors. You could see them going for the pickoffs before, slightly missing the Tiny there, but then again, they're like, okay, we can still kill Roshan and then take the fight. And very interesting teams in terms of the hero pool. Some of like team-specific heroes that they do play. He did run CK. They play Axe, Dawnbreaker, like even Leshrac, which was super popular at the start of Wallachia, and then it fell off pretty quickly. Coming into the second game, I think Gaimin, they will need to figure stuff out, because right now, BetBoom, they're definitely feeling themselves, and coming into the second game, they might even experiment slightly more compared to game number one.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but game one in the books, it goes to BetBoom Team. We'll be back in just a moment with game number 2, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness. Feel the pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop every member, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only that stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the grand finals still here on Fissure Universe 4. And, well, you are here for the grand finals. You're here for 5 games. You've been following along the entire tournament. Why don't you just follow the channel? Exclamation point F in the chat. That is going to be, where am I on the screen? That way. No, that way. All right, guys, that's where the chat is. You type it, you put it in, and then you get all the information on how to follow us, and you'll be happy with the fact that you did. All official Fissure channels will have behind the scenes action and all the future work that we got going in for Dota. And we've got the coin toss for game number 2. This time it's first pick for BetBoom Team and Radiant for Gaimin Gladiators. Lacoste, what's going to be different in this second game draft? Is it just going to be the fact that TA gets banned?
I think you remove it. I know that they also played it on side of Gaimin Gladiators, but they don't have overall first pick. And I think there's a high chance that they ban it just because they can also flex it. This is also a hero that GPK does play it. It was absolute cinema performance coming out from Pure in the previous one. So definitely something that they should reconsider. And we also talked about them opening up with Pure's hero in 4 out of last 5 games. In the previous game, what was the opener for them? Just trying to think.
In the last game?
Yeah.
Tinker came out for Gaimin Gladiators and then TA for BetBoom.
Yeah, that was the response. So
yeah.
BetBoom is also super aggressive team, very heavily focused on laning. We saw them winning both of the side lanes. We also saw them slightly losing the mid lane. I said that one move that they make can equalize this matchup. GPK did well, didn't die a single time, did go to jungle, and then continued to farm up his items, and suddenly with one big fight, he's catching up with Quinn, and we have draft ready at the screen. So removing Jakiro on side of BetBoom as well, which leaves some more heroes in the pool, and it also does allow BetBoom to pick up Monkey King, which is also a flex pick for them. They love to run it from the safe lane, they love to run it from the mid lane, so having this type of a hero doesn't really say, oh, we want to counter pick him straight away or anything like that. And we also seen Monkey Kings going for the other facet instead of the tree jump, what's it called? The Simian Stride. You do go for the Wukong's Fateful one, where it does allow you to stay in the Wukong's, or at least keep the Wukong's command, even if you leave it for 4 seconds.
Yeah, we've been seeing BetBoom. They like this Monkey King. They've played it the most. They've played it 5 times to 3 wins and 2 losses. I think only in 2 games did it pick Simian Stride. The Wukong's Faithful, like you said, is pretty much the pick here. And then they go back to the Beastmaster for Gaimin Gladiators. I'm looking at the Monkey King here, and it's been played in the mid lane more so than it's been played safe lane. 17 times mid, 9 times in the safe lane. Both to pretty similar win rates, honestly.
He has more bad matchups in the mid lane, I would say, compared to the safe lane, where I think they want to keep this flex open unless they find a really good pick for Kataomi, something that's going to be able to stabilize the lane. Heroes that he played so far don't have much control, like Tinker, Warlock at the early stages. The big one that I'm looking into the most is going to be something like a Crystal Maiden, because if they're going to be playing this from the safe lane, it gives them kill threat. It also gives you extra bit of a shield turnaround potential from Monkey is already there. But if you get that extra bit of a shield from Crystal Maiden's Nova, you might get an extra hit, which does allow you to get your Jingu stack up. So very strong lane. And also looking at the bans, they still think that Sniper caused a lot of issues. And this could also imply we want to play this Monkey King from the mid lane. But then again, there are other heroes that Monkey doesn't like to play into, multiple of these mid laners, some ODs, some Queen of Pains, like even like Wind Ranger. Like there's massive hero pool that Monkey doesn't like to play into. And let's see what the Gaimin will pick up for themselves.
Yeah, gonna be interested in what they pick. BetBoom also, last time they played, I was just about to mention the fact that the last time they played this, they played it with Pure on the Monkey King, It was the only time they played it in the playoffs with Pure, and it was Crystal Maiden that was the support for it. They played it. It was Monkey King, Tiny, Darkseer, Coddle, Crystal Maiden.
Yes. You know that talk we had when I'm talking about something and you're not listening?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just mentioned Crystal Maiden.
No, I know, but it was part of this point that I was gonna elaborate.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I'm just kidding because it does allow them to play this lane pretty. Like it does allow them to have the kill threat, and also they are gonna be picking Warlock for themselves, so they're not saying anything right now. With Warlock, strong laner. I haven't seen Watson. He actually did play at one time, Beastmaster, so it is a flex pick for them. If you pair it up with Warlock, it is a strong lane, so they don't necessarily need to keep this Master in the off lane if they can find maybe something better for Ace. Problem is, if this Monkey goes to the safe lane, a lot of these melee heroes, they don't like to play into Monkey.
This Keeper of the Light was played with it last time, as I just mentioned. They only played it once in the playoffs so far. Granted, they've been winning a lot of their games, so they haven't had to go through any lower bracket run with the Monkey King, but Pure's 1-3 with it. GPK's 2-0 with it. And it's definitely a flex hero still. I wonder what they're going to pair up with this Keeper of the Light, which in 22 games is 11-11.
From the off lane, Miero, he can still play something like a Bristleback, which is fine. I think Mars is also okay if they want to pick it up. And this is going to be another Kataomi classic. Back in the days when he was playing position 4, this was his go-to hero in terms of scaling, and also good way to set things up for your Wukong's command, maybe some blasts, and immediately they're gonna pick up Storm Spirit for themselves. And now you have to choose, because Monkey can still play into Storm Spirit in the mid lane, and they can go in a different direction, get a different carry, or they can pick up some of the off lane. It's a good game for Puck other than Muerta. If Storm zips in, you can definitely like lock him in. But for now, it's going to be Tiny. So keeping the flex open between these two, both of them are melee heroes. And overall, they don't have the last pick. So looking at the heroes that Miero could play, I think there's a good possibility that they pick up even a core Night Stalker. I wouldn't mind seeing that. I think any initiator, even I mentioned Mars, there's also a good chance that they pick up something like a Bristleback. But I would maybe want, because now they picked up Tiny, which does give them a bit more control on a lower cooldown. So they have that one covered. Monkey King with Boundless should be enough. But I want to see some more team fight. Maybe removing Ursa could also imply that they want to pick up something like a Tidehunter, because overall it does feel like a good Tidehunter game. Tide is not afraid of any of these heroes. You have guaranteed Ravage, also very good pipe carrier in this one. Most of the damage is magical.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
Tidehunter getting banned. Tiny, we mentioned it before. I'll just say the curse of us casting. That's it. It's 0-9 with us at the helm here. Winter Wyvern's another first pick of the tournament, by the way. So back-to-back games picking it for the first time. They're picking something new for the first time. Definitely interesting. Ban the Bristle, ban the Tide. Is there any world we see core Winter Wyvern?
No, that's a bit too much. That's Kataomi's hero. In 7.38b, they increased cooldown on Winter Wyvern by 15 seconds level 1, 10 seconds level 2, and 5 seconds at level 3.
We pick the Centaur and Centaur Warrunner, 6-5 in the tournament so far. 6 of those games coming from Gaimin Gladiators. So Centaur Warrunner has 11 games, 6 wins, 5 losses. 6 of those 11 games have been played by Gaimin Gladiators, who account for 5 of those 6 wins. So for everybody else, this hero is 1-4.
There's a potential that they play Beastmaster from the safe lane, but I think they want to get something for Watson, something that... It's not an easy pick, considering what you're going to be playing into. Quite a lot of stuns, any kind of physical damage dealer doesn't like to play into Blinding Light, and also Winter's Curse. So maybe they need to find a hero that does deal mixed type of a damage. Some magical... Maybe something like... If they want to run another one, something like maybe Ember Spirit or some kind of a Pudge that they did run. This is the mixed damage, physical and magical at the same time.
And a lot of reserve time left. But it looks like at least... They're all kind of doing the same pose, by the way. But Lifestealer, they seem a little stressed, and they picked this Lifestealer, and I don't know. How do you feel about this Lifestealer to finish off this draft?
I like Lifestealer against Tiny, and I like Lifestealer against Centaur, but I don't like Lifestealer into Winter Wyvern. They do have the Infest Bomb. I think the idea of Gaimin Gladiators is to be able to jump the backlines and kill this Keeper of the Light, kill Winter Wyvern before he can cast anything, and then deal with the rest. They have a lot of HP, so in theory it should feel like a good game for Lifestealer. Problem is you're playing into Curse, you're playing at the heal from Winter Wyvern, so you can't deal physical damage, which is a bit of a bummer. But I do overall like Gaming's draft compared to the previous one. Slightly in favor of BetBoom, I would say still. Pure's going to be playing his signature Monkey King in the safe lane with Kataomi. GPK on Tiny with the Crash Landing facet allows you to become more active. You're buying a Blink Dagger. But I think Gaimin did a good job in terms of understanding how to fix the draft, some of the issues that they did have in the previous game. And it's going to be all about killing the 2 supports. As I said, this is going to be the big one for me. If they're going to be able to save each other, there is Stampede, there is Blinding Light once they start getting into more items. So definitely going to be looking into finding the backlines for BetBoom Team. And also, one more time, Ace is going to be playing Beastmaster. I think maybe this time around, it's going to be a better game to pick up Helm. You're dealing with Keeper of the Light, Winter Wyvern. If you get the jump, you also have a pretty good timing. The snowball effect is definitely there. Lifestealer, on the other hand, all about that physical damage until he picks up the Radiance. But yeah, I think this one should be an interesting.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting game. It ends up being GPK mid on that Tiny safe lane, Monkey King. And we'll see how it goes, because I'm very interested to see if the curse continues. If I were thinking about drafts, I feel like I like BetBoom's better. If I was thinking about the way that we've never seen a Tiny win, I think I'd have to pick Gaimin Gladiators. Just can't go against the curse until it's broken. We'll see how it goes. And if Maladich has a good start, you get that rock onto the fights earlier. Get a couple of Black Grimoire charges. We've seen that. I mean, that was that Kataomi that had that game as well? The game that we saw like 7 charges on the Black Grimoire so early in the game.
Yeah, it was him. Now you want to get like, if you're fighting into Warlock at level 1, you lose 2 heroes. That could be pretty massive. And then you start to snowball from the lane, maybe make some twin gate rotation, allows you to get another kill, and suddenly you are level 6, level 7 minutes into the game. But also seeing what Beastmaster picked up as his facet, he did go for Beast mode, so most likely it is going to be the other build, the build that we've seen in the previous game. So Tofu, onward to this time around, paired up with the Beastmaster. It is a strong lane. Pure, gotta start with Boundless Strike. Gonna try to deal some more damage, maybe even kill Boar, but not gonna be as easy playing into Muerta. It's one of the few heroes that trades really well in the lane.
Now, last game, mid lane went the way of Quinn, and this matchup doesn't seem to allude to that being the same case.
This one, Tiny was having a good start. I think GPK, like this is definitely going to be the matchup that we always look into, not because of the heroes, but because of the players and what they can do. Pretty free Lifestealer game overall. Like Lifestealer doesn't die in this one, but Maladich might.
Yeah, and he is getting low, and they just need one more double edge or one more right click. Miero doesn't have the double edge yet, only level 1, had that host stomp, so he just gets the right click now. He's level 2 and should be picking it up, but he gets that first blood, and it's first blood for BetBoom.
Again, Miero getting the first blood. He did get it in the previous game as well, which did allow him to pick up early Ring of Health, and he's bringing it in one more time. 2 minutes in, playing against Ring of Health in the lane. Feels pretty bad, but Lifestealer should be happy. I don't think you can kill Lifestealer in this one. He has way too much HP.
Mid an avalanche onto Quinn, doing some decent damage. Same time, bottom, they are trying to go for save. Try and get a kill here onto this Keeper of the Life. And
they should definitely not die. I don't think you should die on Keeper of the Light, especially with Blinding Light.
Right.
Centaur could be in a little bit of a trouble. You can always TP out, especially once you get to that Vanguard timing. You should be more than fine. GPK is putting in quite a lot of pressure onto Storm.
A constant avalanche is just coming through, and using this tree, doing some extra damage. He's just playing really close to Quinn, making his life very, very unsafe at the moment over mid. They don't exactly have amazing heroes that come over towards the mid lane, but we've seen it in the past where these coddles will come through and like throw an Illuminate, try and help get that little bit of extra damage to get a kill.
With the Blood Grenade, they could, and he is bringing Blood Grenade on the Courier, which could potentially die in this bottom lane. Miero is also getting initiated on, but we're looking at the top lane.
Yeah,
Ace
really
doing good in terms of CS. 12 and 1 so far for him.
Top lane seems to be pretty quiet for the moment. Pure doesn't have 12,000 net worth yet. I mean, I'm a little disappointed, honestly. He should be super farmed and super ready to go.
Ooh,
bottom
man.
lane. Ooh, Watson.
He's inside.
caught.
Like, he's in very deep. Not respecting the damage that could come out. This is few points in double edge. Something that usually you don't see. Sometimes you see 1-0-3 build, but they wanted to grab some kills, and there's that rotation that you talked about. Save is going to stack, is going to be able to steal the rune from Storm Spirit, and
Top
maybe
lane.
even get something done in the mid.
Katomi ends up dying there to Tofu. Good calling, good dead shot. Here also in a little bit of trouble. I don't think he's going to die here without the dead shot being available to him. Got to be careful over mid here as well. Well, save's not going all the way over just yet.
It is annoying in the mid lane as Tiny, especially if you bring extra set of regen. He brought tangos. There aren't many trees that you can eat. Like, you need to go back, so maybe you're losing some of that ASP. You're losing some of the denies as well. Deforestation with the tree grab, with eating tangos.
Too bad we just don't have that pre-game how many trees will get destroyed in this one.
Oh, love that one.
0 to 100, 101 to 250, 250 to 500, or 500 plus. Hero has that Vanguard already. I mean, that just means double edge is going to be an issue, and you're going to be able to sustain so well here on this Centaur with no fear. No real fear.
He's putting quite a lot of pressure onto Watson.
He really is, and I mean, starting with the double edge, having the
Watson
chakra
doesn't have
magic
rage.
as well. He doesn't have anything to work with. And Miero, he's gonna have double edge in a moment again. And Watson's just dead on his screen already. He can run, but he's not fast enough to get away from Miero. And another kill onto Watson. This is an amazing lane so far for BetBoom Team.
Ooh, the only rage you can have is on Discord with your teammates. I don't know. I think you need to have a point in it, considering after you died once that you didn't have it at the time, and seeing that he's putting multiple points into double edge, this lane shouldn't really go this way. I don't think Lifestealer should be dying in this lane, and there's that rotation that you talked about. Potentially Keeper of the Light making a move.
He came over and it didn't exactly go their way, so now GPK's kind of in this poor spot where Maladich and Tofu both make a rotation and they get the kill onto GPK. Playing a bit over aggressive, I would say, on Quinn caused him to find himself out of position with both supports rotating for Gaimin Gladiators.
Miero's playing so aggressive in the bottom lane. Does have a healing salve. And we'll pick up a Lotus, which is going to bring him up to like 60-65% HP.
Tofu in some trouble. Good dead shot there. Balance Strike doesn't really do anything for Pure. I mean, you got to be careful. Again, if you're Watson, you need more heals. And Maladich has gone for the 2-2 build. He's got 2 charges in that Black Grimoire, which he'll be able to activate in a couple of seconds. But if it's not going to hit him to 6 quickly, there's no reason to really activate it at the moment. We've seen some Warlocks, if they get quickly to 6, hold it to get to 12.
Yeah, it really depends. If you're not getting any charges, then if you're getting level 6 before, there's a lot of action happening in the bottom lane. This constant harassment from Miero. Pure hasn't been able to play as active as he would want to as Monkey King, seeing that every single time he goes in, he gets dead shot and also build from Ace. Gotta point out that there is phase boots available on him, so he can keep the distance, playing against Wyvern, playing against Monkey, somebody who's trying to slow you down. Stampede is available, so if they try to engage, they can use it to run away. It's going to be very effective against Warlock, great against Lifestealer throughout the whole game.
BetBoom, by the way, working with Winter Wyvern. It was shown on screen for just a second, but Wyvern has that innate ability, the Eldworm Scholar.
Yeah.
So if you can steal a couple of those shrines, maybe you feel a little bit more effective in terms of just the XP difference. They're going to look to go get Kethomi right now. Quinn's there and nearby as they hit the silence for a moment, but now they might have an opportunity to turn this around. You can see the Kethomi is looking to go in. They go to the Stampede and they're looking for the Balance Strike, but they'll find themselves the Muerta. They'll get the kill on the Tofu. They still are yet to use that Boundless Strike, so Pure, he's ready to stop this TP when he goes for it, and that's exactly what's going to happen to Quinn. Doesn't have a lot of mana. They don't go for the kill, but it stops the TP. Yeah.
They wanted Quinn in that fight, but then understood maybe it's a bit of a too different kill to get. And also have in mind, this is the combination Keeper of the Light plus Tiny. I don't think you want to be asking for a better combo. Lowering the cooldown, replenishing mana on Tiny, this is something that he definitely does need. Miero can always TP out. There is still no level 6 on Warlock. He has 2 Black Grimoire charges. Let's do the math. 250, so that's 500. It wasn't enough. Even if he pops Black Grimoire, it would not get him to level 6.
It will now, but he doesn't even have the mana to drop it. He has 8 on charges, so I guess he could, but probably holding it for a while. They also got that kill onto Ace in the top lane, and right now things are looking pretty good for BetBoom Team. They're going to try and get this kill into the Muerta. Tofu, no Pierce the Veil just yet, trying to die to neutrals, but GPK gets a kill there, and all 3 heroes on the top of the net worth are the side of BetBoom Team over Gaimin Gladiators squad.
They'll steal the big camp, but they can't really steal Ancients. They don't have enough damage for now. Making the stacks in the triangle as well. Miero keeps farming. Another Stampede is available. Maladich, he wants to make something happen with this Black Grimoire. We'll get him to level 6. That's already a 2k gold lead for BetBoom Team. Pure was toying with the idea of maybe going for Orchid. That's why he bought Cornucopia. Or if he wants to be able to scale. If you want to put more pressure early, you can pick it up. Or if you want to go for Battle Fury still, you can go that. And they also wanted to check if there's something happening in the triangle. Maybe clear and steal some of the stacks from BetBoom. Ooh, they're setting things up.
Curse and Wukong's. You talked about this combo in the draft, but Ace is He's actually able to walk out of the circle. Now they're going to focus their attention on the Pure. They've got themselves the heal that's coming up from the Winter Wyvern. The Illuminate lands on a Watson. Can they get a kill here? But Ace, he's already dead. The Balance Strike connects.
has
And now they've got the
regeneration.
Fatal Bonds on a lot of these heroes. But they've got to make it worth it. They've got to try and get this Chaotic Offering down. They have 11 charges
Regeneration.
on this
Still
wand
up and
ready to
running.
go. But they still are yet to drop the rock. They should be able to get saved. Now they drop the Chaotic Offering. They'll look over at GPK. Quinn, he's starting to make some big moves, but they lose Tofu. One more shot needed to get a kill on a GPK. Can they find
Trying to
him?
deny himself.
Oh, can't do so. It's the Golem that gets the kill on a GPK from Maladich. And overall, it's a 3 for 3, but at least, I mean, silver linings here for Gaimin Gladiators. Quinn kind of gets the ball starting to roll.
Yeah, definitely what they needed. If he has any other rune, maybe with the Arcane rune, he would be able to replicate what he did, but that regeneration rune is keeping him alive. You can't cancel it anymore. So he goes in and gets himself multiple kills.
Just to
still-
point out.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I wanted to say the amount of healing that they're doing on BetBoom Team.
Yeah.
With Cold Embrace, Blast, turnaround potential from Monkey King.
It's a lot.
Wants to set it up one more time.
He's going to go all the way down, but everybody's here. You got to be careful. You do not have Chaotic Offering this time. Quinn not working with a regen. They've got the Fatal Bonds, and they're going to have Illuminate flying through. Can they get the kill to Quinn? They've got Tiny ready to go, but doesn't have a lot of life left.
Infest is ready.
Have the Infest ready to go. They'll put it into Quinn. Quinn's still low. There's the Winter's Curse coming through in a second, landing onto Quinn, and then going over to Maladich to get 2, but they lose Miero, they lose GPK.
Oh, man. They managed to stabilize. Like, if they lose these 2 heroes immediately, Quinn was really pushing the limits. Going in and not dying. You're playing into Centaur, who didn't get the Stampede off, and there's still no full combo available on Tiny, but you can see the power of their heroes right now. As you said, they're fighting. Maladich, he did not use Black Grimoire at all, so does have 7 charges on it, and he's still level 8.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention before this fight broke out. But look at this fight one more time. I mean, Quinn is in here, and he's stun locked for a while. And he almost dies when this Infest finally comes through. Eats 2 avalanches, eats a Balance Strike. I mean, this guy was stunned for a while.
Those Fatal Bonds did a lot of damage, and that Curse applied and then got reapplied again.
And that was pretty good there.
Supports are getting good amount of farm, and Kataomi, not the usual build you'll see on Winter Wyvern. Going for Aghanim Shard as his first item. Reduces the cooldown on Cold Embrace, and also when you get out of the Cold Embrace, Splinter Blast goes out, and it's pretty massive. It's almost 1200, 1150 range.
You think about it with that and the Centaur combination, like it is definitely an interesting build that maybe you guys should follow in your pubs. But speaking about following, you can follow us on all Fissure official channels, !F in the chat if you would like to follow us for all future events. The Winter Wyvern, I mean, Cold Embrace, what? Level 4, 4.5% max HP as heal per second. You're going to be dealing with some high HP heroes, especially the Centaur, who's going to be in the middle of these fights, who's looking for a Blink Dagger. It makes me feel like Centaur is going to be pretty impossible to kill off that, and then you've got a Splinter Blast following it up.
It is a lot of heal. They also have good amount of heal with Infest, Shadow Word. Maladich did finish off his big item. Pavis is ready. And also like that Watson understood that this time around he can't just rush Radiance. He needs to be able to fight back early, so did go back to Armlet.
This game looking better for Gaimin Gladiators in the sense that Pure is not 3,000 net worth ahead of this moment.
Yeah, definitely helps a lot.
Tormentor up and ready to be taken. We'll see who gets it. Meanwhile, GPK working on that tier 1 tower over mid. That's easy.
Kataomi had to use Arctic Burn to run away from Roche so that he doesn't get thrown away.
That damn Roche. Radiant scan, they connect. Knowing that heroes are kind of coming down here. I like this ward placement right by the steps. Gets you some decent vision inside the river and crossing that lane.
You also see movement if you're going for Tormentor, and that's exactly what the Tormentor squad is doing right now. I'll time it for them.
So they can get it right next time.
All right, we'll round it up at 16 seconds.
Okay, so 15.
Ooh, this is pretty massive. It's actually Pure who got it because he was not really farmed, and you also had your Winter Wyvern buy it at 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's... I mean, the Balance Strike is pretty good. That upgrade's pretty good.
Such
The
a good
would have been
shard.
good as well.
No, you want it on your carry. The Coddle is fine because you do get that extra bit of a charge, and Illuminate heal goes from 70 to 100%. That's nice, but giving it to your carry for free, who's now on top of the network, does feel really good. Allows you to set things up with the Wukongs, boundless the Wukongs, and also allows you to run away. That's pretty massive. Getting out of out of the calling and getting out of Lifestealer's right clicks is going to be pretty massive. We can look at the win probability. 57 or 53% it was for Gaimin.
Interesting. I mean, you got Lifestealer who hasn't really... He had 3 assists, but he's 0-3-3 at the moment. It's really been on Quinn, who's 3-1-3. They're moving over towards Roche to try and use the Sags, the Strums, the Slom to get themselves the first Aegis of the game.
Let's see if BetBoom has a read on the situation. Doesn't seem like it. Roche already down pretty much half HP, and they're pretty healthy. Shield Rune available on Storm Spirit. Tofu guarding the entrance potentially if they come out. They will give it to Storm. A lot of the times you see first Aegis belonging to Beastmaster, and then second one you get it to your Storm, maybe give it to your Lifestealer. But Gwyn is having a blast of a game, 3-1-3. That regeneration rune in the top fight did allow him to get multiple kills. Maladich sitting behind him still. 7 Grimoire charges.
Still holding on to 7 charges. A bit surprising.
Playing for the late game.
The ultra late, yeah. It'll help him get from level 20 to 21 down the line. I guess it could... What's the difference here? You're trying to get to... You're going to be getting a lot of experience here. 100.
I love the math a lot. It's a big number.
It's at least 10 to 11 right now. But he could use it to just get to level 12 when he gets to level 11. I got there. 1500, easy. It's not 1500, it's 1750. Did the math wrong anyway.
1750, it would push him. Where's he at right now? 359.
Yeah, he's about 700 away from level 11. It would push him close to 12, but it'll probably
I think it would be 12. He would be 12.
Blink Dagger for the Beastmaster flying out. Sacred Relic as well, closing in on this Radiance for Watson. The game is close. Like, this is not nearly as heavy duty of a lead for BetBoom Team as it seemed to be before. Winter's Curse used to start on this Beastmaster. A little bit surprising. Bittlebon's onto a couple of these heroes. Quinn's caught with about half mana, tossed up into the air. The Chaotic Offering comes through, but they illuminate and they take the Aegis out of his hands. This is Chaotic Offering used, and now the look for the Wukongs. They go to the Balance Strike, but he'll Ball Lightning out of that circle. But do they look to reinitiate?
Toss back.
Got the toss back onto this
Quinn is in.
Beastmaster. Ace is dead. Quinn's in, but they just don't have the damage. I mean, they have no damage for this with the pipe being activated, Balance Strike connecting, Pure's coming in to get a kill on a Maladage. It'll end up going to Pure, and GPK was searching for more, but they're not even scratching the surface of these heroes. The damage is not there.
They're not touching the heroes. Lifestealer was also not in that fight. He definitely wants to have Radiance then to join, because if you join with Sacred Relic, it's really not effective. And this itemization from Miero is keeping them in game. Pipe going for the blink, going for Crimson. He will decide whether he needs a blink dagger. A lot of the times you see Centaur getting slightly earlier blink dagger than this, if it's a good game for it. But seeing that you have Monkey with the shard and you also have Tiny with the blink dagger, so he doesn't need to go for it.
Tower is under attack.
BetBoom Team still doing pretty well. Toss, the calling, and a run of Atos. But ooh, the damage just isn't there. They're tossing the Kata on top of Tofu. They're gonna get this kill. I mean, they have the early Glimmer Cape, so they've got that shield. They have no vision of GPK. I mean, Gaimin maybe need to start to realize they just don't have the ability to damage these heroes.
But where's
just
the
yet.
damage? There's no follow-up. He needs to run
full.
away.
He's got
Another
another
recall.
recall. GPK Avalanche tossed back to save again, and this is going to be a dead Beastmaster. It's just a matter of time. The Infest or not, he is dead. And now this leaves
now
Watson
Lightstealer's in
very
trouble.
vulnerable. He's going to try and run, but the Balance Strike lands. The calling will silence them, but the BKB
He's
is
toggling.
caught by Pure. Watson toggling, running, surviving, getting out of harm's way for the moment. They don't even care about Maladich. They walk right by him. I mean, they do not give a shit about this Warlock. They only want the Lifestealer, and they finally get him. I mean,
It was
you
a
saw
nice
that
toggle.
with 5 heroes just walk right by Warlock.
They're still gonna get Maladich, it seems. They're like, yeah, we're coming
man.
back for you, buddy.
Yeah, we didn't forget. We just didn't care at the moment, and now you're going to be dead. All
Oh,
5
man,
heroes
they're getting
bully him.
outplayed so hard. Itemization from Centaur, just gonna throw it out there again. And I'm really glad that he's changing his mind. Instead of going for Blink Dagger, they have enough of ways to start a fight. So going straight into Heart, he can disassemble his Vanguard, pick up the Heart, keep that ring, and maybe get a Lotus afterwards. Oh man, save. He's setting things up so much on every single side. Let's see if they can grab a kill here. Would definitely be big. Any kind of kill they can get. Oh, never mind.
Grace. Oh, dear. Balance Strike. Quinn tossed up into the air. He does have mana for Ball Lightning, but not to get far enough away, and he is dead. Double kill for GPK.
Ooh.
This is tough. I mean, save has been so good. They're going to stampede. They don't even want
They're inside
anybody
the
to-
base.
What are they? This is insane.
All right,
these are the
they
days.
kind of want to end this one. They know how strong they are, and they're just hunting them down. Coddle is setting things up, involved in 16 out of 20 kills with recall, and that's before having a shard, so he wants to buy it.
Yeah.
Imagine having 2 recall charges where you can TP to yourself, TP to allies, or TP allies to you. Map is getting smaller and smaller. Gaimin Gladiators, they are too afraid to get out of the map. Look who's pushing on the other side. It is actually Maladich trying to push out the waves.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And this is the epitome of CIS Dota, right? Just run at you.
has fallen.
They just run at you, run at you, run at you, and never stop. Save.
Maladich?
I
Thinking
thought
about it.
Is under attack.
Where if he had this shard, how much worse could it have been?
He's trying to
Stone.
find the target for a recall.
Uh-oh. Who do I get? Who do I bring in here? Who does it even matter? I think you could bring in the Winter Wyvern. They'd be happy with that, but Winter's Curse in the top lane on the 2. They don't even want to come help him anymore. Don't pull us away. But Pure with the BKB, he is out of the range of the chaotic offering. Not going to matter. They finally get a kill here on a Pure. They take out the Monkey King. That's big. That's something. But now Miero on the run. They've got the Vortex. Quinn doesn't have a lot of life to deal with, and he needs to be very careful hitting into this Blade Mail. They've got the Cold Embrace, and this is going to be Tiny coming back in. GPK looking for a target. They find the Avalanche as well as the Toss. They've got the Haste Rune activated, so he's going to be able to keep up with these heroes. Quinn, low.
They're so
coming in from
tanky.
Tofu. They've got the calling. They'll go to the Stampede. They'll find their attention on a Maladich, but Quinn tossed up and low, but not dead just yet. He'll Ball Lightning away. The Rage will avoid the Avalanche coming in from GPK. He's able to blink out, and the rest of the team with him will run away.
The heals are too much, and now you have Kataomi with the Blink Dagger. That shard on lower cooldown, it goes down to 11 seconds. And then you also have Keeper of the Light, who can use Chakra Magic, reduce it by 6 seconds. So basically, have it all the time. There's 1 second downtime.
Can you repeat yourself? Did you say 1
Yeah.
second downtime?
Yeah, on Cold Embrace.
Oh my god. That's so crazy. That's dastardly. Man. 11,000 net worth lead, 8-20. But here's the first time we're seeing the Infest Bomb attempt. Can they find Pure? Can they find Pure alone? Oh no. Everybody's here. They're smoked up. They're going to place this ward down. But Miero, he's spotted. He's not the one they want to go for. I'll tell you that much. Ball lightning to the back lines. They're going to find Kataomi.
They want Kataomi. That's a big kill if they can get him.
And the Avalanche. Toss up into the air, but they've got the Fatal Bonds on all these heroes. They get the kill to Kataomi. They're going to look over at Pure. They're, well, so close to killing him, but he gets the Jingle off. Watson and Quinn are dead. Oh, Gaimin Gladiators. They played you like your N64. Oh dear, Quinn's gone, Ace is dead. They're gonna clean up the rest. Tofu falls, 4 heroes dead on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They looked like they had Pure, but he gets the Jingu in the BKB, and then he's fine.
Yeah, he does have status resistance, so he is super tanky. And now they're going to go for Tormentor one more time. All these heals keeping them alive. This is the perfect target to kill. They want to take out Winter Wyvern, because if they don't, if he gets Cold Embrace a couple of times, gets Winter's Curse, it's going to be very difficult. And you can see the Infest Bomb immediately on top of him. They kill him before he can get anything off. The pipe is not going to save him. And then initiating onto Monkey King, but yeah, pops a BKB, gets the Jingu off, and suddenly Save's getting the double kill. So Save is gonna have quite a lot of gold coming into the next fight. And also, this is Kataomi's classic. He is going for Shadow Blade, so he wants to be able to survive long enough, be the menace.
It was Save who saved Pure, by the way, with the 4-step on the Roar. I mean, he's saved. He is safe. They were safe. This is rough. You feel like you have the advantage. You get the kill on Kataomi so early, and if you kill Pure there, it's a whole different ball game.
It is. Let's check how much HP Centaur has. Almost 4,000. He didn't even disassemble his Vanguard, keeping himself alive, keeping the, maybe even, I'm gonna buy Heaven's Halberd, I'm gonna buy Crimson Guard. He can definitely disassemble it, get a Lotus Orb. It's not too bad of a Lotus game. Roshan, they have Obs and Sentry in the river.
Roche is being gone for, but
Miero is just a walking observer ward. They can't initiate on him. Tiny's sitting at 3,000 HP, 4,000 HP on Centaur. It is too much. It is too much tankiness. Kataomi, he's the one keeping the distance.
One right click from Quinn, by the way, onto Miero, and he's like, ow, the Retaliate did more. Art, Vanguard, Pipe, Blade Mail, Centaur. I don't think he dies. At least not at the moment. Lightning down and up. They find themselves a Kato. They're going to pop the Infest. They'll look, try and get the kill, but the Cold Embrace is there with the Wukong's command being used right on top of Tofu as well as Maladage. Tofu go live for the moment. He had himself the Pierce the Veil that allows him to run out. Maladage already dropped the Chaotic Offering. They Fatal Bonds a couple of these heroes together, so Wukong's is used. They also get Pierce the Veil and the Chaotic Offering out of their hands, but now they look over as the Cold Embrace is on the save once again. Boundless Strike lands. Watson in trouble. The Avalanche follow up. They get the kill. They'll take him out for 50. He has nothing to do in this fight, but there's the Winter's Curse. That stops Quinn. Fatal Bonds
and
on
another Cold Embrace.
Cold Embrace again. They cannot
Quinn
stop him from killing, but now they finally kill him, so that'll work. They'll at least not have the Cold Embrace with that. Maladage getting the kill and a save. Can Quinn do anything? A double edge takes him out of this planet, and Maladage is dead too. Tofu on the run, and they're going to continue to jump through the trees until this giant rock throws an avalanche in his face, and Pure gets the kill.
It is very difficult for them to take these fights. They're protecting each other nicely with the Avalanche, Glimmer Caves, Force Staffs, Cold Embraces. This is just a perfect pick. I mean, they also picked Lifestealer into Keeper of the Light, into Winter Wyvern. It is, you're playing into Blinding Light, you're playing into Cold Embrace. You're not going to have enough. And even though Wukong's command was not the best placement. They didn't catch anyone inside of it. Watson is sticking onto Centaur, which is not the target that you want to go for unless you have somebody with you. This is a very awkward death from him.
Good curse. And then another cold embrace. I mean, at some point, you got to realize that the cold embrace is too much to handle. That double edge did us so much damage, by the way. That was brutal.
Quinn zipping in, trying to find something in the middle of a roast pit.
Uh-oh.
But it's going to be Tofu who they find. This combination between Tiny, Chakra Mat, there's so many good spells that they can use Chakra on. Of course, Tiny lowering both cooldowns by 6 seconds. So it brings it down with Arcane Rune down to 2 seconds. And 4 seconds on Avalanche.
I hear the math.
I'm also doing math for Winter Wyvern. If he uses Cold Embrace onto Centaur with 4,000 HP, he's healing for... let me just do the math. Maybe I need to hold that one. Getting caught again.
Oh, Ace! He didn't even blink up out of the high ground. He's in a weird spot. Yikes. BKB. Where do you go? It's just, he's getting fouled by everybody. Even forced to roar. Can he find the distance, Ace? Oh, the blink, the toss from downtown.
It's a flying monkey.
Oh my God, a half-court shot, and he just drained it.
I heard about flying squirrels, but never heard about flying monkey. That was that was an awkward one, and I think they want to go in and maybe even close out the game. He's still holding the Aegis. Damage coming out from him with Daedalus, with this Battle Fury SNY build is way too much. You also have Tiny for the sieging purposes. Centaur as well. He can go into tier 4 towers. But basically, the map is you're healing for like 1,200, 1,300 with Cold Embrace on a Centaur.
Wow.
Plus also his regeneration, which is 100 per second. So add 450 on top of that. So you can get 1,700 HP in 4 seconds. There's no healing reduction. There's nothing. There is no Orb of Corrosion, no Shiva's Guard, no Vessel. So you're getting the full heal.
Watson. And Curse. Try to TP out. Now he's Fest, running away, popping out, and this will be a kill eventually for Pure. This is brutal. This really is brutal. But there's still the tiny curse hope.
Oh, not in this one. I don't know if this is throwable.
We have seen Tinies have the lead before, but we have never seen them win, the two of us.
Dire's structures are
They're still searching. Tofu.
Dire's
Uh-oh.
bottom tower is under attack.
Maladage also. You're not safe. Tier 4s, not safe. I'm a roar. All right, they're going to go here for the Tiny, but Cold Embrace again. BKB pop by Ace. The right clicks from Pure. They've got the calling down. The BKB is going to wear out on GPK, but they don't quite care. I mean, Roar was used, and you just Cold Embrace, and it nullifies anything that you think you're going to be able to do to him.
GPK, he even bought a Moon Shard in Fest Bomb. This is last resort. They lose this fight, the game is over.
Buyback. Half Chaotic Offering. Oh, like, oh, stop. Like, Jesus, the Balance Strike. It's perfect from BetBoom. Oh, Quinn never stood a chance. Oh, God, they tried for the Infest Bomb, but BetBoom, they see it coming. They stay cool, calm, and collected the entire time and are going to rip apart all these heroes. Good Fatal Bonds.
Another curse on Quinn.
Quinn tossed up in the air. He's dead as quickly as he bobbed back. They do not have Maladage. They do not have damage. They do not stand a chance in game number 2.
Kateomi, he's dying in the back lines, but will get the heal on himself and will be able to survive. Those blasts and those Cold Embraces are way too much. The amount of heal and also having 3 cores with insane amount of HP, status resistance. Bottom lane, the way it started, For BetBoom Team, they're giving away first blood to Miero one more time. And then he gets another kill on Leicester, then they get another kill. Suddenly he has Vanguard, and it's very difficult to play that one, and also combination. Chakra Magic, such good targets to have. So they end up the game with 36 kills and only 11 kills on Gaimin Gladiators. That one fight was looking very good for Gaimin, where they were able, with Regeneration Rune, to get a couple of kills. But other than that, it was BetBoom show again.
Yeah, I mean, that from start to finish was all BetBoom. Gaimin Gladiators, they're down to their last life. I mean, just like in every video game, you start with 3 lives, and now you're down to your last life. If you don't win it, it's game over. And you could see Pure having another amazing game, but GPK, the first Tiny that me and you have seen win, 13-3-15. And now I see what all the hype is about with this hero. But Centaur Warrunner as well, Miero, with that early Ring of Health and the 1-2 build with the double edge, I mean, they dominated the bottom lane.
Yeah, they definitely did. And also the rotations that they did make afterwards, everything was on point. How aggressive they were playing. Not really surprised considering it's BetBoom Team, but a lot of other teams would definitely not play as aggressive. And we can look at the MVP. Definitely deserved. I think he had a great game. He was recalling people here and there, TPing himself to even Winter Wyvern to be able to save him, reduce the cooldown on Cold Embrace. You could see Beastmaster running away from him. And damage numbers. GPK did 40,000 damage, but also to point out the amount of healing that they did in the previous game. Save did 12,000 and Kataomi did 15,000. So,
oh my gosh.
In a 30-minute game, which are pretty impressive numbers.
Yeah, those are really impressive numbers. I mean, the pipe early that we saw there from Centaur, they did move too. You know, because we were saying that he was looking at getting a Blink Dagger, switches over to the pipe, and then you feel it in that fight immediately. He could have had
no
Blink,
damage.
He could have initiated, but they didn't do any damage, and they ultimately end up not able to win that fight. And I think that's where the game kind of just goes downhill overall, right? They just don't change any of the outcomes from that point. And it felt like it wasn't even Gaimin Gladiators that were trying to force fights. It was BetBoom that were just moving and pushing and fighting at all moments in the game. I mean, they didn't stop. They just did not stop. It was Divide Dota like we used to see with the old Virtus Pros, Empires, Power Rangers. Like that was insane aggression coming in from BetBoom Team. That was go for it.
Yeah, they got the ball rolling, and they used every single opportunity to be able to push the limits even more, get the kills. Those Cold Embraces, they were so on point. They initiate, that was one fight where they killed him, but unable to win the fight because of the turnaround heal, the 4-stab plays and everything. So yeah, BetBoom Team with another flawless game and with another very interesting draft.
Yeah, so they are one game away from taking this grand final. They can take it 3-0. I mean, this is domination from BetBoom Team from what was once a team one game away from being eliminated in the Swiss stage to one game now away from winning the tournament as a whole. BetBoom have a chance in games 3 and maybe 4 and 5 if need be. But right now, we'll see if they can get it in 3. We'll be back in a moment with game 3. We'll take a quick break. We'll see you then.
Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness. Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute to hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let her. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the grand finals of FISSURE Universe Episode 4 on the official FISSURE channel here. I'm B-Cop, joined here by Lacoste, ready to give you game number 3. It's 2-0 right now for BetBoom Team, and Lacoste, I don't know if they're even going to drop a game in this series. I really don't. They have looked pretty perfect, picture perfect in the first 2 games, and they really have not dropped the ball at all. But what we here at FISSURE are doing a community drop. So for Dan SZK, you have won Shadow in the Deep Armor for Sark. Look at that community drop. I don't know if there's more of those, but It looks pretty. I'm a big cosmetics guy. You guys know that. I mean, Lacoste certainly knows that. But maybe I'll win the next one. I don't know.
Maybe. It would be biased. Imagine if your name pops on the screen and it's some guy that is actually fake. Some guy that made a fake account, not BCop92. But yeah, it's not going to be easy. For Gaimin Gladiators, we can check the coin toss to see what the teams are going to choose, and it is going to be first pick for Gaimin Gladiators. One more time, they did have first pick in the previous game. They chose Beastmaster overall as their first pick. I think they need to swap things around. I don't want to see another Beastmaster game. I'm not saying that Beastmaster is a bad hero. It's just that you're losing 2 games in a row with one hero. You need to... Because both of the times he lost the lane as well, so I want to see Ace play something different. You also need to throw something new to the mix. I don't think you can play this type of I would say responsive draft as well. I want to see something that they planned, bring in new ideas, at least seeing some of the new heroes. We saw Lifestealer, which was overall last pick for them. Didn't end up too well for them because... You're playing into Wyvern, you're playing into Blinding Light. All these tanky heroes usually should do well against them, but considering that they were so far ahead and also dying in a lane which was not supposed to be a killer lane by any means, Keeper of the Light plus a Centaur, they did surprise him from the Fog with the Illuminate, with the Stun, and also Mira surprised him with maxing out Double Edge in that lane. So, want to see what else they have. I'm not bad. They did have second pick. On side of Gaimin in the previous one instead of first pick that they will have in this one. But yeah, looking at the drafts they did have, this is a team that usually opens up with the support. Most of the time it is Tinker, it is Jakiro. I think maybe for this one, they're opting to go for something like a Jakiro. Try to get strong laner, try to secure the lane for Watson, and that he can play slightly more aggressive compared to the way he played in the game number 1 and game number 2.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get their hands on maybe the Phantom Assassin to come out, but that has been banned in the first phase, I believe, in both games so far. It's kind of tough to see what Gaimin Gladiators are going to kind of pull out here, because in both of the first 2 games, BetBoom Team, they've taken heroes that have been yet to be picked in the tournament so far. They go with Kunkka game number 1. They go with the Winter Wyvern in game number 2. So I'm kind of looking at the list of heroes that have been yet to be picked. Wondering if there's something on this list that maybe they're going to go with that is unconventional, that hasn't been picked. Like, stop me when you hear a hero that you think would work in in this game 3 that hasn't been picked. Arc Warden, Bloodseeker. Would you think that maybe that would work?
Yeah, Bloodseeker. Pure loves to play the hero. I know when the patch dropped during Dream League, mid-Dream League, that he was the one who played it a couple of times in the pubs. He felt something was good about the hero. Haven't really seen him play it, but definitely a hero that I'd say has good amount of potential to be played in professional scene. We haven't seen it. Let's see if he was banned. I believe he was banned in some of the games when there was Phantom Assassin and Pangolier 2 times picked. Yeah, he got banned 2 times, got picked 0 times. So I think this one has something to it, but I also think that Pure has some extra heroes that he wants to play. I know that he loves to play CK. He did play it against NP, against Night Pulse. They did win that game. He's playing it with the facet that allows you to get higher tier of neutral item. You can craft it. So basically you can get big item relatively early on. And I remember, if I remember correctly, he was going for the Blink Dagger, the Meteor Hammer Blink Dagger. What's it called? My brain stopped working for a second.
Fallen Sky.
Fallen Sky. There we go. He did go for Fallen Sky. Maybe if it's a good game for it, they will pick it. But I also love the type of Dota that they're playing right now. With we're going to run at you. We're going to be able to close out the games relatively early on. They're picking heroes that can take objectives. And they're taking overwhelming team fight as well. Miero, he got first blood 2 times in a row. I don't think they should allow same thing to happen. And I want to see stronger lane. I want to see Malady and Watson play a lane that can get kills.
Right. We'll see if they can do that. We should be getting into the third game here in the best of final in this draft in just a moment. And we'll see what gets banned. I mean, I'm interested to see like where the eyes are at with BetBoom taking in these new heroes. Are we going to be seeing the TA get banned early on? Especially with the performance we just saw from Tiny or the Winter Wyvern. Like, you got to think about that. The Winter Wyvern was so brutal against Gaimin Gladiators. The over aggressive, I mean, the heal double combo supports was pretty disgusting. And well, we'll have a draft in a moment as we start to get into it, as it just, you know, if there's something on the list that I think I want to see, it's maybe that Crystal Maiden, just because I'm a support player, but I wouldn't mind seeing Phantom Assassin making it through the first phase, and we'll see, because if Gaimin Gladiators get their hands on that, maybe get Watson into the Phantom Assassin, we could see something a little bit different. But what would you do if you're BetBoom and you are going up against that Phantom Assassin?
I'm sure that every single team has an idea of how to deal with Phantom Assassin. This is one of the heroes to be beaten at the tournament. And we can look at the draft. A lot of the heroes that they played in the previous game. Gaming banning out Tiny, banning out Monkey King, which does allow Phantom Assassin, Tinker, Ancient Apparition to go through. Even Templar Assassin for BetBoom Team. I don't know if Gaimin wants to take Templar Assassin as overall their first pick. Watson can play it. It's one of his better heroes, but it might be a pick for them if they want to go for it.
They ban the Phantom Assassin, they go to the TA. The one thing that does worry me about this TA is usually when you've got such a good feel for the hero, you really know how to game plan against this hero, and they immediately go into this Enigma, a hero that mainly was being played by Paravision, obviously DM, the guy who really loves that hero. Overall, the Enigma is 5-0 though. It has not lost a game in this tournament. It was 3 wins for Paravision, 1 for Aurora, and 1 for Liquid. So neither of these teams have actually put their hands on it just yet.
They have only 1 ban on BetBoom. Want to see if this is going to be Silencer ban. Enigma is not played as Black Hole. Like, you're not building Blink Dagger, Rush, going for a BKB, Refresher, Octarine. Maybe at the later stages of the game you will be able to get that, but it's more about putting in pressure early on, snowballing with the drums, picking up maybe 1 aura for the team, getting pipe if it's a good game for it, and then going for the Blink Dagger. Removing Dragonite. I think BetBoom Team will also try to look into Tiny pick for themselves, because they can play it from 3 different roles in this game.
Yeah.
They can play... Oh, never mind. Tiny's banned, so all good, all good. They game and banned it on the second. I wanted to say Tiny, because it is a good laning partner for Enigma. It is a flex pick across position 1 and position 2. I don't think there is another hero that can do the same thing. I think there's a good possibility that they pick up something like a Tusk, and they will... not even get it, but I also like what they're doing with the draft. Picking up Gyrocopter, which is a very good counter to Enigma in the lane. Even though this Templar Assassin can still go to safe lane, they did not want to give them Gyro plus Templar Assassin, give them 2 strong laners, and yeah, I like how BetBoom approached this draft in game number 3.
Yeah, I like the Gyro pickup here. Maybe we see Gyro IO. You've got Enigma in the mix. The Bounty Hunter is definitely more of an out there ban for me. I mean, we're seeing this here slightly, but is there a specific reason that you're getting rid of a hero like Bounty? He's been picked up in 15 games. He's 7-8 overall. Like, it's not the strongest hero, but
good laning partner with Enigma allows you to leave the lane and get pressure on 2 different lanes while Enigma's farming underneath the tower.
Okay.
And this is the hero that I wanted to see from Gaimin Gladiators. The opportunity did arise for them to pick up Templar Assassin and also pick up Jakiro. So this is the strong lane. This is the lane that BetBoom Team did have in game number 1. And Shaker, it seems, it's going to come out as the next pick. So slightly more control. Still open, but most likely going to be played as position 4. Unless they find some really good game to be played from the mid lane. Instant stun against Gyrocopter, long distance, good against Enigma. With all those Eidolons, you're going to be dealing more echo damage, of course, because they're going to be in a fight. And now seems like that pipe that we talked about on Enigma is going to be the item that he's going to be looking into after finishing off drums. So they need 2 supports. If it's like, there's a possibility that BetBoom also flexes Enigma, but I wouldn't want to see that. I think this hero is that good right now that you don't want to waste potential.
Looking at who the Earthshaker has played with, that might be a good idea. It's been played with the Tidehunter. It's been played with Muerto, Warlock, but obviously if it's going to be Earthshaker in the 4, you've already got your support with that because it's also been played with Crystal Maiden. Ringmaster comes in. This is something we talked about pre-series. A hero that was picked up quite a bit in their previous series in the upper bracket final. This is one of the contested heroes that I thought would have been in this game a little bit earlier, but I believe got banned in game number 1.
Yeah. If they want to go for Silencer themselves, I wouldn't mind seeing it to be able to break the combo. And I think there's a good chance that they pick up something like a Crystal Maiden. I think this hero works well against Templar Assassin, but if they want to have something to break the combo, have a little bit more team fight, I'm fine with Silencer. Ringmaster, when they play it, save, he's having, I think you did check some of the stats, but he did have a pretty good win rate on the hero. He's sitting at 66%. He played it 6 times.
Yeah, pretty good. Still with the final pick of this phase for them after picking up the Ringmaster. And we'll see what they want to go to, because you've got the Enigma, you've got the Ringmaster Gyro. Pretty decent combo. And they go to Naga Siren. Naga Siren, we've seen a couple times so far. And it's by a couple, I mean once.
Yeah, I think it was Satanic, the only one who played it from what I've seen. He lost that game.
He was combined with Klink's Dazzle, Disruptor Ember up against DK Jakiro Mars, Nature's Prophet, Windrunner.
Wondering where this Naga Siren is going to go. Whether they want to play this as a core. A lot of the times you don't want to play... this is a bit of a question mark for me. You have Naga Siren, you have Eidolons against Earthshaker. Seems like he's going to be having a blast of a game, at least on paper. And where's this Enigma like going? Where's Gyro going? Where's Naga Siren going? Because there's a possibility for them to flex Naga Siren to be played as a support to break the combo. But if they wanted to break the combo, I think it would have been better to just pick Silencer straight away. Possibility for Gyrocopter to be played as a position 5.
What does Gaimin Gladiators want?
And they have the big setup.
Yeah,
I think that like you have Naga Siren Sleep into Enigma, even Ringmaster Wheel of Wonders can be a setup for the Black Hole. And Sniper one more time. This time, like it was a good game for Sniper in game number 1. This time they don't have any jump. I think you still need to remove Storm Spirit, even though you're playing into Shaker, Jakiro. It can be tricky, Templar Assassin with the trap, but they need hero from the mid lane that can close the gap.
And the attempt last time from BetBoom was just go to the Kunkka, right?
He was, yeah. Let's see if they respect it.
They took out the Storm. I mean, Kunkka lost that lane. It wasn't like Quinn had a bad lane. It was just also the fact that Pure was out farming everybody in a country mile. It was just such a good game from him, which honestly he could do again with this Gyro if he's not given the respect or the lane goes well for Pure if he does go to this Gyrocopter. So I'm interested to see, because truth be told, right, couldn't you go Gyro support as well?
You could, yeah. I'm gonna just throw it out there. I think it could be a very good Underlord game.
Global presence,
if this is gonna be
good push.
It would allow them to build into auras. If this is Gyro, you can get Crimson Guard. If it's Naga Siren, works the same way. Pit of Malice does destroy Naga Siren. She really doesn't get to play the game as much. Could be a good one. Ace is one of the few ones that loves to play the hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Wondering
5
what,
seconds
I'm trying to think offlane other than that, because I was thinking the Tide. Centaur not available, Abaddon now not available. And there's that Kunkka respect. Like, that's game 1 showing. If you didn't go through game 1, you would have never banned this hero.
Definitely not. I think this Kunkka Could have also been a good one in terms of catching them. And for Gaimin Gladiators,
Sand King. I like it. It's an initiator for you.
yeah.
I like this pickup quite a bit, actually.
It's also good. It's also some AoE damage. That's why I suggested Underlord. That's going to deal with either Naga Siren. Even though you have Earthshaker, you still want to have some kind of extra stun, extra bit of a lockdown. Man.
Ew, Magnus. Wow. The fact that this hero, I mean, this is mid-Magnus, too. Whew.
Look at the amount of team fight that they have. Enigma, Naga Siren, Ringmaster, and Magnus. I don't know if you can pick more team fight. I think Team Liquid is one of the teams that was heavily picking team fight so far in the tournament, even when they won Wallachia. And it's really showing that BetBoom, they're just layering multiple layers of team fight, and you have Naga Siren to set everything up. This is a very scary lineup that you're going to be playing into. In the end, it's going to be Gyrocopter as a carry, Naga Siren as a position 5. They knew exactly what they were going to go for. And after seeing that sniper pick, they also knew that Magnus is going to be kind of forgotten, that they will need to get rid of Storm Spirit for GPK, and they will need to get rid of his Kunkka because he played it in the first game. And sometimes you do forget it. Magnus, this year was 100% contested at the tournament for the first like 5 or 6 days. So it's still super high contested. It did drop to 88% overall, but got slightly nerfed. I think this is what happened after the patch. Nerf did happen to his Shockwave. And let me just double check. There was something else.
The Empower self bonus decreased.
Self-empower. Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, it's a pretty significant nerf to Empower, but I think playing him in the mid position kind of just, I mean, with Gyro feels super strong. If he's going to be there to land 2-3 man RPs, you've got Call Down to follow that up. You've got Black Hole, of course, to follow that up, as well as the Ringmaster ulti of the Wheel of Wonder and Song. Like the team, every hero in this game has something that's going to really offer good team fight for both sides, truthfully. I mean, really, Sniper is not like the big team fight guy. He's plinking during the team fight, and I guess the same could be said for TA, but you're offering Macro Pyre, Epicenter, Echo Slam. You've got, like, we're going to just see so many back and forth big team fights.
It is scary. This is super scary to go against. I don't know if you can have more team fight than this, to be honest. Maybe if your Gyrocopter is Faceless Void, but other than that, it doesn't get better than this.
It really does.
I'm talking about Faceless Void with Chronosphere, not with the time zone that doesn't leash anymore. Kick dub.
It could have been that way. But unfortunately not. We'll get into game number 3. Can BetBoom Team secure the 3-0? If you were given percentages, what would you say, Lacoste?
I think they're pretty high. I also did like some of the changes that Gaming did in game 2. I like the changes that they did in game 3. I think chances of them winning this game are the biggest ones so far out of 3.
We'll see. So there's going to be 2 apiece for the bounty runes. And then, of course, Tofu. Using this fissure, popping that clarity just to continue blocking. But how will GPK fare against Quinn? In game number 1, there was a big discrepancy with the CS, but ultimately GPK took back that lead with the ability to stay active throughout the game.
And it does seem like he doesn't want to go for Bottle in the mid lane on Magnus. Wants to pick up Bracer, wants to pick up another smaller item. Wraith Band, have that extra bit of armor.
Fissure coming through, Katomi. How will he fare in this lane? And this is 2 melee cores against the Gyro. Decent sentries. Maybe you're able to catch these heroes out and find them in a bit of a bad position. You've got the reel in at some point. Can you use that to catch somebody and put them into a spot where they end up dying early on?
He's doing a very good job in the bottom lane, securing CS for Gyrocopter. Not an easy lane for sanking. It doesn't seem like I ever say that it's an easy lane for sanking. So they will have to pull the lane. Malady dropping very low, and he doesn't have a healing salve in this lane, so definitely could be a trouble with next Malefice and with next Impalement Arts. Plus Blood Grenade still available. They could definitely get a kill on him.
Yeah, needs to play it safe. He's got a salve walking out on the courier, but they are actually going to try and now turn this on to save. Dual Breath comes in and save is low. He's going to die here for first blood, and it's going to go to the way of Maladich, who might end up trading his life. The Eidolons gets around the trees, but there are the Eidolons to get the kill, and Miero at least gets the trade, and it is solo, so he's happy with that.
Save not respecting damage and slow coming out from Jakiro. Oh man,
No,
Sanking is really struggling. You also have Earthshaker, who's not the best at stacking the triangle. 2 melee heroes.
Oh, Watson.
He does have Fairy Fire, does have 10 stick charges, so he was fine. Just needs extra bit of a healing. They do have Inspiration Aura from the Flag Bearer creep and also Shared Tango.
Save Miero. Well, we'll see what Miero builds in a game like this. You said, obviously, you know, it's not...
Drums Pipe, I think that's the build.
I was going to say, it's not the Enigma days of being so reliant or going strictly for the black hole where it was like Blink BKB. Or Enigmas, especially when you've got team fight like they do on their team, where you don't have to be solo focused on getting a black hole, it feels so much better. You can see Watson, like these Eidolons are a big pain in the ass, and Sideblades will help try to take it out, but it doesn't feel that great overall.
He's still CSing nicely. 17 and 4, some of these are Eidolon, so it's not that he has that much CS with the gold. But yeah, bottom lane, Pure. He's going to be able to finish him off. Falcon Blade already finished.
That's a bit rough. You got to be very aware of Pure's game. Again, if mid's not going that well, GPK, he's doing okay at the moment. I mean, this gives similar vibes to that first game, but Pure is having an open lane, and we have seen what he can do with it with the TA, and I know for a fact he could do something similar with the Gyro in the same situation.
He bought a Sentry Ward for himself on Pure, so he's bringing it in. Save's very dead.
Oh, yeah.
They can't play the bottom lane. Look on the minimap where Sanking is. He's stacking for himself, trying to get some farm, which does open up the map freely for Gyrocopter. So complete free farm for him.
This is exactly what happened in game number 1, right? Like the Beastmaster backed away because he couldn't farm it all. And that is exactly what we're seeing here. And so now eyes have to be on Pure. From a spectator point of view, I think they have to be on a Pure, and you can already see the net worth. He is ahead by a lot.
He is. I mean, you're leaving him alone in the bottom lane. Tofu's going to try to soak up some of the experience here. Quinn, again, is winning lane against GPK. GPK basically jungling. Maybe someone wants to get some of that XP in the mid lane. Maybe Kataomi wants to go to the mid lane, seeing that there's nobody in the bottom, and get some solo XP for his Gyrocopter. Might not be a bad trade. Especially GPK wants to continue jungling. That's why he doesn't have a bottle. Quinn is bringing out the mid tower.
Oof.
That damage it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, it's really strong on Tame the Beast, and that's only level 2. It gets gruesome.
GPK needs to be careful. Maladich, he's already behind the tower. They're playing with the catapult. He has Blood Grenade, and also there is Assassinate available.
Watson has
on
to be
Quinn.
careful. Kataomi came over here towards top, and they're going to try and get the kill, Tame the Beast, and they've got the damage to get this, and they'll get a kill here on to Watson. I mean, Quinn, he's in here, but what does he do in this situation? Let's see what he can get out of it. He's got Tofu coming around.
Oh, what a dodge.
Blocked off. Oh, boy. In a bad spot, but now Quinn, he's the one getting chased by Kataomi. They've got the net around him. He's level 6, but here comes both Pure as well as Miero. They'll get the kill on a Quinn. They're happy to make that trade any day of the week. from this Ringmaster to the Sniper.
GPK, he's making a move to the mid lane. RP ready.
Yeah, RP at the ready.
They're so good.
Shockwave,
These movements.
GPK. Oh, man, beauty.
So crisp. I love that they made a rotation to the top lane. Watson is dying again.
Yeah, he's
sticking around.
Oh, no. Oh, my. Oh, dear. I mean, Watson, he's TP's on cooldown. And then immediately, Pure, back to the bottom lane.
Damage has already been done. He TP'd, he went through the twin gate, did get the double kill, and now he's back to the bottom lane, level 6. Ace is at least getting some farm. Still lowest on the network chart, but
Ace can try and run. There's a sentry for Pure down here to continue to chase Ace. He thinks he's safe, but now he's forced to burrow strike away.
Down to half HP, even less, 40%. Lanes are falling apart. You already have Tier 1 tower killed in the top lane, and they also relieved pressure from the mid lane, which is exactly what they needed to do. You saw Sniper and Jakiro playing together. Suddenly, Kataomi makes the move to the top lane. So does Pure. Makes Quinn TP rotate. Sure, they get a kill on save. Quinn dies. They get a kill on enemy carry, and they kill him one more time. Suddenly, this opens up the map and opens up the game so much for BetBoom Team.
Breath over mid, GPK. He's got RP in 25 going for that Blink Dagger early on. The shrapnel down, I mean, this is just not enough of a deterrent. And the GPK, the lane didn't go amazing, but he's only 600 gold behind. Eventually, Empower will bring him back into the game, especially because it's level 4.
They know something's coming. Yarrow trying to run away, has drums ready if he wants to pop it for some extra move speed. Thinks he can find a way without even using them. I don't know, drums just feel weird without seeing the number.
Gonna look for Ace, and this is an easy kill for them to get. Pure on the killing spree. This is pretty brutal early on. And they need to find a way to slow down Pure, and I just don't think they have that option at the moment. Unless they commit everything, they're going to come in with maybe having the epicenter and an Echo Slam eventually. I'll have to try and find a way. Quinn on the high ground, saves nearby. He's ready to make a move. Kataomi also here. Young Arts. They've got the fear to land the net. Kataomi low, but he's saved. They've got the RP
Arrow with the black
into
hole.
the black hole. It's the combo that you were talking about, the draft Lacoste, and it is going to get them both.
And it's going to get uglier and
Kataomi.
uglier as the game progresses. This is before them even picking up Blink Daggers. GPK will have it in 1,000 gold. Level 5 on Tofu. Doesn't have enough. Would definitely love to be level 6, maybe try to go for some Echo Slam. But I really like that Enigma is also not going for upgraded drums. He doesn't want to pick up bongo boots. Instead, he goes straight into pipe.
This is tough.
Also, the way they layer the TPs, knowing exactly who needs the TP first to have this perfect execution, is just so enjoyable to watch. Pure's playing super aggressive. 10 minutes in, sitting near enemy tier 2 tower.
Not afraid of the moment. And he just wants to farm everything he can. He keeps
Look at what
near these
Kataomi's
side
doing.
camps as well.
He's scouting things out, setting it in different directions, making sure that they can't get a flank, they can't gank Pure, who's pushing really the limits where he can farm.
He's already got that Falcon Blade. He's got that Crystallis. What does he have flying out to him? Just the Blade of Alacrity. Okay. GPK, meanwhile, close to the Blink Dagger. Tofu's not going to have one for a while. The arrow. He seems to be building into that pipe.
This is going to be a scary timing. Again, Pipe's going to come out pre-15 minutes, which will allow them to go and try to take Tormentor, or at least try to take a fight to Gaimin. Right now, they're going to smoke up. Urgeshaker is level 6. No Blink Dagger, of course. Jakiro is also level 5. Quinn is going for Mask of Madness. This is the type of a build that you go for when you need to get yourself back into the game. If they can find Pure here, this is a massive kill. Pure's not showing yet. Knows something is up. Let's see if he takes the bait.
He's in a tough spot, and we'll see if they can get this kill. Looks like they should. They're pinching from all sides. They start with the Echo Slam. They've got 4 heroes here, and they will kill all of Pure. Ace getting credit for that one. Good move there by Gaimin Gladiators. They came all the way down with that smoke, searching, and then eventually pinched him on the tier 1 tower, which means he had nowhere to go.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Very well done.
Radiant's
All that time, though,
attack.
I believe allowed them to take both big stacks in the triangle for the side of BetBoom. So you get that kill on Pure, but now Miero's pushed really close to
Radiant's tower has
having himself that pipe, or at least having the ring.
Pipe
of
is an
Tarrasque on it.
expensive item. Yeah, Ring of Tarrasque is the one that does cost a lot of gold. And also to point out, he does have Reaper's Lash as his neutral item. Works really well with Eidolons. They are
Middle lane,
smoked up.
they've
They
got
want
Blink
Quinn.
Dagger. Blink RP, skewer back near the Enigma. Fissure comes in, but it's not going to matter. They'll get the kill. It's Cat Naomi who takes the kill on the Quinn. That's the Blink reveal from GPK.
And GPK has been jungling, but right now with this kill, with this tower kill, he's going to overtake Quinn and still going to go for scaling items. Ace is in trouble.
I mean, this is just pure being ready, right? Like, he's always holding on. Oh, the song! Oh, on the edge. Pure's always ready with a sentry. It forces him to go back in a position like that, and they get that kill. And now, they're taking the triangle camps from the side of Gaimin Gladiators as well.
We'll pop the drums. I really love this type of a play, especially what Kataomi's doing. I think this is very underrated. Scouting things out in every direction, exactly where they are, so they can't make a move. Tofu has a good amount of gold. Like, he managed to die only one time. Needs another 1,000 gold for the Blink Dagger, which could be a pretty big item. And speaking of Blink Daggers, Templar Assassin just got hers.
Okay. It's at least something going on. I don't want to be doing any comparing, so...
Yeah, let's do him dirty. This guy,
I'm not
compared to game number 1, Templar Assassin was like 008 already. Nah, just kidding. Much rougher game, those rotations. That killed him twice.
See what they can find here.
Wheel of Wonder. It's coming.
Yeah, Wheel of Wonder comes in, pulls in 2. Oh, the escape act again. Kataomi, does he survive? Yes, he does. Oh, man. Save making Ringmaster
Look OP.
really looks so good.
Connecting Wheel of Wonder onto 3 of them, getting Escape Act, and now they're not done.
No, now they're done. GPK just skewers out, and he's able to leave. But Tofu, he's...
Rest of the team is coming. TA is here.
Epicenter and a Burrow Strike. Watson, there might be another escape act coming. Or do they even need
He's
it?
in.
Oh my God, Ace. He's gonna die. I mean, they got Maladage, they got Ace. GPK does die to Quinn, but Quinn, he's gonna be run down, and they use that escape act so Kataomi can survive a little bit longer, but it doesn't matter because Quinn's got a double kill. Black Hole used on a Watson. Rocket Barrage, need to be careful. Homing Missile trap down. They don't get the kill with that, but the Tame the Beast coming out from save gets the kill on the Quinn.
He's trying to go for the solo kill. Let's see if they're going to find something else, and they will. This is the big one. Even though, if we look at the fight recap, it's still in favor of BetBoom, but these are the type of fights that they need to get. Quinn getting more items, going for that Mask of Madness, more right-click oriented, cheap damage item as well. Allows him to stand his ground and take the fight with that extra bit of a lifesteal. 15 minutes in. Tormentor time.
Yeah, follow me through the Twin Gate. Follow me on all the Fissure socials. ! F in the chat to follow us on all official Fissure socials for the future events coming up. There are a lot of them. You ready? Torm? Guys?
Yeah, they're not ready to take this fight.
Well, I'm talking about Gaimin Gladiators. Are they ready to take the fight against Tormentor?
Whoever is the lowest HP will get the shard. Tofu would definitely love to pick this one up. The one on Jakiro is good, but on Earthshaker especially, because you're like under leveled and you want to pick up a Blink Dagger, if you have Blink Dagger Shard 17, 18 minutes into the game, this could be really, really good. Keeping the distance and then finding the right Echo Slam.
Pure has that Ags flying out. That won't be Ags for this gyrocopter. Oof. They're only down 2,000 net worth. I feel like I've made this game sound way worse for Gaimin Gladiators than it has been. Obviously, they just cut into that net worth with the Tormentor take. But what is the direction that Gaimin Gladiators need to go at the moment?
They did go for Tormentor, which is the first good objective. They are getting some good trade kills. They're waiting for Tofu to pick up a Blink Dagger. I don't know if they're expecting Roshan to be killed so early on. They have drums, and they're gonna scan. You can see that scan is on a different side. They're expecting some gank to come to the mid lane. This lineup for BetBoom Team, we haven't seen. Like, we've seen big RP, 2-man RP into a black hole follow-up, but I want to see Song. I want to see Wheel of Wonder. This is before they're getting a Blink Dagger on Enigma. And I really like that Miro is also going for the Blink Dagger of his own and the BKB so he can set things up. There's nothing that can stop him once he picks up his BKB. Nothing that can stop Black Hole from going off.
Ace gonna Burrow Strike on to save and tries to Epicenter, but dies to GPK in the skewer.
Yeah, that wasn't even close. Maybe he's, you know, one of those deaths where you think you have enough, but save, even with Escape Act, Solar Crest, should be enough at least for physical damage. But definitely didn't have enough. This is level 1 Epicenter we're talking about.
When getting ravaged just for a moment in the jungle. Keep you on your toes. That boom. We're gonna go through this Tormentor and try to find an opening. See if they can find them farming around the map. They've got a couple heroes coming through. They do not have the Wheel of Wonder, but they do have Song. The scan.
And they have a scan.
Is going to connect. So they know where they're coming from. Smoked up. They're going to stand and hold their ground on the high ground. Watson also nearby. But big team fight opportunity. You need to be very careful about...
No RP available.
How this goes down. Yeah, no RP. Find Maladich. Shockwave.
Watson's also in.
Oh, Watson is in. Black Hole just right on
Fisher
top
has
of him.
been used.
They had that shard. He uses that trap. He's able to
hit him.
silence this black
And another
hole.
one.
Impalement Arts, Burrow Strike lands out of the gyrocopter. They've got this. Oh, the Shockwave. I think Tofu was trying to get in with the Echo Slam, but the Shockwave hit him. He was looking to blink in, but at the worst possible timing, the Shockwave hit, and he does not blink in Echo Slam. He just Echo Slams the ground.
I don't think it would matter. I don't know if they would even be able to get one kill out of it. They're still holding the Aegis, and these two daggers, these two Impalement Arts that did hit Templar Assassin Watson, getting caught out of position. That's so heavily delayed. 20 minutes into the game, still 800 gold away from it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is Pure still holding one sentry just in case? He doesn't have the inventory space for it anymore.
This will do just fine.
Enigma. Drums, pipe, BKB, blink. So now kind of going back into those, I can blink BKB and...
It's a good game for it. So many setups that you can follow on. With your Blink Dagger, smoked up.
Fissure Ice Path. Only one will connect.
Looked cool though.
It did. RP with BKB from GPK.
Okay, GPK, he really wanted that kill. He's like, yeah, fuck that guy. Like, I'm not. GPK is not messing around.
Why did he say fuck me? What did I do?
Well, not you. Jakiro, he's like, okay, I'm gonna use everything. But this will also allow them to continue pushing. 1 minute and 20 seconds left in that Aegis.
Top tier 2. Gonna get pressured here and ultimately killed. You gotta be careful. Songs available, Wheel of Wonders available, RP on cooldown for only another 40 seconds, and 34 Black Hole. Pure's actually going into a bit of a rough position. Burrow Strike used, right-click damage coming in, but there's the song. They've got the sun. It's onto the Sand King. They got the Glimmer. Pure. He's got the Glimmer. He's not even going to lose this Aegis, and that call down actually hit Quinn. Macropyre's down to the ground. That'll pop the Aegis, but they've slowed up Quinn. Shockwave connect. You're over, and now DPK, he's in on the Quinn, trying to get this kill to the Sniper. Does he have the damage, though?
Slam, but no damage.
Pipe really good. Pipe came through, stopped the damage. They get the kill on a Watson, Tofu, Maladich. Everybody dead on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Full team wipe for BetBoom Team.
Not losing a single hero. And now you're seeing the full power of this land. Even without using RP, even without using Black Hole, they're setting things up with Song. First, they used Blink, RP, and the BKB to get a kill on Maladich. They kill another tower, and this game is again looking very rough. This was also not well timed from Gaimin Gladiators. Quinn was in relatively good position, even though it is low ground, still dealing the damage, but Kaotomi keeping him alive with Glimmer Cape, and then he's gonna keep alive GPK with the Glimmer Cape one more time. His BKB was ready again, and Watson at this point of the game just doesn't have enough damage. Same goes for Shaker. Finds an opening, looks cool, but no damage.
Yeah, Pipe just doing too much for him, and the Wheel of Wonders in a perfect spot there, too. They are getting obliterated. Overall, just pretty tough so far.
Reeling in Sniper.
Yeah.
Still reeling in.
Still reeling him in. This is a big one, guys. You gotta get that fishing pole ready, pull him all the way in, but the Fissure, the Macropyre, the Wheel of Wonder trying to protect there. And, ooh, all right. Pure's still alive for the moment. They land the RP. They've got the Scare. They get the kill on Pure, but they'll end up losing Quinn. Black Hole on a 2. Taking out Tofu, Ace, and Maladich. He's low. He's in trouble, and he's been tamed. Save, getting that kill, forcing the buyback to try and save Watson, and maybe, just maybe, find a couple of kills. They'll end up losing the arrow, but here comes GPK. Scare onto the low ground, away from the rest of his team. That's a bit of a mistake.
Getting some kills.
GPK, he's dead. Watson's still moving for more. It's just the supports alive here for the side of BetBoom Team, but do they have the damage? Tame the Beast once again with the Impalement Arts, but Watson right-clicks on a save. Ice Path lands on a Kataomi. They get the kill on a 4. They're going to look to get the kill on a save, and it's a full wipe ultra kill for Watson.
They had 4 heroes ready, and they wanted to die Watson. Maladich buys back, and then he ends up getting ultra kill. And look at the smile. They know, even though they're not fully back or any means, this gave them a good amount of gold, and he is bringing a big item. He's bringing a 4-staff, actually full Hurricane Pike. And how much damage was that coming out from him? 7,000 damage. It doesn't seem like everybody was on the same page what they need to do with the skewer backs, with Tame the Beast, whether they want to take the fight or not.
It was, I almost want to say they overplayed their hand pretty hard there.
It is a small area, and you're fighting into traps that he can use the side blades off of it, attack them.
Yeah.
And not too many escape options coming out from them. Even though it was a great escape act, my tongue stopped working for a second to keep Gyrocopter alive. It was not enough.
Melody.
He's going for the solo kill.
He's dead. 70 seconds, no Jakiro. His game, I wouldn't say is completely over, but it feels pretty bad.
Yeah, he definitely does. I love that he picked up Eagle Song on Gyrocopter, going for Butterfly, seeing that Sniper doesn't have Maelstrom and Templar Assassin. He's sitting at 2k gold. I don't know if he wants to invest into this Crystallis after seeing Eagle Song. Butterfly, 25 minutes in, completed on Gyrocopter.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This is
Radiant's middle tower
BetBoom
is under
Team
attack.
still up 9,000 net worth, but definitely a sigh of relief, a sigh of hope that maybe, just maybe, they can continue to pull it back. The TA with those kills gets Hurricane Pike, 8 charges on that Deso. You've got that Blink Dagger. You've gone into a Gale Guard as well. And And there's the Chrysalis being delivered for TA. Has an amplified damage. Maybe they can
like
make a
this move. They're making a move. They want Roshan. This is the big one. Second Rosh with Aegis and Roshan's banner. So they will take it away, seeing that BetBoom did go for Tormentor. And I don't know if they have enough time to get there. Even though they have tier 1 tower in the top lane, it's still not fast enough. And Watson now, level 20.
His middle tower is under attack.
He's in a good spot. Can they protect him? We've talked about the team fight immensely this game. RP, Haul Down, Black Hole, Wheel of Wonder, Song. Just, you know, even just standing in a fight with a Midnight Beast.
All the team fight. Give it to me.
Yeah, check every box. Do you have team fight? Yes. How much? Yes. This is pure at level 20 as well. Going Satanic next. Still 3k ahead of Watson, but one more good fight like that, and Watson definitely going to be able to even up the game. He's getting a little bit more gold, but
GPK, he's looking.
He's looking. Horn toss, skewering him in. Tofu trying to help. RP. Oh,
RP to the ground.
Fissure
That was a nice blink.
Ace is in, but the BKB is going to run out on GPK. They'll look for the Song. They're going to try and get out the spotlight on Kataomi as well to try and help him survive.
Song used.
Spotlight
Hold
on
down
too.
used, and RP BKB on Magnus.
That could have been brutal.
I don't know if that's the target that they want to go for, seeing that he's holding the Aegis and also having Hurricane Pike, Blink Dagger. All right, game has stabilized at 10k net worth for BetBoom Team. They haven't gained any in the last couple of minutes.
You like the spotlight shard?
It's okay. I think it's good against some of the illusions, because illusions do take like 50% damage, health loss, of course. Miss chance is slightly too low. It's like 30%. I think this can be slightly bigger, but imagine dropping Spotlight on your Gyrocopter, who already has Butterfly. He's not gonna die to physical damage.
Also looking for the tier 2 tower over bottom. Still working with this Aegis for another 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Ringmaster save looking blink. Ags. Obviously the Ags giving that second escape act. And the impalement arts thrown in all directions. But we've seen what he can do with one. Two would be insane. Would be really insane. But he's so far away from it.
Yeah. For now, I think he wants to have Ghost Scepter playing against Sniper and Templar Assassin. You want to have some kind of a protection when it comes down to physical damage. Game did slow down. Gaimin Gladiators. After that, what it seemed to be a disastrous fight for them, losing 4, and then with 2 heroes managing to kill 4 heroes.
Yeah, went really well for them, at least in that aspect where Watson was able to get a lot of gold, and he's working in on this data list. Starts to make you worry if you're a fan of BetBoom Team in this game. They're up 10,000 net worth, but the damage that's going to be coming through from this TA might be overwhelming.
Data list is done. He definitely needs... He has 2 options, whether he picks up MKB or he picks up Nullifier to deal with the supports. Seeing what Quinn is itemizing for, that's going to be Mjolnir. No, this is Tank Cardell. Jesus Christ. It is actually Tank Cardell in action. He did pick up Hyperstone. So he wanted to go for Mjolnir. Instead, finishes off AC.
You ever seen a tankier guy?
No, this could be one of the first times I've seen Assault Cuirass and Sniper. The reason why this is not a good item on Sniper in general is because he's keeping the distance. You're not getting the aura, at least because it's 1200 AoE, right? And Sniper is really keeping the distance.
At least
his attack range is 1060. But if you hover over it, sure, you're gonna get some benefits, but usually you don't see the item for the exact reason.
Nothing going
You know
on.
what he could also get? I'm just going to throw it out there real
Yeah.
quick. He might be the one buying Basher. The Templar Assassin will definitely go, I'd say, for Melt Hit Bash, so you can deal with BKB Enigma.
You think it's
But
gonna
I
be
could also
Sniper
see
Basher?
maybe Sniper. Yeah, it might be, because of all the attack speed that he does have. Assault Curious and Mask of Madness, level 15 talent during Take Aim. He could be the one bashing Enigma.
That'd be kind of hype. Midnight Pulse. Impalement Arts called down. That's a dead Tofu. They chopped him up and threw him into some soup. Eldritch, he's in trouble. Horn Toss means he doesn't have to go into the ice path, and this will be a second kill here for BetBoom. Ace. He's also caught.
He's getting griefed.
A bit of a ravage, and now the Eidolons, the Midnight Pulse, they've got the vision, but the Burrow Strike, ooh, good Burrow Strike, hits on a GPK, but the Skewer, Blink, into the trees. Ooh, song used, and he's gone.
Miero didn't want to commit with the Black Hole. Wants to keep that one.
Pure, still top of the net worth. He's got that Satanic. He's going into a Daedalus of his own. And by the way, GPK looking for a Glimmer Cape.
A lot of magic damage. Wants to go in and out of the fight when he doesn't have a BKB. Doesn't think Glimmer Cape from Nagastern is going to be enough, but I like the fact that Kataomi did pick up Blink Dagger of his own. So he can close the gap. He can be the one setting things up for Enigma. Every ability other than Song is ready.
Song on cooldown for 85 seconds. But that's only one of the 5 team fight spells they've got. Don't quite care if one of them's on cooldown. They're still pressuring. They're still across the river. They're still looking for something. Roche potentially up in a minute, but if they can find a fight on the other side of the river, they do push pretty quickly. And they find an opening here. Maybe even goad a fight. Ooh, they got the Horn Toss, the Skewer, the Fissure. It's not going to be in time. Quinn not surviving that
No buyback
one,
on
even
him.
with the Gale Guard.
He needs another 100 gold. Daedalus on Pure. He's sieging the high ground with
Spotlight
Satanic.
helping too.
He feels like he has enough that they can't burst him down.
At least one tier 3. Is it going to be more? Does he stay on the high ground? Does he look for this Rax? The Fissure runs out. No Quinn for 45. Ace from the side. Epicenter Burrow Strike. Can they get
Escape Act.
They've got the Escape Act once again. And now it's going to be Pure out of the Escape Act. Pops the Satanic, but he's still a little bit low. They've got themselves the Horn Toss as well as the Skewer. They get the Cone of Maladich. They'll take him out and find 2 dead. But now, ooh, this is going to be Black Hole. It's on the Templar Assassin. And this is Watson dead. Oh, dear.
What an execution from the spells. Pure knowing. And Magnus, he's searching. He's looking, and he got 2 of them.
Yeah, RP landing on the 2. And that's going to be the damage enough to clean them both up. Ultra kill for Pure. It's pure domination. They've got the song. Watson, he just bought back. They hit the Fissure. They go to the Echo Slam. Decent damage here, but another Escape Act. Pure's
He's
gonna
going
survive.
in.
He pops the
He
Satanic
wants to
again.
rampage.
He really does, but now he'll TP attempt out. The damage coming through is not enough from Watson. The buybacks are used. They start to retreat, but the damage has been done.
How aggressive can you be? He goes in, starts running towards enemy fountain, and then realizes they don't have any stuns. Earthshaker doesn't have anything else available, so I'm gonna TP out. And these are 2 really big buybacks. Kataomi did buyback as well, but that's really not the most important one. And now 20,000 lead for BetBoom Team. Roshan, it is alive. Spotlight, we'll scout things out.
Fix Roshan timer Valve smile.
No, it's better this way. So we can try to guess when it is gonna spawn. Abilities on cooldown. 80 seconds, no Black Hole. 40 seconds for RP. They can scout things out. They don't necessarily need to go in and force the fight. They could wait it out until BKBs are online. And we've seen this before. Gyrocopter using Chop Chop, his innate ability. Picks up a Blink Dagger. Gets the Swift Blink. Disassembles his Butterfly.
Didn't trick anybody into getting MKB, though.
No, they were thinking about it. I saw both Sniper and Templar Assassin having it in a quick buy, but changed their minds.
Can they get anything? Any opening?
Refresher on the ground.
So is the cheese. Walks into the ice path. Macro Pyre in an awkward spot. Not really well placed. The Impaling Arts, though, that's going to land on the Maladich, and he's already low. Call down used. They get the kill with the BKB being popped by Pure. They're going to go after Watson, who already bought back with a Fissure, puts him on the other side. Watson needs to be very careful. Epicenter's going to be charged up. They're going to look over at GPK with the BKB being popped by him. They'll go after Quinn. They'll get the damage. They'll get the kill. They'll take out Tankardell and Ace. He's going to be Burrow striking up onto the high ground to try and get away, but the skewer over, and they've got the Impalement Art still on him. He is going to die here. They'll tame the beast once again. Save. Doing so much work with this Ringmaster. He is really just taming them all like he's their circus.
Basically a better version of Shadow Demon. You have team fight, you have good amount of harassment from Impalement Arts, tame the beast as well. And Shadow Demon, he will need some kind of a buff to come back, especially after seeing these godlike performances from Ringmaster at the tournament. And they're ready to close it out. There is Refresher available on Miero. He does have Black Hole, no BKB, but can get a second BKB. And they're going to plant the banner and try to go and finish off this game.
They will plant their flag. Quinn alive in 20. But tier 4s are looking like they're going to be gone. How can they hold? 5 minute smoke. Swift blink in. 1 tier 4. Echo Slam. Totem, Fissure, Satanic. They've got the stun with the Ice Path, so the Satanic isn't actually doing a lot here for this Gyro, but they caught Quinn again. Sniper's in trouble. The Gale Guard trying to see a bunch of this damage coming in. They've got this Pure Gyro in with the song on the 5.
He's ready to follow it up.
Just set up the Black Hole. It's not perfect, but it doesn't need to be. They'll tame the beast. They've got the damage. They'll get the kill on a Maladich as well as Quinn. They'll look over at Ace. Miero's dead, but I don't think they care.
Satanic in a second.
Low survival.
He needs some creeps.
Needs something. God, able to survive.
They killed off Miero. I think that Black Hole maybe could have connected on at least one more hero. It was literally in between. Good setup, though, from Kataomi.
If he had the Ags, everybody gets affected there. But some heroes were just 2 steps out of that Black Hole. 4% chance.
So you're telling me that there is a chance?
I'm not telling you. Gaimin's telling you. And that's full authority.
It is a lot of these refreshers that are going to come out. Magnus, he does have enough money to buy his. Doesn't have that much mana pool to work with, especially with Glimmer Cape. But eventually he's going to get there with all the stats and everything. Let me just check which talent he took. He didn't take the stats for RP, so he's not going to get that extra bit of a mana. Refresher, however, is finished. Enigma did use Refresher Shard in the previous one, and you wanted to see the item in the previous fight. Aghanim Scepter now completed.
How do you stop the escape act twice? I mean, the escape act has been a lifesaver every single time. BetBoom Team once on the brink of elimination. And now on the brink of a tournament victory. Talk about 2 sides of the emotions here. To come all the way back and make an upper bracket run. But
they're ready to go.
Sweep this BO5. Tofu at the front. Horn toss skewer and the shockwave to get the kill onto Tofu. Doesn't have buyback. That's 1 dead. Throne's exposed. Pure standing his ground, putting the damage in. They've got the spotlight on top of him. They'll reel in Quinn. They'll get this kill. He doesn't have buyback, and then they're going to throw Ace forward, but the Wheel of Wonder and may have made Gaimin Gladiators wonder what went wrong, because they are about to get team wiped. They are about to lose this tournament, and your champions will be BetBoom as they take it 3-0 over Gaimin Gladiators in an absolute slapdown.
Yeah. They just completely dominated this game and completely dominated the whole series, and you can see the boys being happy as they should. What a performance with them. Very one-sided grand finals. 3-0. First game, some like back and forth a little bit. Second game, there was one good fight pretty much from Gaimin, but it seems like they outclassed them very heavily in this one. Congratulations to BetBoom Team. They played this flawlessly. A lot of team fight in game number 3 as well. I don't know. This team just kept getting better and better as tournament progressed.
Yeah. And again, from the brink of being eliminated to now 3-0ing in the finals is such a juxtaposition of emotion, because you're freaking out. We're going to lose here in the Swiss stage. I mean, they started in a series where they were massive favorites against Boom Esports, and they got 2-0'd in what looked like one of the easiest matches of Swiss stage. And to come back from that, to not only survive the Swiss stage, but run the gauntlet in the upper bracket and lose one game the entire time. I mean, that is pretty solid. I mean, that is insane. And you take a look at the statistics from this final game, everybody participating in bunches, in droves here for BetBoom.
They really just outplayed him every single game. This third game especially, the rotations that they did make, forcing the mid rotation that Gaimin wanted to move, forcing Quinn to TP to the top lane, rest of the team making the twin gate rotation, both Kataomi and Pure making a rotation, killing Watson, then killing him again. Then he goes back to the bottom lane to continue to farm up. Kataomi on Naga Siren did a lot of work scouting things out. Those scoutings that did allow Pure to also go in and push for extra waves, sometimes even 2 extra waves, stacking the jungle with the illusions. Just did so much.
Yeah, so much done there by the support save. I mean, the amount of times he was able to get people out of harm's way with the escape act. I mean, Ags came in for the final fight, but it wasn't even needed. Pure was ready to just jump down to the throne and finish it off. He wanted to waste no time. I mean, this was a pretty quick grand final overall. That game going 41.5 minutes. Games 1 and 2 were both 36 and 35 minutes respectively. For a team that coming into this series averaged longer games and averaged longer than the average of game time in this tournament, they were moving quick and they played aggressive. They really kind of changed it up here.
They really did. And also the strategy they came up in the last game, this was pretty impressive. I love the fact that they were picking up so much of this team fight and also how they executed it pretty flawlessly. We saw some good combinations, especially how they were layering TPs at the early stages before the blink daggers, knowing exactly who needs to come in first, and also save. He had a pretty good saves so far with the escaped act, keeping people alive, knowing that they need to heavily commit with their heroes, with the epicenter to be able to grab the kill. That save comes into a perfect moment. They reset. He gets Satanic off later, maybe gets a BKB. But yeah, what a perfect gameplay coming out from BetBoom Team.
Yeah, we'll have an interview right now with Pure the champion. So we're going to bring him in and take a couple of questions his way. Let's see. Hey Pierre, how's everything? Congratulations on the victory. You guys made it look pretty easy. Must be feeling pretty good over there.
I mean, it was quite easy. Well, what can I say? Yeah, feeling great. What else?
You guys were in the Swiss stage, and you guys were one game away from getting eliminated. How did you guys kind of turn that around into what was basically a perfect upper bracket run in the playoffs? What was the conversation?
I mean, basically, we just came from the vacation, our bootcamp, and we started to play some scrims, you know, some pubs, and not all the players are in the best shape, and you know, when the bootcamp is just starting, and so we just kind of, you know, like we came to the bootcamp, and then like after the next day we got an official game already against Boom. So basically we played one scrim and that's it. So maybe that made sense in our first games, and then I think I played pretty bad series against Liquid, and honestly I think that was the main point why we lost to Liquid. We could have gone to the second stage quite faster, but yeah, it is what it is. I mean, we just were doing our stuff, like, you know, watching replays with our coach Bulk, playing Dota together, discussing Dota, and that's what we get in the end.
So pretty good to come off a vacation and then get a victory in a tournament like this. What did you feel was the game plan coming into this BO5? Because you guys brought out Kunkka for the first time in the tournament and Winter Wyvern for the first time. Were you guys holding on to those heroes till now, or was it something you guys were thinking about before, maybe yesterday as well?
I mean, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, you guys had Kunkka and Winter Wyvern for the first time in the tournament in the grand final. What came to you guys' mind that made you guys want to pick those heroes for the first time in the tournament?
I mean, it's our heroes, and we played with them like long time ago, and then we just suddenly playing on this tournament, and there is a patch like during the tournament, like between the games against like 3G and Liquid, I believe it was. And it was quite funny. I mean, we checked the patch and some heroes got buffed, some heroes got nerfed, so meta has changed during the tournament as well. Why do we pick Wyvern and Kunkka? I don't know. There is like it was just a good game for those heroes. Like Kunkka, for example, got buffed in like second puzzle got buffed, and hero is quite nice, and it was good in the game. They banned even our Kunkka in the third game, so. Yeah, I mean, we just feeling pretty well about our drafts. Like we pretty much know everything.
Okay, I want to ask you about team fight. I know we had a lot of interviews with different teams, and they said it's very important to have a lot of team fight. You didn't have as much as in game number 1 or game 2, but game number 3, you brought every single possible team fight. Is that how you feel about the game as well right now?
I mean, it just happened. They just picked 9 Enigma, right? So then 13 Gyra, and then we got some secret Naga souls. So it was quite a big setup for the team fight already. Then the last pick Magnus for GPK, of course. I mean, there was not that much heroes for him. But we came up with a Magnus idea in few seconds, and it was really nice. And we didn't even think that our team fight is gonna be insane when we started the drafting. But in the end, it looked really great, and it's quite hard to play against this stuff, I guess.
Yeah, as we saw. I want to ask you, because we talked about some of your heroes during Dream League, and you said, you know, CK, this is the type of a hero that you want to play. You did play it once. Is there another hero after like recent changes to the patch, something that you feel is strong, but, you know, doesn't feel like it's meta right now, that has some potential? I want to see your Bloodseeker. Sure. That's what I'm at.
You want to see my Bloodseeker? Yeah, I mean, Bloodseeker
You think this hero is good?
I think it's quite dead after the fixes. There is Blood Right is like pure damage again, right? So it's quite bad for his farm. It's quite bad for his farm because you used to farm like crazy with a magical Blood Right with a Soul Ring or some null talisman stuff. But right now you cannot one-shot the wave, and it's quite disappointing. So I don't know, my Bloodseeker looking dead to me. But if you're talking about
anything else,
yeah, if you're talking about some new heroes that can come up, I think like number 1 is Risking for sure. Like hero got crazy buffs.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. I think this hero also received huge buffs in the last couple of patches, and always was a big fan. And really glad you guys are doing well. Congratulations. This is your second big victory as a team in Tier 1 events. Really glad you guys made it in such dominating fashion in this one.
Yeah, thank you guys. I mean, feels good to win, feels good to win. Feels good to win a tournament. It feels even better to win a tournament with some viewers, with like the LAN tournament, and I hope the next tournament is going to be ESL1 Relay, and we're gonna win this one with some viewers. And I mean, I want to leave the trophy, guys. Like the Blast trophy didn't feel good. I want like a big chunk of metal in my hands.
Okay. Well, we'll be looking forward to see what you guys can do in Rally. And one more time, congratulations on such dominant performance. Always a pleasure to see you guys in action, especially when you're popping off, playing this full divide Dota. Always pleasure to watch. And yeah, good luck at Rally.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Have a good one, Pierre. We'll talk to you another time.
Yeah.
I mean, he seems pretty calm about it. He's got some ideas coming in. He thinks Bloodseeker's still a dead hero, but that was pretty great, I would say, overall from the side of BetBoom Team. And ultimately, I mean, that was perfect play from them. 3-0. It can't get any better than that, and now they're just hoping to lift a trophy. I know there have been trophies in the past that have been pretty heavy, so maybe when we know that they might win an event, we might have to put some weight on it and see if he can get it all the way up, and we'll put him to the test if he wants to lift a trophy. But he's got to get there, and we saw from the bracket, look, I mean, this is a perfect run. They lost one game to Gaimin Gladiators, and that was it. I mean, the 3-0 to basically go 5-1 against them is quite the message to be sent.
Yeah, they had their numbers. Something about the playstyle. I did bring up the stats earlier, how they're playing against Gaimin since 2022. 11 wins, 3 serious draws, and 4 losses. So make that 12 right now. It's just the playstyle between two of those that is favoring BetBoom Team. And yeah, what a performance. I'm really also glad that Pure is not too afraid to talk about the heroes and stuff. He doesn't want to hide too many things. He's just going to go, say how things are, heroes that are good or not good, and what we can expect. And then he's going to bang them out, which makes it even more impressive. And I think he had a pretty great tournament. Same goes for the rest of the team, bringing in new ideas, bringing in some old ideas, some heroes that we haven't seen. Like you said, bringing out this Winter Wyvern, bringing out Kunkka with some small changes as well. This is the team that is, when they are on a streak, they really know how to play. And this time around, a lot of the times this is the team that struggled. Not this iteration of the team, but some players from the team that did struggle closing out the grand finals and reaching that top 1. But this time around, it looked super easy for them.
Yeah, you get a victory in that tournament, which feels, really good, coming off a 6th place at Dream League and 7th, 8th at Blast Slam 2. You finally are finding yourself a little bit, and this is a good time to do so. Maybe in the tournaments in the future, we could see them back in a grand final. But that's going to be it from us here at Fissure on the official Fissure broadcast. It's Fissure Universe Episode 4 that's wrapping it up. There's a lot more in the future from Fissure, so you got to be following us on all socials and be ready for everything that's yet to come from us. More playgrounds, more dachas, more universes. I mean, we got it all here, and we're going to send you and bid you adieu. We'll see you another time. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you again next time.